Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're at in the world. I'm Bob Mata, your host. Welcome to Defense Diaries podcast for day 3 of the Laurie SHAVER trial. The my daughter did it trial. So I missed the end of it. Dizzy told me that it sounds like there's going to be one more day of trial. It sounds like the state's going to be done on Thursday, which makes way more sense. Like when I heard this 2-week thing and we were watching, yeah, early, very early. I am not. It's all fake, Haven. I'm exhausted. I just rolled out of bed, 6:50. I'm like, oh my God. Like I'm looking, I'm getting ready to tweet it. I'm like, I had it all set up on StreamYard and I didn't hit create live. So like y'all didn't even see it. It was good though, because Mandy made a new thumbnail. So I got it up. I don't have to use the opening statement thumbnail anymore for trial. So she was kind enough to make another lovely thumb. Got that up and boop, here we are. So no, like beneath the happy, shiny exterior is rage and anger that we're up at 7 o'clock in the morning. It's 7 here. It's 7 here. 7 a.m. in Chicago. I got to get up and watch this lady on trial. I got to look at those eyebrows at 7 in the morning. All right. So I'm trying to find it. Dizzy, I'm not even seeing. Oh, wait. Never mind. I was on. Yeah, I'm not even seeing it. I don't even see the stream available yet, which is weird. Let me see if it's under trials. I don't know if you're seeing what I'm not seeing, Diz. Got I got yesterday's stream. Day before. Huh. I'll check home. It's gotta be on our home. Nothing. Nothing. Yep. Not even see it. It's like too early for law and crime to function, I think. I don't think they realize what's up. Yeah, it's too damn early. I don't know what's going on. So, what's happening? I'm gonna check over at Brandy's channel, see if she's got something up. She knows something I don't know. Live 15 waiting. So she didn't even go live yet. Uh so she's got scheduled for 7:25 a.m. Judge asked the jury to arrive for 8 a.m., right? So it's 8:04 in Florida. Oh, it wasn't really an interview with Chris Hansen. It was a discussion. It was two guys talking. It was great. It was great. Um, no, that wasn't Have. That wasn't last night. I'm in CrimeCon UK. I'm doing a panel. Chris and I are doing a panel where were sitting on stage and discussing things. And we decided because we kind of went through it. He's like, "Yeah, the people are gonna really want to hear about the Predator series." I'm like, "Yeah, but I don't want to hear about it." No, I was kidding. I said, "Yeah, oh, yeah, man, that's awesome." Um, but what we really landed on, I'm like, and I came at him with, "Oh, people gonna want to hear about the Gacy thing." He's like, "Yeah, I don't want to hear about that." I was like, "Okay." So we landed on we're going to talk about, which is very topical. I think is going to be very interesting for our UK fam over there, because they watch us like a burning car fire, with our school shootings and our obsession with guns over here. So we're going to get into it. We're going to get into Crumley and the Grays and the charging of parents in this country. So I think it's going to be a great topic. I'm really excited about. We both got super like, oh man, that's a great idea. So I'm excited about that. So that's going to be our panel discussion. Is we're going to get into a bunch of things, but I think we're going to focus primarily on parents going to prison for their kids' incredibly violent acts that they should have known about. So, because I'm here for that. Yeah, I'm still not seeing it either. Does we'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on it. I mean, the nice thing is, well, I never saw if they were fired up by the time that like when opening started. I mean, they haven't even set up the stream yet, which is weird. Say, yeah, no stream. I know it's weird. Weird. My little love bug poked her head in. I had to roust her. I'm like, honey, I got to go live. It's 6:50 in the morning. Go into the other room. I'm on live. You're not. Yes, I am. Well, I can't find you. I have no idea, babe. I think it's too early for YouTube. Allison's got one eye open. She's like, I can't find you. Very sleepy. Very sleepy. Yeah, me too, Haven. I'm here for it. I've been saying it. I was here for it starting with Crumbly. I'm sick of this shit. I'm done with it. I think any parent of children in this country is good with it. If you're a good parent, if you're a shit parent, you got some problems. You're gonna have to really start keeping an eye on your kid a little more. Otherwise, if your kid does some just horrific shit outside your presence, you're on the hook, and you should be. It's your duty as a parent. Natalie, you just really, really made me feel great today. Thank you so much. God, I love that. I love that. Love that. Scout has made it to school, 7:08, which is too early for kids to be in school, by the way. Like, could you imagine sitting in a school at 7:20 in the morning and trying to learn? Brain fog. Yeah, Brooklyn, we can't even find the law and crime stream. We think that we've outpaced law and crime. That's what we think is happening right now. Dizzy is feverishly looking. No luck. I'm looking, no luck. I keep refreshing to see if they start a little stream. Nothing. Nada. Nada. Let's see. Oh, I know what we could do. While we're killing time, let's go over. I want to pop over to Brandy's and let's watch this. I think I want to see this. She has the wedding video somewhere. Let me see if this is it. This is her deep dive. Oh, that's it. I want to watch this video. Oh, like she's got the. Oh, she came up with a ton of pictures, and she's got this. She's got the wedding video. I think she said. Oh yeah. If for nothing else, if for nothing else. What's up, Sinead? I've got to show you the picture. I've got to show you the picture of the fire pit. Because when she sent me a picture of it yesterday, I was like, "What? What? Freaking thing looks like stone, like a shitty version of Stonehenge." All right. So let me see. I'm gonna pull it up. You're thinking like fire pit, like, oh, this is gonna, they put together a nice little like patio and wait till you see this thing. If you haven't seen it, it's good. We always like context over here at Defense Diaries, don't we? Yeah. All right. Okay, look at that. This,
A fire pit.
look at that.
They asked Laurie if her husband was buried beneath that slab.
Look
And
at that.
Laurie replied, "No, that's ridiculous."
That is amazing. Amazingly bad and shitty. Like like, you know what that looks like? That looks like, oh, okay, here's the deal. My husband is buried under there. We've got to lay some concrete real quick and then go buy a bunch of rocks and put them in a circle and then like cut down like 5 tree stumps and put them there, like so that it looks, oh, Brooklyn. That's amazing, but it's too early. Bonehenge. Oh, it's so good though. It's so good. God, what's it like, Brooklyn, to wake up just like amazing? That's so good. All right. So now we have an idea. Keep an eye on that Diz on Long Crime, please, while I'm going through this. So I want to see if it's in this video that she's got Laurie's wedding video. Because she said that I think it might have been Gamer Craze's mom that gave her the video. Let's see. It might not even be on here. I don't know if she's posted it yet, or maybe. Yeah, it's mostly just pictures. All right. So another one that I want to try to find is a good picture of her eyebrows so we can see these things because they are something else. Oh, yeah, here's a pretty good one. There you go. Look at those things. All right, so ladies, you tell me, are those natural? Are those natural? Those eyebrows right there? I don't know. Maybe they are. They don't look natural to me, but what do I know? I don't know. Like, I've got like I get the eyebrows where I get the like I'm at the age to where I get like that like rogue long eyebrow that sticks out. So whenever Allison's looking at me profile, she's like, honey, she's got like a 7-inch eyebrow sticking out from her forehead. You might want to pluck that thing. I'm like, you do it, babe. She's like, I can't do it. I don't want to hurt you. I'm like, you got to do it, babe. So over plucked, those like, isn't there a thing where women are getting eyebrows tattooed to their forehead? Isn't that a thing? I think that's a thing. Don't quote me on that, but I'm fairly certain that that is a thing. And I think that might be what she's done. That might be exactly what she's done. Oh, you guys, I almost forgot to put the ads on. You're welcome. I can hear Allison yelling at me from the bedroom. I don't know what she's saying though. I'm sure it's something loving. Or she's bitterly complaining, one of the two. She's saying something about eyebrows. What? Why? I'm picking. Oh, she said don't pick on her eyebrows. I'm picking on her eyebrows. Sorry. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Just for the record, I felt like I had free reign to do it because Mandy started picking on her eyebrows first in our chat. Oh, she was good. Good. I mean, like good. There's strength in numbers, Diz. You and I can form a little Allison yelling at us wall. You know, she does it. It all comes from a place of love. All right. So those are the two important things that I think we really needed to see. Uh, Bonehedge. All right. When when and if Gamer gets here, I don't think we should call it Bonehedge. I think that might be too much for him. But he was very gracious yesterday. And of course, the chat stepped up like the champions you are. And multiple people were like, "Oh, we're sorry, we crack wise in here." I mean, it's what we do, right? I mean, like we have to infuse humor. Like I said, it's the yin and the yang. It's the yin and the yang. Yeah, that's what I heard, Lego. She texted me that. Oh, here, there's one thing. I can't remember. Oh, she's texting me. She's giving me the update. Uh okay, she said, FYI, Austin's twin brother, or I'm sorry, Austin, Travis's twin brother is first on the list as of now. The gun shop owner was not happy that he had to come back for another day because of the afternoon running long. Awesome. All right. I'm gonna tell her uh LNC still doesn't have stream up. So because I she originally she must have figured something out because she originally last night when Dizzy texts me, she's like, "Oh yeah, the judge is starting at the crack of dawn." I'm like, "What? 7 o'clock?" I was having heart palpitations because I mean, yesterday was a long day, and thank you so much, Dizzy, for bringing it home because I had to go watch my little love bug undefeated, 5-0, the old seventh grade volleyball team. It's really fun to watch. She plays softball, which I love. I love softball. I love baseball. Love to watch it. So, as you know, I mean, if you're not a baseball fan, you're gonna probably watch and be like, "It's so boring." Like that's what you hear a lot of that from people that aren't baseball fans. And volleyball ain't that. Volleyball is action the whole time. It's great. And she's so little. She's like by far the smallest girl on the team. Well, no, there's one other girl that's probably like an inch or two taller than her, but Scarlett is definitely the smallest on the team. And volleyball tends to attract taller girls, and she just crushes it. She's just very athletic. She did like she was on the back line yesterday, and she did a thing where ball barely made it over the net because some of the girls aren't nearly as active. They kind of stand there like statues. They're at that. There's still some of the girls are at that point where one of the two will not be aggressive and call it. So they'll both just stand there and look at each other while the ball falls. That thing happens in the softball too, where I'm like, God, you guys have to communicate. You have to communicate. And so at any rate, she's in the back row, like comes like flying up, sliding on her knees, does an incredible dig, like gets to it, but she was in a full dive mode, so she couldn't get the height on the ball. The ball kind of fired out straight, but still, it's great effort. It's great effort. Um, so I just love watching her play. So thank you, Dizzy, for um luckily the school's so close. It's like 5 minutes away. Her middle school's so close. It's we didn't miss 1 second of it. We were actually early and we didn't get there until like 4:20 or something. There's a game scheduled for 4, but the school that we were playing was like an hour away, and the buses are always late, apparently. All right. Yep. Still not even seeing a stream created by them. Let's see, Trial TV Live. They haven't been covering this, so got nothing there. Got nothing there. Yeah, maybe they're gonna do what I did, like create it 2 seconds before it comes on. They are gaslighting us, Dizzy, or the judge is gaslighting us. Here's the deal. I want you to be here at 5 in the morning, but we're not going to start until 8. Something like that. Yeah, Wiggs. Uh, Hi, Bobby. The boy just ain't right. Well, I'm Attorney Wiggs, and let's go to trial. Let's do trialing today. Hello, I'm Attorney Bobby. Oh, there. Wait, there it is. I gotta find my Hank Hill. Bobby, the boy just ain't right. Oh, propane and propane accessories. Okay. There's my Wiggs impression for you this morning. Um, I'm surprised my voice is working this early. I had a late live with Bill. I was not. Oh, okay. She says try Fox 35. Give me the tips. Said she's just walking into the courthouse now. Okay. So she'll give us the straight dope. All right, I'm gonna try Fox 35. See what I can find. Fox 35. Oh, out of Orlando. Okay, so that I might go to the channel. Go to live. No, I got opening statements have begun. Oof. Ooh, the Susan Lawrence trial. Remember that? The woman who shot the woman through her door. Scumbag. She went down. They streamed that trial. What else did they stream? Yeah. Did Bill's very insistent that we do a live every Tuesday. He's like, I was telling Dizzy, I'm like he send like as soon as we're off the live, he's like, send me the code for next week. I'm like, "Oh, Bill, I don't set the live up for like days, bro." Uh, but he's very insistent. Oh, Stephanie, $2 holla, Canada style. Judge asked the jury to arrive for 8 a.m. Right. That's like we heard it right. I had no doubt Dizzy heard it right. Dizzy would never torture me by making me get up early just to play mean tricks on me. He'd never do that. So yesterday I was like, I texted Dizzy and Manny. I'm like, ladies, would you guys make me a kind of just a straight up generic trial thumbnail that I can use for the trial? And Mandy's like, she's like, every time you call us ladies, I feel like you're my middle school coach talking to us for whatever team she was. And I was like, yeah, I can see that. I'm like, yeah, every time I text that, I go put on my polyester coaching shorts. So we had great laughs. At least I did. I thought I was very, very funny during that whole thing. Um, I don't even think Dizzy was like over it. I don't know when Dizzy sleeps. What time is it there right now, Dizzy? It's got to be so it's 8 for me. So I'm gonna guess so 12 like I'm gonna guess it's like 3 in the afternoon, maybe right around there, something like that. Allison is just in the guest room, just mumbling about things that I can vaguely hear. What are you saying? Can't hear her. Oh yeah, 7. Okay, so that's okay, so 2 in the afternoon. I'm gonna say, oh, she says 1. It's 1 for Diz. Okay. I'm good, Sade. Am I pronouncing your name right? Because like I want to say Sade, like the singer. You tell me which one is it, Sade or Sade? Sade, Sade. I like to pronounce my people's name right always. There's one uh sub in here that I'm super afraid to say the name because I'm going to butcher it. I'm going to butcher it. I keep wanting to ask her how I pronounce it so I don't screw it up. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Uh, I don't see her in here yet. Don't see her in here yet. All right. Okay, so nothing on Fox 35. It's Orlando. I don't see anything. Yeah, it's too early for people to be living. I mean, California, it's 5:25 in the morning. I should get Ritter's ass on the phone. He's probably up with the baby. Just bring the baby on the live. Everyone will love it. Little cooing, sweet little 7-day-old baby. It's making the cutest little noises. We could smell its little delicious baby smells through the screen. Be amazing. Just be amazing. Ah, Sinead. Thank you so much. Nice little euro. $5 holla. Love that. It always amazes me when I like I just because I was talking to when I was talking to Hanson yesterday. He's like, "Yeah, we have a really good fan base in like Ireland and the UK and Australia." I'm like, "Yeah, we do too." And it's all like same with the podcast. Like my podcast has like a ton because I can see through the metrics where our audience is. And I've got a really strong fan base on the pod in both Ireland, actually Australia, Ireland, and England, all three. Like tens of thousands of listeners on the pod, which is always amazing to me. I love that. It's so cool. So cool. Yeah, yeah, it was Bob time. Bob time, 7 a.m. Bob time. Very, very early. Oh, I know. In honor of Jay, I'm gonna read. I got a wonderful email that was addressed to Allie and I and Jay and Shans. It was so sweet. I want to read it to you guys because like this, like when we get an email like this, it's amazing. Um, so wonderful. I'd put it up, but I don't know if she wants me to give her full name out because she gave me. So I'm gonna read it to y'all. I got it yesterday. It says, "Hi, Bob, Allie, Jay, and Shannon. My name is Beep, Mama 2SL on X, and Morgan 80 or Morgan M80 on YouTube. Just wanted to send you a message expressing my thankfulness for all four of you. The past year of my life has been tumultuous, to say the least, and truly, both of your channels are always a place that just brings me so much joy. Your channels have gotten me through some very hard days, and there aren't words to express how thankful I am. I don't get to interact much on the live chats and am on replay crew or 1.5 speed, catching up most of the time, but I want you to know how much of an impact you are having on folks. So thank you all for just being you. Thank you. That it's like I get goosebumps, tears, all the feels, when somebody takes the time to send a just a wonderful letter like that. So when you see this, Morgan, thank you for those incredibly kind words, and just know how much it means to all four of us to hear that. I'll let Jay know. Jay, I'm sure Jay and Shan's got it as well. It was oh, she was. Yeah, it was, so sweet, so sweet. I didn't see it until I was going through my emails last night, otherwise I would've read it yesterday. Such a sweet letter. So wonderful. Just really touches my heart. It's amazing to know that because it's weird on this side of the camera, to kinda be here hoping to entertain you guys, and then to know that it resonates with some folks. It's really great. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. All right, there. They finally at least got the stream going. Trial's definitely not going. So 7:30 a.m. They said they're going to get started, which is right now. So okay, okay. So there we go. All right, all right. Get rid of the LNC chat. No one needs to see that in the morning. No one needs to say that. Yeah, at lunch today, I have to take Nanook for a WALK. He was not happy with me last night. He was giving me stink eyes. He did. Poor guy didn't get out like all day for a walk. Oh, I accidentally said it. I thought his ears were going to perk up. Luckily, he's sleeping and snoring next to me, angry, anger sleeping. Yeah, I got to get him out. That's what I got to do at lunch is do that. I'm hoping I'm recording with Josh Ritter today live. We're not doing a live, we're doing his podcast. And that is let me double check, make sure. I'm hoping that lines up. So that's 2 p.m. So it's noon for me, which is 1 there. I hope that lines up um with the lunch break. Kind of. If I can get Allie up, she might have to babysit y'all. Hang. Well, I do that with Josh. Because I didn't know I was going to be streaming this trial. This is before Dizzy made me aware it was going down. So I had scheduled it with those guys, Tiffany and Josh. Hopefully I'm gonna insist that he has the baby. I'm gonna tell him that's a deal breaker. He's got to have the baby in his arms during the entire interview. It's the baby or nothing, Josh. We demand babies. We want babies. Um, oh, thanks, Meg. So sweet. Dear Bob, UJ, Allie, and Shans are some of my favorite people. You bring the facts with lots of laughter. Keep up the good work. Love your 14th favorite mod, Meg. Meg, don't be ridiculous. You're at least my ninth favorite mod. I'm kidding. You're amazing. You're here. You're a ride or die girl. I don't know what you're talking about. You're here, rain or shine. You are an amazing human. Do not sell yourself short. All of our mods are just amazing, amazing. You guys dedicate so much of your time to all of our channels, and that's Jay and Shans and Steve and Dan. You guys are just amazing, amazing human beings. So giving of your time. And that's all of you. I'm going to give all of you love right now. I'm going to go. Since the chat's not like crazy long, I'm going to go see who's in. Thank all my mods. Give a pre thank you. It's important. Dizzy, of course, first one in here. She always is. Um, let's see. Diz. Still dizzy. Brooklyn, of course. Brooklyn was the second one in this morning. Love Brooklyn so much. Just an amazing human, just brilliant mind. It's like having our own forensic pathologist in here with Brooklyn. Like she can just give us so much intel on physiology and just the human body. That's what she does. Meg was the third one in. Adore you. Dizzy. Who else we got? Boop. Meg. Y'all might be the only three in. So, oh, Sarah, aspiring. Love you so much. Just another amazing human. All right. So it looks like, we're about 4 strong mod wise. Yeah, I think it's just you 4 in here right now. You know what would be cool? Like there should be like a way where I can just like on a sidebar, like see who all my mods are. 'Cause it's like sometimes like I'm trying to scroll through because I want to thank my mods. I want to shout them out, and if I haven't looked at the stream in a minute, and I'm having to scroll for 25 minutes to try to get up as far as I can. So yeah, I think that's our 4 that are riding or dying this morning. So thank you guys. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for all your hard work, day after day after day after day after day. Couldn't do this without you guys. It's like I really feel it. Like sometimes if Diz is having like internet problems, because Dizzy's backstage with me, she's handling shit for me. like covering, masking all my tech incompetence. She's got my back if I need to dip. Oh, Deja. Deja's here too. Love Deja. All right. I think that's so we got 5 ride or dies in here. And then all you guys, all you guys are in here. All the usual suspects. So many great folks. Couch Juror, Taryn, Lisa, uh, Kasha, Sheila, Sinead, Sober Hipster, Joanne, just all the Haven, Sade, Taylor's hanging, JD, Winter 77.7, all the wonderful people. Good morning, you guys. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I stole that really from Jim Carrey from like Truman Show. I can't take credit for that. That's what he used to say every morning. Katie's in here, Mia Beto, all the peoples, Shayna, all the homies. Chris 10, it's up. Good morning. Good morning. So we just adore all you guys. Best chat in the land. Die on that hill. Die on that hill. Yeah, so we got in if you're late to the game, you've missed nothing. Not a thing. JD. Can't remember. I may have said JD already. Yeah, you guys haven't missed anything. Like the judge played a little trick on us. Yeah, we're gonna start at 8. Didn't start at 8. We were streaming before like the streaming channel that has the trial was even up. Oh, Snappy Dragon. I love beef. I'm a big beef jerky guy. Tortuga. Tortuga. Which means tortoise in Spanish. Amanda. Love it. Love it. Yeah, not so much. Ariel. Good morning. Good morning. So amazing to see all you guys this morning. Just love it. Yeah, I wanted to do a oh, Mr. M, fellow Chicagoan doubles, the Bears, Ditka, sausage, Ditka. You talking about my boy Joe Jackalone? No, I check in on him just to make sure everything's okay. And I think he was just taking a little bit of a break. It's a lot. It's a lot to do this. It's like you have to it's it really is a lot to do this. That's why when you guys show love with supers and Venmos and shit, man, it's like it's work. This is work. It's not just, turning the camera on. Like you have to be on. It's like it's tough. So I get it. But no, Joe's fine. Joe will be back. We do. We do. I do tell him that. He knows. I'm sure Joe's lurking. I'm sure he's hanging around. It's funny though, kind of when like Joe took a minute for himself, Mike seemed to take a minute too. Like I haven't been seeing Mike at all either. They both kind of must needed a little bit of break from the tube. So I guess, you know, I don't know. Yeah, I've only had venison jerky once. I had a friend in college whose dad used to make venison jerky, and he brought me a big bag of it, and it was delicious. Because venison's a little gamey, a little bit, but it's a good gamey. Oh, is he on Court TV? Is he on with Julie over on the morning show? I haven't done Court TV in a hot minute. It's like it's hard for me to schedule because it's like I gotta take care of us first before I take care of them. They don't pay me doing all that free stuff over there. Me too, Couch. I'm a big spicy guy. Like, I'm that dude who basically puts sriracha on everything, eggs,
May be
everything.
seated.
All right. Here we go, kids. Day 3. Let's see if
For President
Hill
case number 2020
filing a
CF
motion for mistrial.
2361, State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver. With the parties present, please identify themselves for the record.
Who's here for the state of Florida? Rich Buckman from the state.
Jeffrey Wiggs on behalf of Laurie Shaver, see if you'd like to.
Ms. Shaver, please state your name and raise your right hand. I'll swear you in.
Laurie Filmer, previously known as Laurie Shaver.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. Thank you. Are there any preliminary matters? Are we ready for the jurors?
Sure, the only preliminary matter from the state, I do have a courtesy copy for the court regarding the motion about the witness, Johnson. That's going to provide you this morning.
Talking to your mic,
We don't
Spade.
need to address the merits of this until the defenses start presenting their case.
Yes, sir.
But I told the court and Mr. Wiggs yesterday that I'd be filing that this morning. We filed it this morning. If you and Mr. Wiggs courtesy copies.
Judge, I've taken up at this time. The state is seeking to exclude Ms. Johnson as the minor's guardian in this case. Judge Singletary had signed an order appointing Ms.
Not yet, Dizzy.
Shaver as counsel on behalf of the minor child.
I mean, it was on him.
That Ms. Johnson on behalf of the minor child. She's aware, the state was aware that the child had a guardian appointed. And the concept was, and the understanding is, that somebody's representing the child and somebody would need to appear at the time that she testifies to vouch that her testimony is free and voluntary. We had filed, in addition to that, a motion to appoint a psychological, sociological expert for analysis of the minor child to request payment by the state. We did that requesting that there be evidence to be offered in the court that nobody's tampered with the child, that the child's testimony is free and voluntary. The state objected to that. The state objected to Ms. Johnson even being appointed. Judge Singletary saw fit that Ms. Johnson be appointed in the cause. So the state has all along known that Ms. Johnson is a representative of the child, was likely to be called as on behalf of the child, and there's no prejudice that the state has inured to the representation that Ms. Johnson has not formally been listed as a defense witness on the defense witness list. They were on notice the whole time that Ms. Johnson's involved in the case and representing the child. As I advised the state yesterday at the court, that the competency of any minor is always an issue, and somebody has to vouch that the child or the minor's testimony is free and voluntary. That's why we sought the additional appointment of a psychological expert, so there'd be all alleviation of any doubt that the testimony is free and voluntary. And I stated to the court as well that Ms. Johnson's testimony would be called for a limited purpose, and that is to advise the court that she's gone over the rights with the minor child. She's spoken with the child, that the child appears to desire to testify free and voluntary, that there's been no coercion, no tampering with the child, and all testimony and interviews have occurred in her presence. So her presence is very limited in this case, all of which the state has been aware from the very beginning.
And would Ms. Johnson be available for proffer?
She'll be available probably tomorrow. Judge, we told her that we believe that the state's going to rest and she'd be available tomorrow.
All right, that's what the state was suggesting in their motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what time? Could we have her proffer at 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Sure.
Mr. Wiggs?
That's fine.
All right. We'll continue to court will reserve ruling, and Ms. Johnson will be requested to be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning, where a proffer will be conducted.
I presume the greater motion or the greater purpose of the state, Judge, is the state, Ms. Johnson met with the state, relaying the information that the child had relayed to them. to her, excuse me, and seeking to promote the interest of the child, that the state investigate the case and speak with the child. The state was unwilling to investigate or to speak with the minor child at any time. So I believe that's what the shutdown attempt is, but the judge has previously approved the order. The state's had full knowledge that she's involved in the case.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, just because Mr. Wiggs has insinuated this on multiple occasions about the state's refusal to talk to her. We deposed her. We subpoenaed her. By way of subpoenaing her, we gave her immunity for her statements, knowing what Mr. Wiggs said she was going to say. So these references that the state refused to talk to this child is patently false. It's on the record that there is a deposition of her where I questioned the witness about what happened in an official setting once the witness, and that happened after the witness was listed by Mr. Wiggs. So saying that the state never talked to her, refused to look into this, refused to do it, it's just false, and there's record activity that shows that that is not true.
And what they did, Judge, is late in the game, they spoke to her way after we originally proffered to the state what she would say. They just took a defensive position with the minor. They never took the information that she relayed to them and went with it. The information that we had relayed to the jury in our opening about Mr. Townsend's involvement. They never did a thing with it. So the only thing they did is they took a defensive deposition late in the game.
There were multiple,
The court
many
will reserve
hot mics
ruling,
went through.
and the matter will be addressed tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other matters?
One other matter, Judge. Ms. Felmer brought to my attention, looking at social media, some of the state's witnesses have been on social media, monitoring social media, and those witnesses were Kendall Davidowski, Kendall Windsor, I think her name is now, and Rebecca Filmer. We have screenshots of their communications and that they were looking at it and commenting on it on social media yesterday, long after the rule of sequestration has been voted. If I need to approach the court, show the court screenshot.
Have you shown the state? Have you shown the state? Please show the state if you would.
I mean, the state can go on social media too.
Well, first of all, Kendall Windsor's not testifying.
Okay, there's one
All right,
down.
so that's a non-issue. What about Rebecca Filmer?
I don't see anything where she's made any sort of comments about anything.
All right, well, take your time.
So I got to put a little pullover on him. It's chilly.
There's a screenshot for on court TV just yesterday.
We can address it when Ms. Filmer testifies.
All right. Then are there any, court will reserve ruling. Are there any other issues?
That's it, Judge.
All right, we'll call the jurors in. Thank you. Please call the jury in.
There's that's lovely. Now. Florida, TJ.
seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. And a question for all of the jurors. Have you spoken to anyone about the case? Okay. Have you spoken to each other about the case? Okay, everyone has indicated no to those questions. And have you interacted with any of the attorneys? Okay, everyone has indicated no. Have you viewed any media concerning the case? Okay, everyone has indicated no. Have you conducted any research regarding the case? Everyone has indicated no. Thank you very much. Thank you again for your time, attention, and patience today. State, you may proceed.
Morgan, you haven't missed a thing. You have not missed one thing. Oh, no, thank you for that incredible message. So wonderful. Thank you for that. You warmed my heart.
Judge, can we return, please?
Yes, sir.
He really is. I mean, he calls breaks a comfort break. You can't get a more lovable judge than that. You know what I think we need? I think we need a comfort break. Today I have trays of fresh sushi and huge vats of all the ice creams you could ever want for dessert. We have
Good
a
morning,
pot
sir.
for nap set up.
Please state your name for the record.
My name's Robert Seha,
Spell your full legal name.
Robert, last name Ceja.
And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Morning, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I am Robert Seha. I am the owner and operator of the equestrian facility on the premises of the location that you guys were all talking about with this case behind.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
We just asked you a little bit of questions. We got you here. When you're talking about you operate that facility, was that a piece of property which was a neighbor to the Shaver residence?
Correct.
And through that, did you meet Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And do you see her in the courtroom today? Can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
Yes. Right over here in the black blazer.
Okay. Which seat is she in?
In the middle.
Okay. Now, did you ever know Michael Shaver?
No,
Had you ever met Travis Filmer?
I have.
Now, when did your business move into that property?
2016, operation started to begin.
Okay. And do you remember what month?
The summer months, construction phases happened a couple months in the summer months, and then started getting heavily right into the summer to the.
Now, at some point, did you purchase a firearm from Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And what was the circumstances that happened?
Circumstances where I got a text, would you be interested in a firearm or someone that you know of?
And who was that text from?
Laurie Shaver.
Okay. And did you express potential interest?
Yes.
And can you describe the firearm that she was selling?
Yes, it's a pink 38 special with black handle and a little bit of chrome or gray.
Did you end up purchasing this one?
Yes.
Now, at some point, law enforcement had come on to the property for a couple of days executing a search warrant. Were you aware, or did you ever see that activity?
Yes.
Do you remember when the purchase of that weapon was in relation to that search?
Approximately 3 months, 2 to 3 months beforehand.
Okay. And did you end up purchasing that weapon?
Yes.
Showing you it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 4. for identification. I'm going to go ahead and use the pass. A pair of scissors here. Let's go ahead and open it up with the seal there. Without taking that out or anything like that, do you recognize that firearm?
Yes, I do.
Is that the firearm that you purchased from Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Well, I want to see it. Who doesn't
The
want to see
color
a
and
pink gun?
other features of it are distinctive to you.
The colors matched and very distinctive.
And after that purchase occurred,
Come on,
at some
dude.
point did law enforcement come to make contact with you and ask about this firearm?
Correct.
And at that time, did you turn this firearm over to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state moved states Exhibit R into evidence. It states 26.
Judge, again, we renew our objection. It's not relevant. It's not probative to any material fact in this case. This gun has not been linked to this crime in any form or any manner.
All right, the objection is overruled. States R will
objection,
be
though.
entered into evidence. It
True.
states number 26.
Thank you.
Very
No further
prejudicial.
questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Can't
Wiggs.
link the weapon to
Good
the.
morning, Mr. Silas. How are you?
Seha.
Pardon me?
Seha.
Sejas, okay. Excuse
Say
me.
it right, buddy.
When you purchased this gun,
Don't mess up my name.
by Ms. Shaver, indicating it had been used in any crime or any ill-motive purpose, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if Ms. Shaver had ever sold any other items from her residence?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when you contacted Ms. Shaver advising her that you'd seen somebody trespassing on her property?
Correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
Okay. So, as stated,
Relevance.
we have the
Sidebar, please. Hold on, sir.
To drink? I don't know. You guys tell me. Seems like it may be a little too early to drink. I mean, no one needs to be drinking at the crack of dawn. Just kidding. We drink no matter what time of day it is over here. To get our drink on.
Objection, Your Honor. Bobby the boy just ain't right. I have a narrow urethra, Your Honor. Propane and propane, except.
True, Joanne. I can do a Hank Hill.
So, sir, you
No
had
doubt
seen
about
somebody
that.
trespassing upon the property, correct?
correct. I wouldn't possibly say just trespass until we're from the horse. I'll get it in perspective. We are 10 acres away. On the other side, I see a human silhouette. I don't know at that time if anyone was supposed to be there or not, but from the current situation of, I believe that Laurie was off the property, no one should be there. At that point, I would assume it would be on the terms of trespassing, but not
So you
100%.
knew Laurie was off the property at that time or away from the residence?
Correct.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah,
No
Kahlua
further
and coffee.
questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank
Kahlua
you.
and coffee,
State-
or Bailey's Irish
When did
Cream.
that happen?
Bailey's Irish Cream.
I
and
cannot
coffee
recall.
is always great.
Was it 2019, 2020, 2021?
It would be in the realm of 2018.
And so sometime in 2018, but you don't know when.
Springtime, possibly around 2018, if I'm recollecting around there.
And you didn't see this silhouette carrying anything or doing anything.
No, as 10 acres is, depending on where you're at, about 660 feet to 1,000 feet away. It's a little bit harder to see.
And You didn't. You actually don't even know who this person is.
No clue, nothing.
And you are just assuming that this person was not supposed to be there.
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs, may the witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Your next witness, please.
State calls Joseph Bray.
Tortuga. I love that. I could just see Tortuga getting down when Chad comes on. Get the bottom lip bite. So I was at the Bears game.
Good morning,
Rosie
sir.
is
Please
still
come up to the
drink.
witness stand. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when.
And I think it's going to be the new thing. It's like, I obviously don't drink anymore, but it sounded delicious. It was. They were serving it up. I think it's going to replace Jell-O shots. It was vanilla pudding, rum chata, which if you have never tried is delicious. It tastes exactly like horchata, and like a little bit of Fireball. So like everybody that was, and it was like you have to eat it with a spoon. It's like the alcohol that you eat with the spoon, but everybody was raving that it was just very delicious. So there you go, little tip, little party tip for y'all when you're throwing a party. It's the new.
When you're ready to proceed.
Darren says, "Whoa." Deja, that's outrageous. Deja, you must not like rice pudding.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Joseph Lee Bray, JOSEPHLEEBRAY.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear
Bray.
you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm
Bray.
that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Joseph Bray.
Where do you work?
I own JB Guns.
What is JD Guns?
It's a retail sporting goods firearm business.
Where is that located?
It's in Bushnell, Florida.
And have you ever had an occasion to meet Laurie Shaver?
I did. I met her at an audio shop in Lake County.
And when you were there, did you overhear Ms. Shaver discussing with any other individuals potential sale of firearms?
Yes, the owner of the audio shop, she was talking to him about possibly trading guns for maybe audio work.
And
Sir, do small woodland creatures live in your beard?
as an individual that owns a gun shop, was that of interest to you?
It was. I sat back and waited for her to quit talking to the owner, and once she walked away from the owner, I went up to him and said, "If you're not interested in any of this, I would be interested in possibly asking her about purchasing the firearms."
And did you ultimately, are you aware whether or not she did in fact sell any of those firearms to the audio shop?
I believe she did trade one firearm to the audio shop owner.
Did you end up purchasing any firearms from her?
I did, yes, sir.
And the how many firearms and what was the price that you paid?
I purchased 9 in total from her, and I believe we agreed on $1,000.
And what kind of firearms did you purchase?
There was a little bit of everything.
Mostly
There
cap
was
guns.
an AR-15. There was a few Colt
AR-15 for
revolvers,
$1,000?
older revolvers, Maverick 88 shotgun, an old 410 bolt action shotgun, an old FN 1900.
Wow, it sounds like those were some collector pieces. So like the follow-up question should be like, I have no idea how much an AR-15, but like 9 guns for $1,000 sounds like somebody really trying to get rid of some weapons. Like, so you got to ask, well, in your experience, and defense will object, but did you pay way under value what the value of those weapons would be? Because it sounds like she's trying to get rid of some guns quick cash.
And There was a Marlin Model 60 and I believe a Winchester 94.
A Winchester.
And at some point, did you reach out and tell law enforcement about these firearms that you had purchased?
I did, yes, sir. After I saw the news coverage about the missing person, I recognized the house and Miss Shaver, and I reached out to a friend that worked at Sumter County.
And ultimately, did you relay this information to the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
I did, yes, sir.
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Wiggs?
United States Police Court.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bragg. Was there a male with Miss Shaver?
There was, yes, sir.
Yeah, tall man,
Yes.
dark hair.
I don't remember his hair color. I just remember a taller, in shape man with her.
Kind of thin.
hmm
Okay. How high? Do you remember?
I do not. I just remember he was quite a bit taller than she was.
Yeah. Taller than me?
What's that, sir?
Taller than me?
I would say so.
Was he introduced to you at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, do you happen to know whether or not any of these guns were tested by law enforcement?
As far as I'm aware, they were not.
Okay.
Melissa, I think that Dateline episode was called The Haunted or The Haunting, one of the two. It's the Garcia case. I had negotiated we had the first ever 2-hour Dateline ever. Now they do them all the time. But back then, that was the first one. Of course, they made Allison look like shit. We were furious. I got in a big argument last year at CrimeCon with the producer of that show. Came up to my table because he was mad because I was blasting their Koberger Idaho 4 coverage with some of the people they had on there and just some of the shit they were saying. I was like, wow, that's just, you're really trying to convict people before trial. So him and I did not have happy conversation. I was like, you made my wife look like shit, jerk off, with your editing.
Were any of these guns returned to you
What do you mean returned to me?
after law enforcement had done whatever they had to do with them? Did anybody tell you that we don't need these?
I had already sold the guns long before law enforcement
Okay.
found out about them.
So you had sold them,
Yes, sir.
okay, when law enforcement spoke to you. But you recall this male with Miss Shaver, correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Objection
Okay.
relevance. Who
Thank
is
you.
Male. Get to it. Like, what if
State.
to be?
Right, when did you purchase these guns from Ms. Shaver?
Like date wise, I believe it was December 5th to like the 8th, somewhere right in there, because I logged them in my logbook on the 8th of December.
Which year?
Hey, Helen.
15.
Good morning.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. All right, sir. You were released from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you for being here today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The state calls Travis Filmer.
Oh boy, the current husband. Here he comes. I'm not gonna lie, I thought my hilarious. Heard you have how many woodland creatures do you have living in your beard?
All
Question.
right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand.
On that.
Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Yes,
Oh,
my name is
Lamont
Travis
James, what's
Filmer, TravisFilmer.
All right, please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Morning, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Travis. I'm Laurie's husband.
And are you a convicted felon?
Correct.
How many times have you been convicted of a felony?
I have 2 charges against me. 2 convictions.
Would it help refresh your recollection of that if I showed you your judgment, sir?
Sure.
Yes, Julie. Wiggs is going to bring up his gripes every single morning.
Yes. Yes.
Judge,
Double there.
I have
Yep.
a narrow urethra. Bobby, my son wants to be a clown. I just don't understand it, Judge.
In this case, 2 penalties there.
No, so when I was 18, that was 2.
So you have a total of 3.
Okay. Yeah,
You agree with that?
I do.
Now, you said you're Laurie Shaver's husband.
Correct.
Can you identify her and point her out in court today, please?
Laurie's right there.
And which seat is she sitting in?
The second.
Little known fact, real quick, Mia Bito, I have a Public Enemy tattoo on my right shoulder. Little known fact.
And how did you meet Ms. Shaver?
I met Miss Filmer at through my brother. He knew her from the gym, and he introduced us at her residence at a get together that he had put together with his now current wife.
Sorry to pause again. Lisa had a good question. Bob, I thought married significant others didn't have to testify against their mate, or did they waive? I don't. So there is spousal privilege. Absolutely. I have no idea whether or not he waived, or they're not going to ask him any questions relating to things that were said or done between him and Laurie. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I'm sure it was litigated ahead of time.
And when was that get together?
Late January 2016, I believe.
And why did your brother put together a gathering at her house?
And he said it was something for work, a get together for work.
Were you aware of any time that either your brother or his now wife was living at Ms. Shaver's residence?
At that time, no.
When did they live there?
I think his wife was there. She was there sometime before that, I guess.
Okay, so she was living there before that time frame in 2016.
Correct.
Lamam James brings up a great point, and good morning, Lamam. Good to see you. I had read, so Michael was not, so they were still married when she married Travis here, because as far as I know, the state had not issued a death certificate, and he was still considered missing. So that would invalidate the marriage between Travis and Laurie, technically. If you can't marry 2 people, can't do that in this country. You used to be able to do it in Utah, maybe, if you're a Mormon. I think. I don't know if it was like allowed, or they just did it.
And when did you and Ms. Shaver start dating?
Late May of 2016.
So between January and May, what was your relationship at that time?
We didn't have one.
Did you communicate, text, phone, anything like that?
Well, we had a few conversations here and there, but we didn't. I was in a relationship. She made it very clear to me the first night that we met that she was in a relationship. So we didn't communicate.
And at the time that you started dating, had she ever told you what her marital status was?
No, sir.
Had she ever told you that she was single but she had been previously divorced?
She told me that she was in a relationship with a gentleman, but at that time never got into any marital status.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
I do.
Do you remember saying anything different about what her representations of her marital status was at that time?
At the time that we first met?
I'm talking about when you started dating her. Did she ever talk about her marital status?
No.
Okay. Do you remember giving that deposition?
I remember having a deposition, correct.
I'm going to go ahead and refer to page 4, line 25, Mr. Woods, showing you a copy of that deposition. Go ahead and read to yourself line 24 and 25.
Yeah, that didn't happen at that time.
Had she ever told you that she was divorced?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was her ex-husband's name then?
Michael.
And what did she tell you about the whereabouts of her ex-husband at that time?
She just told me that they were divorced and that he wanted nothing to do with the family, did not know where he was, and he was not around.
And had she expressed to you that he left and wasn't having contact with the children?
Correct.
And how long did you date until you moved into her home?
A few months.
Do you remember about when you actually moved in, what month it would have been?
Probably July, late July.
And who all was living at that home at that time?
Laurie, her two kids, and Becca.
And Rebecca is,
Rebecca. Yeah.
that would be your brother's girlfriend at the time.
Correct.
Now, and they're now married.
Correct.
How long did Rebecca stay living in that home?
Wrong guy, Allie. She is blaming a dude she was dating prior to this guy, a guy named Jeremy Townsend. This is her current husband, Travis Filmer.
I don't know.
Did she end up moving out around December 31st, 2006?
I have no idea.
And in December 31st, 2015, did you have some sort of commitment ceremony with Laurie Shaver?
I'm sorry, you just said December 31st, 2015.
Thank you for correcting me. December 31st, 2016.
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you say commitment ceremony, what is that?
Just a commitment to each other under God.
And had you had any discussions about why you wouldn't just get legally married at that point?
There you
Yes,
go.
sir.
And why did she tell you that she didn't want to get legally married?
Laurie, when we were talking about marriage, in conversation, told me that she did not want to sign.
All right, sidebar, please.
Sidebar. Everybody loves a sidebar. We're gonna really just go it up this morning. Now that I know Tortuga dances, you just envision Tortuga getting down. So how can he? So I don't know. Maybe they got
Why did
married.
she
after
tell you she
that.
did not want to get legally married?
She told me that due to the extreme trauma and abuse of her previous marriage, she did not want to sign a contract with another man that she felt like gives the man to make her property.
All right. Do you remember giving a deposition where I asked you a very similar question?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you said she didn't want to get married because she had financial issues.
100%.
Okay.
Mhm.
So not what you just said,
No,
but financial.
together with what I just said.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and show you that deposition. Just going to go ahead and ask you to reference that section where you're talking about that.
And that's the state to advise them the page and line that they're referencing.
Yes, please recite the page and line number. Thank you.
It is page 8, lines 8 through 11. Phil, you had an opportunity to review that,
Yes, sir.
and at that time you did not say anything about the violence, it was about financial issues.
I did not.
Okay. But now when you're testifying, when your wife is facing murder charges, now your testimony has changed.
She was facing murder charges when we had that deposition.
But your testimony has changed.
It has not.
Okay. Now in September of 2016, did you help pour a cement slab in the backyard of the residence where you are now living?
I did.
And who helped you with that?
Laurie.
Did your brother help you with that as well?
No, sir.
In order to do that, did you go and rent a cement mixer from Home Depot?
I did.
I'm showing you, show defense. It's been previously marked with State's Exhibit AA. Do you recognize this receipt?
Sure.
And is that the receipt for the cement mixer that you rented to help pour this?
Yeah, it looks like one.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state removes State's AA into evidence. The State's number 27.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states AA will be moved into evidence as states number 27.
And can you go ahead and just read out when that was read?
Sir, are you responsible, at least partially, for that atrocity that we call Bonehenge?
When it was rented,
Yes.
the date says 9/12/2016.
At that commitment ceremony that you referenced in December of 2016, what was Laurie wearing?
A white dress.
And did someone escort her to where you were?
Yes, I'm trying to remember who that was.
Was it your grandfather?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was there basically some sort of official there doing the proceeding?
Correct.
For anyone looking at this would look like a wedding.
100%.
And had you represented to everyone that you were getting married at that time?
No.
Okay, so no one thought that this was a wedding?
No.
I'm going to go ahead and show you states CC for identification.
So the wedding dress she's wearing, everyone just thought that was a dress that looked like a wedding
All right,
dress.
let's have a
Is that what you're
sidebar,
telling
please.
us? Sidebar. Everybody loves a sidebar. All right, we got down. We had the requisite get down for the sidebar. Good times, good times. I bet you Jay's listening to his headphones. Got his little dance going there. Woo, woo, woo. Boss is like, "What are you doing, Jay?" It's like, "Nothing. Mind your business. Mind your business." What's your mom doing? What Jay's responsible is.
All right, thank you. As a housekeeping matter, states AA exhibit or item of evidence number 27 is now properly marked for identification purposes as states BB Bravo Bravo and has been entered into evidence as states number 27. All right, please proceed. Thank you.
Showing a witness what has been previously marked as states CC. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph from this commitment ceremony?
That is.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of the ceremony on that day, December 31st, 2016?
Yes, sir.
Throughout this time, the state moves CC into evidence as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Okay.
State CC will be entered into evidence as states number 28.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, sir.
So at the time you were doing this ceremony in this fashion in front of your friends and family, you're saying that you had not represented this as a wedding.
That we told everybody it was a ceremony, correct?
Now, in 2018, law enforcement responds to your home, and eventually skeletal remains are found in your backyard. You remember that?
I do.
And at that time, did you ask Miss Shaver how that body got back?
I did not.
So this person that you were in this committed relationship with, that had told you that her husband had just left, just had no contact with the kids, there's a body found in the backyard, and you don't ask her a single question.
That's
Sir, have you seen my wife's eyebrows? Would you ask her a question? I don't think so, sir.
not exactly what happened. Laurie called me on the day that the detective showed up at the house. I was at work. I had just gotten off work, and she called me sobbing, crying, and I asked her what was wrong. She proceeded to tell me that detectives had shown up at the house and they were asking about Michael.
She then told me that they had left. I told her I will be home shortly. I worked real close to where we were living, and I got home, walked in the house. As soon as I walked in the house, a detective knocked on the door. He proceeded to ask me if I knew anything about Michael. I said no, I've never met him. I couldn't even tell you what he looks like if you showed me a picture. Which detectives did show me a picture. I was like, okay. They just told me we'll be in touch, and that was that. I walked back in the house. I told Laurie, I said, it looks like something serious is going on. You need to get an attorney.
But specifically, you did not ask her anything about the fact that that body was from the backyard.
Correct.
Yeah, that's believable. So, the body. Do we want to talk about the body? No? Okay, we're good. Okay. Your eyeballs look great today, babe.
Do you remember ever saying that at one point you did ask her about it and she said she had no idea about it?
No, sir.
No. After the body was discovered, did you speak with law enforcement?
I had multiple conversations with law enforcement.
Did you ever make the statement, it is not that he is, the statement relaying from Ms. Shaver, that it is not that he is missing, it is that he is no longer walking the face of this earth? Have you ever made that statement to law enforcement?
Thank you for bringing that up, because there's a point of clarification. I understand.
Sir, please don't argue. Please answer the question.
Yes, sir. I did not make that statement.
Okay. You never made that statement to law?
Not exactly as you're saying it, no.
Did you ever make that statement to Robert Proper?
Not as you're saying it, no.
And who is Robert Proper?
He's somebody that I have done work for.
Is he a friend of yours?
No, sir.
Have you known him for a long time?
I have known of him for a long time.
You have no issues with him, though?
I do not.
You are now officially married to Ms. Shaver, correct? Correct. When did that occur?
2020.
Do you have any children with her?
I do.
How many?
2.
What are their names?
Erilyn and Samuel.
Has your relationship with your brother and your family changed in any way since you started a relationship with Ms. Shaver?
Not since I started a relationship with her, since this investigation started.
Has there ever been a time where Ms. Shaver used your phone to text your brother where she was acting as if she was you?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you ever told anyone that she did that?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Well, Judge, may I ask this man some questions? Sir, do you have a narrow urethra?
Travis, let's pick up with one of the last issues that the state was asking you about some statement. The state was implying that you had made some statement possibly that Laurie made about, well, he's not walking this earth, something of that nature. Could you tell us the circumstances of any questioning by law enforcement?
Law enforcement wanted to have an interview with me, and I did not want to speak with them. One of the detectives had told me that if I do not speak with them, I would feel the full force of the United States government. I ended up having a conversation with that detective, and I told him that I was working for Mr. Proper, and that him and I were sitting on the back of my truck at the time, and he asked me what did I think was going on. And I proceeded to tell him that based on law enforcement's response, I didn't think that this was a welfare check. I didn't think that he was walking around anymore.
I see. Now, tell me about, did law enforcement come out to the residence and say they were conducting a welfare check?
I believe so.
Okay, did you confront or speak with law enforcement in the backyard about their presence and why they were there?
No, the only time I spoke with law enforcement at the property was the day that they were doing their investigation.
Okay. Did law enforcement question you in the yard whether or not you saw anything unusual or anything of that nature?
Oh, during the interview, law enforcement asked me if I had ever seen anything unusual, and I pointed a place out in the very back of the yard and said, if I had to point something out, I would say this is, and it was a large mound. It was a large mound of dirt. So I pointed that out. The officer had the property pulled up on his phone, Google Earth, and he proceeded to point me towards the fireplace and asked me if there was anything unusual about the fireplace. I said no. I said the only thing that I've ever seen unusual is this very large amount of dirt in the back of the property. He then directed me back to the fireplace, and he did that a few times. And I just told him, I said, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I see. Okay. So there was a period of time in which this patio was poured, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
There was a period of time, as the state's referenced, about a mixer being rented, correct? Okay. You and Laurie pouring the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the state has suggested that this date of death was, I believe, around 9/12/16.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right,
This,
sidebar, please. There's an objection.
Sidebar. Everybody loves a sidebar. Let's have some shots.
Sir, may we speak about your pocket square there, sir? Did you get on the YouTubes and figure out how to put that in? I mean, it's got a very straight edge there, sir. It's amazing pocket square you've done.
Yeah, they've really worked on the sound here. The sound from day one, which was horrific. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I don't anticipate we'll get any tasty hot mic moments today, though. You know, gonna miss those. Those were so great. All of us leaning in, like we were eavesdropping on a secret being told. I mean, who else? Like, don't lie. Who was leaning in? Who was leaning in to try to hear what they were saying? I was. You guys could see me doing it. I'm like, ooh, what's he saying? Oh, he doesn't know who any of the witnesses are. What? You don't know who any of Michael's siblings are? Tracy did it. Tracy did it. She fixed that shit. There's a lot of sidebars, a lot of sidebars, a lot of sidebar action, a lot of drinking today. Everybody's probably hammered at this point.
Your Honor, is it almost time for a comfort break? I feel like it would behoove everybody if we could take a little time off and kick our feet up and relax a little, and I could prepare my witnesses and all those things. Judge, can we have a comfort break? Thank you.
YBE in the house. Morning. Kai's in the house. What's up? Sheva, what's up? Nah, they never show us the gallery. I don't know. Randy's in there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a specific date was stated on the record. Please disregard that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So law enforcement directs you to this patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
You helped lay the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual as you laid the patio?
No, when Laurie and I first met, the patio / fireplace that is in question right now, the dirt was already graded out. The form of the fireplace was already there. So there was concrete bags in one of the sheds that was at the property when I met Laurie.
How long had they sat on the property, to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Were they there several months or what?
After Laurie and I met?
Yeah.
Oh, it was months.
Did there appear to be any hurry to lay a patio?
No, sir. In fact, the only reason why we decided to lay the patio was Isabel, Laurie's oldest daughter, her birthday's in September. So we were going to have a large get-together, a birthday party, and the area around the fire pit was all mud. So we decided, well, the concrete's there in the shed. We're going to go ahead and lay that so people don't have to stand in mud during the celebration.
Okay.
So, sir, what you're telling me is that you are wholly responsible for that atrocity, for that ridiculous looking fire pit, for that horrible concrete job? Or, sir, are you telling me that that was all your good work, sir?
The mixer that you rented, did you use a credit card or cash?
I don't remember. It could have been either or.
There wasn't any effort to try to conceal your whereabouts, disguise your presence in there, correct?
No.
Anybody substitute their presence for you?
No, sir.
Did you ask anybody other than taking care of this personally?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see evidence of any crime within the residence the whole time you were there?
Never.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Redirect?
No, sir.
And may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. Okay, your next witness.
Robert Kroger.
Nice.
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Old man in blue jeans, old man in blue jeans.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Robert Proper. Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Proper, P-R-O-P-E-R.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Robert Bob Proper, live in Groveland. I'm not sure what all you need.
Do you know Travis Philbin?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Through my church, Real Life Christian Church.
And how long have you known Mr. Philbin?
Since approximately 2013, 2014, something like that.
And what is your relationship with him?
Friend. I believe in mentoring and try to work with young men. And he's somebody that I met, and we became friends.
And
Mr. Pilmer said he wanted to get right with the Lord.
Through that, have you ever met Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Has there ever been a time frame where you would socialize with Travis Fulmer and Laurie Shaver?
Well, in like we did have some small group sessions together with other couples. We did financial counseling and some marital type relationship counseling.
And do you have any personal knowledge about when their relationship started or when they moved in together or anything like that?
Not specifically, no.
And has she ever made any representations about what had happened with her prior husband?
That she was divorced and he was gone.
Now, at some point, an investigation starts and law enforcement is on at the Shaver property, and the remains of Michael Shaver are found. Did you have any conversations with Travis Fulmer about what was going on at that time?
Not specifically about those actions. My interaction with him was a little bit different than that.
At any point did he tell you any statements about what Laurie said about her husband?
Objection.
Sidebar, please. It's okay. All right, Ezra, please.
Did Mr. Fulmer make a statement that he said was represented from Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
What was that?
We were discussing Mr. Shaver's disappearance, and he made the statement basically that it wasn't a matter of he was missing, he was no longer walking the earth.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Yeah, and please support. And was that Mr. Fulmer's opinion?
He's the one that told me.
Yeah, he made some statement to you that, well, maybe he's not walking this earth, correct?
He told me that it wasn't a matter of missing, that it was a matter of he wasn't walking the earth.
That was what he speculated.
That was his statement to me.
What he speculated, correct?
His statement to me.
Argument.
It was his statement.
Overruled. Please continue.
I'm sorry?
That's what you speculated his thought process was, correct?
No, sir.
Did you get any statement in writing from this man?
I had no need to.
Did you have a counseling session with him?
I'm not a counselor. I'm a friend,
Do you do any counseling?
not professionally.
Okay, do you do any premarital counseling?
Not professionally.
Okay, well, I mean, you don't hold a degree.
Correct.
Do you want to officially hold yourself out and do any kind of counseling?
I routinely meet with young men and older men. I'm doing that tonight.
Okay, so you do some counseling and some unofficiated counseling without a
I would call it mentoring.
mentoring. Okay, that's what you call it. Well, whatever Travis said to you is not documented, correct?
Just just my word.
Okay, just your word, and your word may be different from Mr. Phillips, correct?
All I'm doing is repeating what he told me.
Okay. And you recognize that reasonable minds may differ as to what was said or what may be interpreted, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that, but
Okay.
I can.
One person may watch TV.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
No, not. He says he doesn't know.
All right, overruled. Please proceed.
Somebody may watch TV and see something on TV and interpret it a little different than the person seated next to them, correct?
Certainly that can happen.
Right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, sir.
And may the witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Your next witness?
State calls Alston Filmer.
Judge, will you approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up for a sophomore. Thank you.
Good job, Diz. Dizzy on the sound effects. What'd I miss? What'd I miss? Anything good? Anything good? Oh, Dizzy's got free reign on sound effects. Go back there.
All right, at this point, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll take a comfort break for about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
And thank you again for your time and attention. Please take the jurors
It's
out. Thank you.
comfort break time. It's time for our morning comfort break. I want everyone to just go back, relax, enjoy the Krispy Kreme donuts that I purchased for you this morning. I got some nice pumpkin spice iced coffee for all of you to enjoy.
All right, please be seated. All right, sir, I'm going to make a preliminary inquiry. I'll swear you in. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Austin James Filmer, AUSTIN
Proper time.
JAMESFILMER.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. And are you married?
Yes, sir.
Who is your wife?
Rebecca Urbanowski.
Okay. And so Rebecca Urbanowski, not Filmer.
Correct. She didn't take my last name.
Sounds like a nice Polish chick. Dizzy, we're gonna need a comfort break emoji for members, please, and thank you.
All right, sir. And have you at any time seen your wife, Rebecca Urbanowski, conducting any research regarding this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see your wife viewing any media concerning this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you done any research concerning this case? Have you viewed any media concerning this case?
No, sir.
Has your wife Rebecca spoken to you about conducting any research in the case?
No, sir.
Has she spoken to you about making any comments on social media about the case?
No, sir.
Have you thought about growing a mustache to go along with that beard of yours there, sir?
All right. And does the state wish to inquire? Okay, Mr. Wiggs.
Do you know if your wife's been looking at any social media?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Is that to the satisfaction of the parties?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Then let's take a 5-minute comfort break while the jury's out. And
It's comfort
Mr.
break
Filmer, you're welcome
time.
to leave the witness stand if you wish. And we'll call you back.
Everybody enjoy your comfort break.
All right, we're in recess.
Yes. There. Okay. Understood.
Brandy was just texting. She said they're going all out of order, but it's been crazy here this morning. They're entering in stuff from Kendall on social media, and she's been in my chat watching the trial live. She was on the witness list, but knew that they weren't actually calling her, so she was allowed to be in there. So there you go, little inside dope from our girl Brandy. She makes me puke. Who? You talking about Laurie? Her eyebrows? Captain Eyebrows. Ah, yes. Angela knows. It's your favorite time. It's my favorite time. It's comfort break time. Yes, yes, indeed. Sit back, take a long pull off my Marlboro cigarette, just ponder the day's events. That's what I do on my comfort breaks. What do you do on yours? Comfort break. Dizzy, are you furiously working on the comfort break emoji? Pillow. Oof. I hate that idea. The pillow on the bidet. Wouldn't the pillow become just saturated with water? Sounds shitty. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ah, look at Diz. Oh, somebody gets to get a family hug. Aw, family hug. Let's all say happy day before your birthday day to Taryn's little 5-year-old whose birthday is tomorrow. Happy day before your birthday day. What? Allison's down there like yelling. Aren't you supposed to be at court? What? Allison's saying I can't sing. So you know I make up jingles. Wow. I thought she was gone. She's in there like yelling at me from the bathroom. What do you guys have to say about that? Oh boy. Hearing this, she's like, come on. What a grouch. Old Oscar back there. Yeah, Brandy's been boots on the ground for the trial. She's giving us the inside dope. Aw, baby Bo, happy birthday. Baby Bo. Who's Baby Bo, by the way? Who is Baby Bo? I hope they didn't really name him Bo, unless it's Bo Jackson. Bo knows. Bo knows Jackson. Well, Blair, you know what you should tell your son? To shove it where the sun don't shine. You can't stop me from singing. Singing brings joy. I love to bring joy with jingles. Ah, well played. Well played, Taryn. Well played. Oh, shit. Look, great minds. Kai and Taryn, both of the Bo jingles. What are the odds of all the gin joints in all the world that the both of us would just type in Bo jingles? Yeah, there you go. Obstinate. It's good to be obstinate. We don't let the children run the asylum, right? I mean, let's go. Let's go. We make the rules over here. That's what I tell myself every day. Scarlet puppet masters me around. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Oh, speaking of which, better make sure she doesn't have a. Oh, yeah. I definitely. Are you kidding? This house is estrogen world. I'm just a visitor. It's me and the Nook. We're the only two dudes in here, man. Wouldn't have it any other way, though. Wouldn't have it any other way. Mm. So funny. Like I would not consider myself like a morning person. I think I can't deny that though. But like in all honesty, after like streaming 7 hours yesterday, like by 9 o'clock at night, I'm just like when I go on a live, I'm just done. It's like I'm like just powering through, like powering through. Because you know what I need in between like a 7 hour live and then another live like a couple hours later is comfort break. It's comfort break time. Everybody just come on back. I've created the comfort room. I've laid out all of the sleeping cots. I have the peaceful classical music playing in the background. Do you hear my soothing voice? Come in. Enjoy some rice pudding. Wow. What? I'm not letting you out. You're stuck in there. I have control. I finally have control. She's trapped in the bathroom unless I turn the camera off. All right, hold on. Hold on. The galley was loving my Hank Hill. Like I have a feeling that not enough of you have watched King of the Hill because my Hank Hill is spot on. And Dr. Phil Wigglestein sounds exactly like Hank Hill. I've actually pivoted that he sounds like Dr. Phil, and he really sounds like Hank Hill. So, and my King of the Hill is crushing, crushing. It's absolutely crushing. I expect Toyo to make a clip of Hank Hill, my Hank Hill impression. I saw somebody said he sounds like Bubs from Trailer Park Boys, which I am steeped in the way of Bubbles, and he sounds more like Hank Hill, in my opinion, than Bubbles. Ricky, don't fuck with my kitties, Ricky. Yeah. If you guys haven't watched Trailer Park Boys, I was trying to get Jay on that. It's one of the best. So funny. Prior to this trial, like on the way to the Bears game, we were just talking about Hank Hill and King of the Hill and how great that show. Boom Hour, the Bulldozer, Dale, Peggy, whole crew, Bobby. Bubbles is amazing. I used to use there was that one picture of Bubs. You know, he's got the glasses and his eyes are all like, oh, Ricky, don't fuck with the kitties. Oh, Mr. Leahy's on one. When I think about Trailer Park Boys, it's like I think that Leahy was my favorite. Rest in peace. He's just so good. Just so good. He was the greatest. Yep. Rest in peace, Leahy, for sure. I am the liquor,
take your time.
Randy. Oh, cave in. You in the meetings. Up with the work thing. Up Spitfire. Morning. Oh. Skidding. Oh, Bobby, I'll sell propane and propane accessories. Your Honor, can you tell me a little bit about your narrow urethra? So good. Like Hank's dad. Got his shins shot off in the war. Man with a horrible smell. That episode where Bobby eats that dish that that dish that the new preacher at the church, the female preacher makes. I forget what it was. It's like I forget what it was, but it makes for terrible smelling shits. And Bobby goes into the bathroom and just lays waste, and then to the bathroom. And I think I don't know. I forget if the grandfather he names his new son the Hank's dad, good Hank. It was a Swedish dish, exactly. That's exactly right. It was like it's show is so good. The show is so good. I think I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch the entire series because it's just so good. It's Mike Judge. Mike Judge is a genius. Yeah, and speaking of Beavis and Butthead, that was Mike Judge. Mike Judge's first foray into the cartoon world was Beavis and Butthead. It's really Hank Hill was loosely based on Mr. Anderson from Beavis and Butthead. I'm the man with the horrible smell. They're trying to figure out who burned down the church. Somebody had lit a match to get rid of Bobby's stench from eating the fish. Lutka fish. That was it. Lutka fish.
Please be
That was
seated.
it. That's what it was called.
I see that all the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your
Oh,
time and
Snappy
attention
said it
today.
right before I said it. In my defense, I
Mr.
did
Filmer,
not
please
see
state
that.
your full legal name.
That's exactly right.
My name is Austin James Filmer.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today
Yes,
shall be
Irene.
the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Austin Filmer.
Do you know Travis Filmer?
I do.
Never heard of
He's
him.
my brother.
Oh,
And are you older or younger?
We're twins.
So are you older or younger?
I'm 4 minutes older.
All right. Do you know Laurie Shaver?
I do.
And how do you know her?
She's married to my brother.
You see her in the courtroom, and can you point her out?
I do.
Right.
She's sitting right there. Blonde hair, black jacket, polka dotted blouse.
you know, the murderer.
Now,
over there.
when did you first meet
Where do you?
the defendant?
It was actually at my place of employment, December 2015, I believe.
And where do you work?
I work at a fitness center in Claremont.
At the time, what was that
Look it
fitness
out
center
there.
called?
I was Gold's Gym at the time.
And has it changed ownership?
Not ownership, but names.
Okay, what is its current name?
Fitness CF.
Now, how did you meet her through that? Well, let me ask you this. Are you married?
I am, yes.
And what's your wife's name?
Rebecca Urbanowski.
Did she also work at that same facility at that time frame?
Yes, sir, she did.
And what circumstances did you meet Laurie Shaver?
My position at the time was to do an initial consultation for anyone joining the gym. So she was scheduled to do the first consultation with me, and I conducted the evaluation. Yeah.
And approximately when was this?
December 2015.
And through that meeting, did your now wife end up becoming involved with Ms. Shaver?
Yes.
And under what capacity was that?
So again, my job was to do a fitness evaluation and then place the potential
It's down in Florida, starter.
client with a personal trainer, and my wife was a personal trainer at the time.
And did they start basically working together as a client-trainer relationship?
Yes.
Did they end up becoming friends?
Yes.
And at a certain point, did Rebecca move into Laurie's home?
Yes.
When was that?
Not long after, a month or two, maybe. Yeah, not long after.
So sometime early in 2016?
Yes, sir, correct.
Now, at any point did you live at that residence?
Not per address, but I was there a lot, and I spent a lot of time there.
Okay. And that was because your girlfriend at the time was living there?
Yep, correct.
And how long was Rebecca living at the Shaver residence?
At least 6 months, at least.
At some point, was there something that you believe to be a wedding in December of 2016.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Did Rebecca stay living at the home until that time?
Yes.
Now, how did Travis and Laurie end up getting together?
Through my wife and I. Well, she wasn't my wife at the time, but through my girlfriend and I at the time. My brother and I spent time together. We were together. They were friends and roommates. So we had an outing or two where they were introduced.
And did there come to be a period of time where your brother and Ms. Shaver started dating?
Yes, sir.
And when did that start?
Let's see. Becca was there February, so I have to say maybe April, maybe.
And now we're talking 2016?
Yes, sir.
And during the time frame that your now wife was living over there, was there ever a time that you were over helping pouring a cement slab in and around the fire pit?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about how that came to be.
Sure. My brother contacted me asking me to help him pour concrete around an existing fire pit, I should say. He stated that Laurie wanted concrete poured around the fire pit itself. And I told him, sure, I'd help him out.
And you ever poured a cement slab?
No, sir.
Had your brother ever poured one?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you guys have difficulties in pouring them?
Yes, sir, we did.
Now, after the body was found underneath that slab, did you ever have any conversations with Laurie or your brother about that?
Not to a large extent.
Okay. And I'm just asking if you had the conversations. Now, up until that point, had Laurie ever said anything about the whereabouts of her husband, of her previous husband?
Not to me directly.
Okay. Were you ever present when Travis was talking to detectives about things Laurie had said about the body underneath that slab?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what did you hear him say to the detectives about her husband and the body being under that slab?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sidebar, please.
What did you hear your brother say to the detectives?
Thank you.
About that?
So the conversation from the detectives
That was the night's
a conversation that my brother had with another gentleman, and they asked him details of Michael's whereabouts, if he's known anything about their whereabouts. And his reply was something along the lines of, he's no longer walking the earth.
Now, since Laurie became involved with your brother, has your relationship with him changed?
Extremely.
And how so?
For the negative.
And do you have as much contact with him?
Not nearly as much as we used to.
Are you able to visit him as much?
No, I cannot go over there.
And has there ever been a time that you received text messages from your brother that you thought were unusual?
Yes, sir.
And why did they seem unusual to you?
I know the language that my brother and I use when we're speaking to each other. We say things like bro and dude.
Bro.
I have received texts where that language was completely changed. It was more of a direct language than anything. Yeah.
And have you ever asked him about those messages and whether or not he sent them?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you about that?
He told me it was not him and that I was blocked on his phone.
Has he ever made any statements about Laurie making those texts to you?
He has told me that she blocked me on his phone, yes.
But as far as the text messages that
Yes,
that
sir.
were unusual,
Sidebar, please.
Objection. Your Honor, may we have a sidebar?
Sidebar. Man, we're all going to be just wasted. Well, party time. Party time, excellent. Wow. Mag went straight for the Simpsons. Deep into the Simpsons. Cowabunga, dude. Yeah. It's a classic. So I started, believe it or not, my dad had never seen The Sopranos. So we started watching. I've watched the series probably 3 times. So good. So good. Oh, hi. Sorry. Oopsies. We missed nothing. No, you know what? Manook sheds a lot, and he's half husky, so he's getting rid of he's shedding. So, and my fan kicks his hair up. So when I go to, sometimes I go to wipe my keyboard, I end up just hitting buttons clearly and just crushing the stream. Luckily, I didn't end the stream, so there's that. At least there's that. It would have still been there because thank God Dizzy's here. Just thank God for Dizzy. Just amazing. It's just amazing. Oh, well, thanks, Couch. Appreciate it. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Where'd Bob go? If I vanish like that, you can be assured that it's just a tech nightmare over on the Motto world over here that I've screwed something up horribly tech related.
Mr. Filmer, the specific text messages I'm referring to are the ones that you thought were unusual and were out of character for your brother. Have you ever asked him about the source of those texts?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you?
That Laurie was the one that sent those texts.
Okay. Now, the December 31st, 2016, did you attend a wedding ceremony at the
I invented
residence?
computers.
And who was that between?
My brother and Laurie.
And had they represented that ceremony as anything but a wedding to you?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Well, thank you, Your
You're
Honor.
talking about an email you received, correct?
An email?
Yeah, or text.
A text, yes.
Okay, so you get a text on one day. Your brother denies he said it, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. You never witnessed a homicide in this case, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not present to testify, hear about any event of violence that may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All you're saying is you got an email on one day and your brother tells you Laurie said it, correct?
Per the questions that were asked, yes.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, sir.
Or may the witness be excused from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing today, sir. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
But make sure you grow a mustache.
All right, your next
Go along
witness.
with that beard.
St. Paul's Will and Nicholas.
Sir, are you Amish? Where's Meg going? Where do you think you're going?
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand.
Be
Please be
safe,
seated.
Meg.
Make yourself comfortable and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Brooklyn's on fire today. On fire.
All right. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Wilma Nicholas. It's NWILMANICHOLAS.
And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm?
I love this question from Couch real quick. Bob, do you think that the prosecution is not digging deep enough on these witnesses? It's just going so fast, like a lot of Cersei. I don't know what that last word is. Are you talking about Game of Thrones? I'm going to assume not, but I was thinking the same thing. I mean, to be honest with you, this is a complete and total circumstantial case. You know, like not really. I don't think that they are digging deep enough. It's funny that you wrote that because I was walking back up the stairs from feeding the dog, and I was thinking, I'm like, man, like they're just kind of like they're just trying to lay this foundation for this story that, it's implausible to think that the body just showed up in the backyard. That, like, why are they lying about little things? Like, was it a marriage or was it a love ceremony? It's like kind of everything. She sold guns. That's shady. All the kind of like just trying to get the shady things out there that, collectively the state is hoping that when the jury thinks about all of it, they're gonna be like, well, yeah, a lot of weird things, a lot of strange things going on. And like Hank Hill is a one-trick pony, it's like the same shit.
You weren't there when a homicide took place, correct? And sir, the router that
I mean, it's the same. He asked the same 6 questions. So it's, look, I'm here for a quick trial. Oh, so, I'm good with it. But yeah, no, I don't think they are digging very, very deep. Oh, so everybody they were airing the old Dateline. They should pay me every time they air that thing. Like, honestly, I think it's aired like 10,000 times. All right, let's see who this gal is and what she has to say for herself.
That any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please proceed.
Morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Wilma Nicholas.
Wilma,
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was my neighbor.
family name, Wilma.
When you say he was your neighbor, where were you living?
Sandy Pines Road in Claremont.
Is ultimately, when you're referring to being a neighbor to the residence where his body was eventually found.
Yes.
As the neighbor, did you also know Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
You see her in the courtroom, and can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
She's sitting over at the defendant table wearing a black blazer.
Okay. Now, how long did you live next door to the Shavers?
The entire time that they lived there.
So you were there first?
Yes.
When did they first move in?
In 2014.
And what kind of neighborhood is that?
It's rural, country, farm.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and show photograph number 1 from State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this property?
Yes.
Okay, and what property is that?
That's the Shaver property.
Can you just step down and point without touching on the screen where your property is in relation to that?
Sure. This is my house. This was a tack room, carport, garage, and a barn.
And
Where'd
what
she go?
kind of, is there any sort of fence
Where's
or
she
anything
at?
like that between the 2 properties?
It's a cattle fence that's just wire.
Okay, so it's nothing that will prevent you from seeing anything?
No.
All right, go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Now, would you ever
there she is.
socialize with them?
Hi.
Yes, in the beginning we did.
Oh, it's got an Apple Watch.
And was there a period of time in 2014 that Michael Shaver moved out of?
Several periods of time.
And did he return? When did he return to live back impacting the home?
Well, he was gone periodically whenever there would be a dispute. She would have him leave and then she would bring him back. So it was multiple times.
All right. When was the last time that you returned to the home before you went missing?
It was 2015 in the summer.
Now, did you see, as a neighbor or any of the times that you socialized, Michael interacting with his children?
Yes, sometimes, yeah.
When you would see it, how was he with his kids?
Very loving, patient, calm.
Did you ever see him do anything for the kids in the backyard?
Yes.
What types of things did you see?
Well, he built a barn. He built a chicken coop, I think a bunny hutch. He was working on a duck pond.
About the duck pond. When,
God, no. Are you kidding?
When did that construction?
That Dateline didn't even discuss our defense at all. We put on a hell of a defense in that case. They didn't talk about it at all. They just tried to make us look like assholes.
It was in the summer, I believe, of 2015.
And when we were talking about putting in a duck pond, what type of work had been done on that?
He had dug an area. It wasn't very deep. He was pretty meticulous too with everything that he did there. So it was very neat and tidy.
Can I ask you to step down on that picture again and show the jury the area where that duck pond was going to be?
Okay. Right here.
Okay. Now, eventually, was that hole filled in? Was the hole that the duck,
talking about
was there a period of
Capri's
time where it
cigarette.
changed from a hole of the duck pond to
Toothpick
something else?
cigarette.
Yes.
And what was that?
There was a cement pad.
Big time, Meg.
I believe it was
Big
2
time.
layers, and then they had some landscape brick around there, and they had a fire pit.
Okay, thank you. Now,
And white
have you
Capri's.
seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
No, I have not.
And when did you first notice that the hole and, well, that the area that was going to be a duck pond had been filled in and a fire pit was put in?
It would have been around in the spring of 2016, maybe early part of the year.
Now, between the time frame in November of 2015, where you last saw or spoke with Michael Shaver, and when you noticed that that fire pit started being put in, did you smell anything unusual in the proximity of your home, the neighborhood, things of that nature?
Yes.
And in this rural setting, are there time frames where there are dead animals, cattle, horses, things of that nature?
Once in a while, my neighbor behind me had cattle, and probably in 2007, 7, a cow died on her pasture. She didn't bury it. She just left it there. So whenever the wind blew up to my house, it was horrible. It was disgusting. So I was very familiar with that smell.
Very distinctive smell.
You don't forget it.
Now, in that time frame between November of 2015 and when the fire pit started being installed, was there a time frame that you smelled that distinctive smell again?
Yes, I did.
Now, based on your prior experiences in the neighborhood with the livestock and cattle, did that cause an immediate concern to you?
Yes. Actually, my son and I were on the back porch and we were talking, and I had been smelling it, but he had just come and he
Sounds like it.
wrinkled his nose and said, "Do you smell that?" And I said, "Yeah."
But nothing rose to the level of you felt the need to call law enforcement because of the other livestock or anything like that?
No.
All right. Now, at some point, did that area that was being used as a fire pit have a cement slab put in?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
It was around in 2016. I believe there's 2 layers of cement that was done. The first one, I think, was in the beginning of the year, springtime. And then later on in the year,
Bingo.
during the summer, I know it was an area that they actually launched fireworks off of during the 4th of July. So I believe it was covered by then.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, please support.
Yes, sir.
And you testified that you had smelled a dead cow in that area, correct?
Many years ago, yes.
Okay. And the Shavers also had pigs, correct?
Not at that time.
Well, tell me what time it was.
Pigs came in probably later in 2016, I think.
Okay.
I think there was one potbelly pig that was in and out of the house, and I'm not sure exactly when that arrived.
Okay.
Oh my God! You see Laurie walking around with a potbelly pig
Yes.
in her little
Not
pocketbook.
dinner. Yeah, we did.
You sat down?
Yes.
How frequently would you go over there?
I didn't go to their house to have dinner. We had invited them over to our place it was an Easter barbecue cookout, and I'd made Easter baskets for the 2 kids and my grandson, and they went and hunted eggs that day.
You never had dinner at the Shaver residence?
Not inside the house, no.
In fact, looking at this photo, this is your house, correct?
Correct.
And there's not a clear line of sight between your house and this fire pit, is there?
Yes, there is.
There's a clear line of sight?
Yes.
You can look at that and see a clear line of sight?
Chewing some
Yes.
Nicorette.
Okay. Now, you don't go to the Shaver residence, correct?
Yeah, I'd been to it several
Did you
times.
sit down with Miss Shaver on occasion, have tea, sit there and talk to her?
Not having tea, but I do recall I did go one time and sat and had quite a lengthy conversation with her.
Was that complaining about the pigs?
No.
You ever complained to Miss Shaver about any of the animals?
No, not to her, no.
Did they ever kill a pig over there?
I don't know. They had animals that died frequently over
No,
there.
but she
Okay,
killed
so
her
they had
husband.
animals on the property.
Mhm.
They had some
Ooh.
pigs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a neighbor behind y'all with horses, correct?
They came in 2016 and started a horse farm back there.
Okay, so we had horses in the area, a lady with the cow that died. We had the Shavers next door with some pigs, correct?
There were not pigs there at the time.
Okay, okay. So, do you know the date of death of Michael Shaver?
No.
Okay, so
I know
when you
that
say
horrible
at the
smell was there,
time,
though, bro.
you don't know when Michael Shaver died, do you?
I do know there was a period of time in 2015 and there weren't pigs there at that time.
They have any rabbits or other animals?
They did have rabbits, and I believe that came a little later.
Okay. And you said when did you detect, or when was the patio put in?
I believe some cement was poured sometime around in the spring of 2016. I did not see it being poured.
So you never saw it pour. We see there's not really a clear line of sight from your house, correct?
Yes, there is.
Okay. One moment.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you got nothing else, buddy. Sit it down.
Well, nothing further, Judge.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right,
So,
thank you. Redirect?
Nicholas,
Yes.
can you explain to the jury why you're saying you have a clear line of sight over it?
Well, in the back, on the back side of my house, I had a really large deck porch, and from there I could see directly over. Also, as I mentioned, it was a carport, which was completely open all the way through.
I'll go ahead and show photograph number 4 from Steve's exhibit, number, sure we got. number 15. Can you just kind of show the jury the areas that you're talking
Why
about?
are you
Yes,
apologizing,
sir.
Sharon? I just
Okay,
envisioned
this
that it's
you
Hank
can
Hill,
see
like
right
the
here,
actual
it's
cartoon
open.
in there.
See the front
It
of
was
the
off
car,
camera.
that was open.
Oh,
This was probably
Bobby?
10 feet wide. And I was always over in this area because I did have horses. I did have a barn that used to be right here that was an open barn. It was a pole barn that didn't have walls. It was just a roof basically. And so when I would come over and feed the horses here, I could see everything that happened along here.
Yeah.
And I'll go back to photograph number 1 from State's Exhibit 1. Does this photo, the area over on the left side, show your total property area, or is that?
No, just half of it.
Okay. So can you just demonstrate for the jury the rest of where your property would be on there?
Well, this is my property starting down here all the way, and then it was a whole 5 acres, and then it was further on over that way. The whole thing was only enclosed by cow fence.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Why didn't he ask the question in 2015 and around the time it appears that Michael left his family? Did you see any dead horses in that yard? She was a low key, powerful witness. I mean, she has, like, frankly, the smell, which, if you've ever had the misfortune of smelling decomposing flesh, whether it be human or animal, there's no smell on the planet like it. I'm sure Brooklyn will attest. There's nothing like it. That it, like nothing smells like it. I mean, I think that she's like a really, really powerful witness for the state in terms of establishing that something was dead at that period of time, right around when Michael vanished. I think she was a big witness. Old Wilma coming in, knocking it out of the park.
Thank you. May the witness be excused from her subpoena?
No, she's subject to recall and rebuttal.
All right. And thank you for testifying here today. Please remain at the courthouse. Would you like the witness to remain at the courthouse or no?
No, we'll tell her when she needs to come back.
All right. Please be available for recall. Thank you. Have a good day. Your next witness.
Oh, excuse me, Megan, please.
Wilma's like, I just crushed that shit. How you like me now, motherfuckers? Busting out her Capri, getting that thing ready to fire up. She's got her lighter out.
Please come up to the witness stand.
Out of the courthouse.
Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Oh yeah, for sure. 100%.
Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name for the record.
Megan Cleek. First is Megan. Last is Cleek.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury again?
My name is Megan Cleek.
Where do you work now?
I currently reside in California. I'm working for the University of Maryland Global Campus.
What do you do for them?
I'm a student advisor.
Where did you work before that?
Before that, I worked with the Maryland State Police as a member of the firearms section of their crime laboratory.
What did you do for their crime lab?
The position of a firearms examiner within a crime laboratory is responsible for the receipt, evaluation, examination of evidence specific to firearms examination, drawing conclusions based on those examinations, documenting via report, and testifying in court as necessary.
How long did you do that job for Maryland?
I was with the state of Maryland for about 1.5 years.
Prior to that, where did you work?
Prior to that, with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in a very similar capacity.
Can you describe for the jury your training and experience that allows you to do the job you did both for Florida Department of Law Enforcement and for Maryland State Police?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Michigan State University. I'm also a graduate of the National Firearms Examiner Academy, which is hosted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. I also participated in formalized training programs with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and the Virginia Department of Forensic Science.
How long have you been in the field of firearms analysis?
Approximately 15 years.
Did you also go through continuing education requirements while you were at the Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Can you estimate about how many examinations you have done on firearms?
Thousands of examinations on firearms.
Have you been asked in many of those examinations, probably most, to examine a firearm and determine whether or not a fired projectile or a spent shell casing is connected to that firearm or is fired from a firearm?
Yes, that is correct.
For those jurors who are not familiar with firearms at all, can you first kind of explain to the jury what is involved in that type of an analysis?
The purpose of firearms identification is the examination of fired ammunition components, most often bullets and cartridge cases, for the purpose of determining whether or not they were fired in or from a specific firearm. That's made possible by the design of the firearm and the manufacturing process, and the marks that are left on bullets and cartridge cases as a result of the firing process.
What does the term class characteristics mean in firearms?
Class characteristics are the features of a firearm that are determined prior to its manufacturing process. Those features have the potential to be transferred to the fired cartridge cases and bullets that are fired in or from that firearm.
So those come from the manufacturer, correct?
Correct.
So a variety of the same type of gun, same caliber would have those same class characteristics?
Yes, that is correct.
What's meant by the term individual characteristic?
Individual characteristics are the features of a firearm that are not determined prior to the manufacture. They're incidental to the manufacturing process or the result of use, abuse, and wear of that firearm. Those characteristics also have the potential to be transferred to a fired bullet or cartridge case during the firing process.
Again, for those jurors who are not familiar with firearms, can you explain to the jury how a firearm works, and specifically addressing the difference between a revolver and semi-automatic as well?
There are multiple steps in the process of a firearm being fired. One would be to load the cartridges, the unfired ammunition components, into the firearm. The second would be to cock the firearm. That is preparing the firearm to be fired. The third is to release that cocking mechanism. This strikes the head of a cartridge case where the primer is located. That primer creates an explosion when struck. The explosion ignites the propellant or the gunpowder that is inside of that cartridge. That propellant burns very quickly and creates a large amount of gas. That gas forces the bullet out the muzzle end of the firearm. In turn, this can also at times cock the firearm, readying it to be fired again. The primary difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic firearm in this case is that the ammunition components, the bullet and the cartridge case, have a different experience during the process. In both, the bullet exits the muzzle of the firearm during the firing process. In a semi-automatic firearm, a cartridge case would be extracted and ejected from the firearm during the firing process. In a revolver, that fired cartridge case would remain inside the firearm until manually removed by the user.
Are there different sizes of ammunition that fit in different firearms, also known as calibers?
Yes.
Explain that.
Yes, the caliber can refer to either the nominal or the true measurement of a bullet. That is the measurement of the bullet that fits down the barrel of a firearm.
During the course of your career as a firearms analyst, have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in the area of firearms analysis?
Yes, I have given opinion testimony in local, state, and federal courts.
About how many times?
Approximately 50.
This time, Your Honor, I would request that this witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony.
Oh, yeah. So I don't know what I missed, but I'm assuming Megan Cleek here is going to testify as to trajectory and that there's no way in hell a 7-year-old made that shot. Let's go, Megan. Get it done.
Hearing a firearms analysis.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, the request is granted.
Were you provided some evidence in this case of State of Florida versus Laurie SHAVER, Lake County Sheriff's Office case 180025431?
Yes, I was.
Specifically, were you provided a firearm?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided a fired projectile?
Yes.
And so we're using the same terminology, and my terminology is actually correct. Is a bullet also known as a projectile?
That is correct.
Is a cartridge also known as a live round?
That is correct.
Showing you to introduce as State's Exhibit 26. Do you recognize that item?
Not yet, Malo.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Both the container and the item are marked with a unique laboratory number, an item number, and my initials.
Is that firearm currently unloaded?
It is.
Is there actually a protective device inserted in the barrel of it to make sure it can't be used?
There is a zip tie through the cylinder that prevents it from being locked into the firearm. Yes.
Can you describe for the jury, and if you could show it to the jury as you're describing it, describe the firearm?
That would come on cross, Shane. I mean, she can opine. She'd have to give hypothetically if he was standing that there is no way that hole would have been made at that angle. But it'll be ripe for cross. What do you guys want to poll on? I missed. What are you guys polling? What are you polling? What do you want a poll of? Tell me in chat.
This is 138 special caliber Cobra Enterprises model Shadow 5-shot revolver.
Did you examine that firearm?
Yes, I did.
Is that firearm considered a single or double action firearm?
This is a double action only firearm.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Pulling the trigger of this firearm causes both the cocking and releasing of the hammer, which is responsible for striking the primer of a cartridge that's in the cylinder.
How is that different than a single action firearm?
In a single action firearm, the cocking of the firearm, the process that prepares it to be fired, is a separate process from pulling the trigger. It's resultant of either manually pulling a slide to the rear or from the shot before causing the firearm to be cocked.
Does it require more effort to fire a double action firearm?
It does require a longer or more aggressive trigger pull, as it requires both the cocking of the hammer and the releasing of the firing mechanism.
And what's meant by the term trigger pull?
Trigger pull would be the weight that is required to pull the trigger fully to the rear, cocking and releasing the firing mechanism.
When you examined this firearm, did you perform any kind of a trigger pull analysis?
I did not.
At the time, did Florida Department of Law Enforcement do that type of testing?
It would not have been required on this particular examination.
Okay. What did you do with that firearm to begin your examination of it?
The first step in the process of examining a firearm is to evaluate its design and its function. This is for safety purposes. So I documented the make, the model, the caliber of the firearm. I also documented how it would function.
And what were your results of that?
That's where I determined, again, that this is a Cobra Enterprises firearm. It's a model Shadow. It's a double action only function. It has a cylinder that holds 5 cartridges. And I apologize, that's it.
Did you test fire it?
I did, yes.
What's your purpose in actually firing the gun?
The purpose of firing the firearm in the laboratory is 1, to determine its function. The second is to create known test fires. These are known exemplars, bullets and cartridge cases that I know, because I processed the firearm, to have been fired in and from this specific firearm.
Did the firearm function as it should when you fired it?
Yes, it did.
I'm assuming when you fire the gun and retrieve those test fires, you fire it into like a water canister of some sort?
Yes, it's a large tank of water.
Are you then able to take those fired projectiles and compare them to other projectiles provided to you by law enforcement?
Yes, creating known test fires allows me to compare unknown bullets and cartridge cases to, again, exemplars that I know to have been fired from a specific firearm.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury the process you take and what you do when you have this known test fire that you personally fired and you make an attempt to compare it to a projectile provided by law enforcement?
The first step in the examination of known test fires and the examination of evidence bullets and cartridge cases is to examine those items independently. The test fires were examined and compared to one another to determine reproducibility of the marks that are created during the firing process. Likewise, the evidence bullet is examined independently. It's examined for the presence of class characteristics, which we mentioned earlier, and then for the presence of individual characteristics. The purpose of this examination is to first determine, is it possible that a fired bullet or cartridge case was fired in an evidence firearm? If it is possible, then a microscopic comparison of individual characteristics is completed.
What kind of markings are left on a projectile after it's fired out of the gun?
The class characteristic markings that are left on a projectile as the result of firing would be the land and groove impressions. These are the helical grooves inside the barrel of a firearm that produce the spin to a bullet. Much like we throw a football with a spin, a bullet is fired with a spin. These helical grooves have a certain number, a certain direction, and a certain width. And those direction, width, and number will differ between firearms. These are the class characteristics, again, that are transferred to a bullet during the firing process. There are also individual characteristics that are transferred to a bullet during the firing process. These are called striations. They're resultant of the manufacturing process in that those helical grooves are cut by a tool into the barrel of a firearm. They're unique to that firearm in the sense that the tool wears during the firing process, and those striations also wear in the firearm as a result of its use, abuse, and wear over time.
I'm assuming when you test fired the gun and retrieve those projectiles from the water tank, they're in very good condition.
Yes, the purpose of firing into a water tank is to recover projectiles in a good condition.
Because they are in good condition, are you better able to see those individual markings left by the firearm on the projectile as it's fired?
Yes, a part of the early comparison process when looking at test fires compared to test fires for the purpose of determining whether there or not there are reproducible marks on a fired bullet is that process that was mentioned is because they are in good condition, those marks are easier to compare to one another.
Were you also provided a projectile recovered from the skull of a Michael Shaver?
Yes.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence to States Exhibit 20. Did you recognize that item first?
I'm sorry, I don't have gloves, so I don't want to remove the item from, oh, sorry, they're right here.
And while you're doing that, you mentioned the test fires that
Thanks,
you fired.
Mia Beetle.
Are those also contained in the package with the gun?
Always
Yes,
give
they
him.
are.
I don't think so, Sober.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
Again, The packaging and the item are marked with a unique laboratory number, an item number, and my initials.
Did you examine that projectile recovered from the skull that you just looked at?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe to the jury what condition that projectile was in when you first looked at it?
The projectile was in very rough condition, both its shape and material that was surrounding the projectile upon its receipt.
Because of the condition of that projectile, and if you consider that projectile was located in the ground for some period of time, could that affect the markings left on that projectile by the firearm that fired it?
Yes, the condition can very much obscure the marks that are left on the projectile as the result of having been fired.
Despite the damaged condition of that projectile, were you able to determine the caliber of the projectile or caliber class of the projectile?
Yes, I was.
And what is meant by caliber or caliber class?
Caliber, again, can be the nominal or actual measurement of the diameter of a bullet. It can also be the measurement of a bullet that would fit down the barrel of a firearm. In this case, the caliber was determined to be 38 caliber class. That means it belongs to a family of calibers that are very similar, but there was not enough information in this case due to the damage of the bullet to determine an actual caliber. Therefore, it was determined that it belonged to the 38 caliber class or family of projectiles.
And what calibers are included in that 38 caliber class or 38 caliber family?
This is a 38, a 380, a 357, or a 9mm.
Did you examine that damaged projectile to determine whether or not it could have been fired from the firearm we looked at earlier, that pink and black Cobra revolver?
Yes. Again, going back to the early steps of a comparison, first we determine the class characteristics of a firearm and the class characteristics of a fired ammunition component. If the class characteristics of the two agree, then I can move forward to a comparison of the individual characteristics. In this case, the class characteristics present on the fired bullet and the class characteristics of the firearm agreed, allowing me to move forward to a comparison of individual characteristics.
And what do you mean by the class characteristics of the bullet agreed with the firearm itself? What are you talking about?
The class characteristics agreement would allow this projectile to have been fired in this particular firearm. That means that the caliber is the same, the number of lands and grooves or those helical impressions agree, their direction of twist, and their width are in agreement.
So the number of lands and grooves, the direction of the lands and grooves, and the width of the lands and grooves of that firearm is consistent with the fired bullet you looked at.
In addition to the caliber, yes.
Okay. So all that was agreed, all that was consistent.
Correct.
You then proceeded to do the individual examinations to look at those individual characteristics.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how that process worked?
An examination of individual characteristics is a microscopic comparison of the striations that are left on the surface of a bullet as the resultant of the firing process. In this particular case, the individual characteristics left on the test fires, which were compared to each other first, were not well defined, and it was a very difficult process. I did move forward to the comparison of the individual characteristics between the test fires and the evidence bullet. However, the result of this comparison was an inconclusive result. I could not determine whether or not this particular bullet was fired in this specific firearm.
So when you examined the test fires that were in pristine condition with each other, it was difficult to determine by your analysis that they were fired from the same firearm. Am I right?
That is correct. This particular firearm simply did not leave well-defined individual characteristics on its test fires.
And then when you went to examine the actual bullet we looked at recovered from the skull to see if it was fired from that particular firearm, you couldn't make a comparison, correct?
That is true. The comparison was completed. However, the result of the comparison was an inconclusive conclusion.
So as you sit there now, you're not able to say scientifically whether that specific bullet was fired from that specific gun.
That is correct.
However, am I correct that all of the other characteristics of the gun and the bullet are consistent? You just can't say that that specific bullet was fired from that gun because of the lack of individual characteristics.
That is true. In fact, I cannot move forward to a comparison of individual characteristics if the class characteristics did not agree. Because all of the class characteristics between the firearm and the fired bullet were in agreement, I could move forward in the examination process.
Bottom line, the projectile could have been fired from that gun based on the consistency of all those different things we talked about, and you can't say scientifically if it actually was.
That's correct.
And one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
Ma'am, Mr. Buxman started off, and it was your testimony you had received a projectile from the medical examiner's office, correct?
The projectile is transferred to me from the evidence section of the laboratory.
Okay. So the projectile, let me just see if I'm summing this up correctly. The projectile that was in the body could not be linked up to the gun that you're sitting there holding, correct?
The comparison of individual characteristics was inconclusive, correct?
So that's a good summation, correct? There was no connection between that gun there and the projectile that was delivered to you, correct?
The examination resulted in the conclusion that all class characteristics were in agreement.
Okay.
The result of the individual comparison was inconclusive.
Okay. How many guns fit into that class?
Thousands of guns, if not tens of thousands, correct?
So there's thousands of guns that fit into that class, and not one individual characteristic linked it to this homicide, correct?
The result of the individual characteristic comparison was inconclusive. I would not say not one. That would.
Correct. Then we were talking about double action, single action type firearms. Did you fire the projectile sample?
I was responsible for firing the test fires.
Okay. What's the poundage, the amount of force that's required on that gun to discharge a projectile?
The trigger pull on this firearm was not measured.
Okay. Any specific reason?
That was not part of the policy or procedure for an examination of this type.
Did law enforcement ever contact you at any time and request it?
They did not.
State attorney's office ever contact you and request that?
The state attorney's office would not contact me directly.
Okay. When you have a double action pistol as well, you can pull the hammer back and lock it, correct?
Not in a double action only firearm, no.
Okay. Can you pull the hammer back,
Aw,
lock it,
family hug.
and then discharge it by the trigger?
In a double action only firearm, no.
Okay. Single action.
In a single action firearm, a hammer can be pulled back and locked into position.
Okay. And then it can be released by a separate trigger pull, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So once the hammer is locked back, does it require less force on the trigger on that type of gun?
That is a question that could not be answered because the trigger pull of this double action only firearm was not measured.
Okay.
And I do not know the trigger pull of a single action. One could or could not be heavier than the other.
Anything prevent a child from firing that gun?
I would not be qualified to answer that question.
Okay. Well, you've been in the business how many years?
Approximately 15 years in firearms examination.
Okay. And you don't know anything about trigger pulls and capacities?
I don't know anything about a child pulling a trigger.
Okay. 1 second, guys.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
May the witness be released from her subpoena. Okay, thank you for testifying here today. If you're released from further testimony, have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. And your next witness.
Hey, boss, Tara Mitchell.
Okay.
So she wasn't super compelling. I mean, she basically testified to the fact that that projectile could have come from that weapon. She certainly didn't testify that it did come from that weapon. You know, but it's like how that kind of stuff plays on juries. It's still effective. You know, it's still effective. And again, this is a kind of a cumulative thing in the sense that it's all circumstantial. So they're just hoping that keep piling on the circumstantial evidence and the jury's going to see the light. That's the hope. Up, Gamer Days. Always great to see you here.
Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Let me know when you're ready to go. Thank you. Good morning. All right, please be seated if you would. Thank you. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Tara Mitchell, T-A-R-A, Mitchell, M-I-T-C-H-E-L-L.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I am Tara Mitchell.
What do you do for a living?
I currently work with mental behavior at Livestream.
Prior to that, where did you work?
I was the manager at Mariner Finance.
What did Mariner Finance do?
We did personal secured loans, secured and unsecured loans.
How long did you work there?
9 years.
What were your day-to-day duties when you worked at Mariner Financial?
To solicit and collect and distribute money to those that need.
I want to direct your attention back to November of 2015. Were you working at Mariner Financial in that same capacity then?
At that particular time, I was an assistant manager, senior assistant manager.
What duties did that involve, specifically as a senior assistant manager?
Basically the same.
Understood. Did Mariner Financial extend a loan to Michael Shaver in November of 2015?
At that time, we had mailers that came out from the corporate office, and they were sent out to several different people in several different cities.
Can you explain to the jury kind of how that worked? Were they just kind of sent unsolicited to people's residences?
I'm not totally sure as to how corporate determined as to who they were going to send it to, but it would have something to do with their credit. And we call them LBMs, which is the loan by mail. And so they would send them out to different people.
So this is not a situation where somebody comes to your financial institution and says, hey, I need a loan. This is the financial institution reaching out to people to say, hey, I want a loan.
Absolutely, and it made it look really good because they gave you a certain amount and all it required you to do was fill out some information on the back.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moved into evidence State's Exhibit D as in dog, as State's Exhibit 29. There's a business record certification and notice has been provided.
Any objection? All right. All right. Sidebar, please.
Sidebar, sidebar. Everybody loves a sidebar. All right, let's go. Let's go. Shot time. In honor of J-Bo, I'm texting him. Said he had a 65-minute commute each way yesterday, which sucked balls, as you can imagine. So I think this gal, they're obviously trying to make some financial connections in terms of motive.
All right, so State's Exhibit DD will be admitted into evidence as State's number 29.
It's comfort break time.
Using the process that you just described, was a loan extended to Michael Shaver via mail?
Yes, it was.
And how, in what form would that loan have been extended to them?
A check was mailed directly to an address that was attached to his social. And that's all it would require for them to do is fill the information.
Yeah, this is where Laurie forges Michael's name to cash this check.
Out on the back and submit it to a bank or deposit it.
So a check is sent to Michael Shaver's residence in the mail, basically is a loan check.
Yes.
Describe the process.
Exactly.
How would somebody accept that loan or accept the money in that check when it was mailed to the person?
They would be required to sign it on the back, put their social or their telephone number as to how they could be reached.
I'm going to show you what's been introduced to State's Exhibit 30. And do you recognize the check that I'm showing you?
Absolutely.
All right. And does the bank also maintain records of attempts to collect that money if that situation is needed?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Does the bank, if say someone doesn't pay that loan back or misses payments, does the bank have a log to show the attempts the bank made to collect that money?
Absolutely. From the moment it is cashed, within 72 hours, we have to make contact with them.
And is that what these documents are contained in this exhibit, States 30?
Absolutely.
Do you recognize them?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are they accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, because he did it. Comfort break time.
So I'm publishing the check that we just looked at. How much, and I'll give you the exhibit in case it's a little difficult for your angle. How much was the check for that was sent to Michael Shaver's residence?
$2,539.
And to what address was that check sent?
9850 Sandy Pines Road, Clearmont, Florida 34711.
When was that check mailed out to Michael Shaver's address?
It had to be mailed before 11/30/2015.
What was done with that check to signify that the loan was accepted by whoever filled out this information on the back of the check?
Because there are signatures on the back of the check and phone numbers listed with the date.
And what was the phone number listed on the back of the check?
352-431-5121.
Was there a date written on the back of the check signifying when it was accepted?
Absolutely.
What date was that?
12/11/15.
And would that information have been filled in by whoever received the check at the address?
Absolutely.
That's not information filled out by you or by the bank?
Oh, no.
Does the filling out of that information on the back of the check signify an acceptance of the loan?
Absolutely.
Did Michael Shaver have an account with Mariner Financial or anything?
Not until he cashed his check.
Okay. what were the terms of the repayment of this loan? For instance, if the loan was accepted, what would be the monthly payments to be made?
30 monthly payments of $122.89.
Were any of the monthly payments made in this case regarding this loan extended to Michael Shaver?
Absolutely not.
All right. Was there ever any personal or phone contact from Michael Shaver to the Mariner Financial Institution regarding the repayment of this loan?
Absolutely not.
What was done to try to reach Michael Shaver from Mariner Financial to get this loan paid off?
We first did solicitation calls to have him to come in, but we never made contact. And after 30 days being delinquent, it goes into collections, and we start collection calls on a daily basis.
What do you mean by a solicitation call was made?
When LBMs, the loans by mails, are sent out, there's really no real contact with the customer other than what is written on the back of the check. So to make it more of a personal, we solicit an extra $500 for coming into the bank and signing up to come over onto a Mariner paper, whereas we're able to have better access and know a little bit more about the client.
Okay, so you reach out to the person who accepted the loan and say, hey, why don't you come on into our bank?
According to the number that they put on the back of the check.
Okay. When is that done in relation to the acceptance of the loan and you getting information that the loan has been accepted?
Within 24 to 72 hours, we're notified that a check has been cashed. So it automatically appears in our system of new loan by mails. And
that when you reach out for these solicitations and say, hey, come into our bank?
That is correct.
Was that done in this case?
Absolutely.
Was any response received by the bank from Michael Shaver?
There were no answering of the phone calls.
When the time for the first payment came due, you had already indicated that no payment was made. What did the bank do, or you do, to try to make contact with Michael Shaver?
We started reaching out with the number that was on the back. We will use free websites where we can look up to try to find if there's any other numbers that's attached to the name.
Did the bank continue to try to reach out to Michael Shaver for a lengthy period of time?
Oh, absolutely. It doesn't charge off until 180 days.
What do you mean by charge off?
We have no payments. Okay. So unfortunately,
the bank has to eat it.
Yes.
Okay. Let me direct your attention specifically to February 17th, 2015. Did you specifically try to call the number that was listed on the back of the check?
I did.
And what happened when you did that?
A female answered the phone and stated she had just gotten that particular phone that Friday before.
Basically indicating, I don't know what you're talking about, this is a wrong number.
Absolutely.
Did you have any personal knowledge as far as who you were speaking with?
I had no idea.
Was the loan eventually turned over to collections when payments weren't made?
We keep it up to, yes, it was.
It's within the Mariner financial system, but it's turned over to a different department.
At that time, after 180, it goes to a higher level.
Did anyone by the name of Laurie Shaver ever contact Mariner Financial about this loan?
No.
If that would have happened, would there have been notes in your?
Absolutely.
Did you eventually speak with a Sergeant Tammy Dale from the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Once you spoke with Sergeant Dale, what was ultimately done with this loan?
It eventually charged off.
Meaning the bank?
The bank, we could no longer do any more collections on it because in our local level.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
And did law enforcement take that check from you?
No, the check is given to the bank.
Okay, but I mean, did law enforcement get a copy of that check?
We do have access to it.
Well, I didn't ask if they have access to it. Did they come by and request a copy of the check?
I cannot determine at this particular time if they requested it at that time or not.
Okay. You don't know that fact, right? And do you have any video of who entered the bank, who set the account up, or anything like that?
Because it's a loan by mail, they never enter our office.
So nobody came down to the bank to your personal knowledge, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. Do you know if law enforcement ever took a copy of the check to do any kind of handwriting analysis?
That's beyond my knowledge.
Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, she can be excused.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Bye.
Thank you.
Chair, for the next witness, can we just take a brief break to get the exhibits ready?
Yes, sir. So we'll take a 5-minute comfort break at this point. Please take the jurors out. All right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait, do we take a comfort break? It's comfort break time. I was so engaged in the Muppet debate that I missed. How long do they say? What's the deal? What's the deal? What's the deal? Yeah, I don't know if I'm convinced about that, Leslie. I hear what you're saying. I mean, Jim Henson made all the puppets. Like, so here's the way one way we can examine this. So it's safe to say that Miss Piggy and Kermit were probably the most popular Muppets. Did either of them ever appear on Sesame Street? Sesame Street, as you know, was Big Bird, Cookie, Oscar, the Count, Snuffleupagus, all those classics. I grew up with Sesame Street. So if there's no crossover, I don't necessarily think that you can say just because Jim Henson made both sets of the puppets that the Sesame Street characters are Muppets. I don't know. Oh, spiteful pelican coming in. Your Honor, I'm going to call my first witness to the stand. It will be spiteful pelican. The spiteful pelican's mom. What did you do for a living? I worked for Jim Henson. And how long did you work for Jim Henson? Yeah, I'm calling spiteful pelican's mom as my first. I mean, look, Leslie's screaming. She's adamant. Was Kermit on Sesame Street? Follow that bird. Yeah. Yeah, Elmo was way later. Elmo was way later. Like, he was way later than when I was watching. This is quite a debate. It's quite a debate. Spiteful. Yeah, for real. That would be amazing. Dizzy, did you catch how long they said the comfort break was going to be? It's comfort break time. And Dizzy, does the toilet have a smiley face on it? Let me see. All right, let me see. I'm gonna look. I mean, Bert and Ernie. Come on. Bert and Ernie. Bert and Ernie. Yeah, so if Kermit was on Sesame Street, I think when they decided to make the Muppet Show, that was the spinoff. I'm gonna call the Muppets the Better Call Saul of Sesame Street. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, it's Swedish Chef and Beaker are straight up Muppets. Muppets. Yeah, I grew up with how can you say the Muppets are terrifying? They're adorable. I mean, how could anybody think that Fozzie was terrifying? I mean, dude, come on. Guy was the sweetest. Yeah, but I hear you. But like I said, I'm gonna die on the hill that Kermit was he was the character that they decided to spin off the TV show of the Muppets. Like, so what was televised first? It's one thing to create the puppets, but like, was the Sesame Street? When did the Muppet Show start? I guess is the real question. And were any of the Sesame Street characters aside from Kermit on the Muppets? I don't ever remember. I don't ever remember Big Bird or Oscar or Bert and Ernie. I don't remember any of those dudes on the Muppets. All right. So let's see. What did they say breakwise? I keep asking. Does anybody know the answer? Muppet Gate. Dun 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 dun. The one thing I take from this is that we found one of Leslie's true passions in life, which is the Muppets. She loves the Muppets. She loves the Muppets. 5-minute break. Oh, comfort break. Dizzy keeps getting booted out by her interwebs. Captain Kangaroo. See, now I was a big Captain Kangaroo like viewer as a kid, but like he was way weirder than the Muppets. That whole Dutch boy hairdo he had going on. Yeah, for me, because of my advanced age, it was Sesame Street, Electric Company, Bozo's Circus, Captain Kangaroo. Like those were the go-tos as a young little Bobby watching his TV. See, I didn't see anything like that on Google. I didn't see anything. I didn't see the use of the term Muppets. What I'm seeing is a longtime favorite of children and adults and a staple of PBS. Sesame Street bridges many cultural and educational gaps with a fun program. Big Bird leads a cast of characters teaching children numbers, colors, and the alphabet. Bert and Ernie, Oscar the Grouch, and Grover are a few of the other creatures involved in the show, set on a city street full of valuable learning opportunities. So let's see. Wikipedia, which, as far as I know, I mean, Leslie could jump on Wikipedia and just start typing Muppets in there. Muppets! Sesame Street characters are Muppets. Let's see. See, now back in the old days, okay, so I mean, maybe that's just what Jim Henson called his puppets, right? Just Muppets, like generically. It's possible. It's definitely possible. Snuffleupagus was the truth. Was the absolute truth. How I didn't say Mr. Rogers is beyond me. Like Mr. Rogers was my favorite. Talking about like being terrified, Allison is horrified of the puppets on Mr. Rogers. Terrified. Like if I want to give her nightmares, I just show her the puppets that were on Mr. Rogers. I loved Loved Mr. Rogers. Just an amazing dude. If you've never seen his documentary, you should do yourself a favor and watch it. When he went and testified in front of Congress, guy was amazing. Oh my God. Kai, I have a Bozo Bucket story. So I also trained very hard. Obviously, Bozo was filmed in Chicago at WGN Studios. So I'm like ready. I'm ready. And it was my mom and I. Wait, I want to make sure that I'm live. Get live here. Am I live? All right. Okay. So we're still on short break. So my mom and I and her friend Diane and and her son Todd, who was my buddy, we all got tickets to Bozo Circus. And so we go there and it was live. It was live studio audience. And they kind of had us set up on like bleachers. So I'm like, I don't know, 7 or 8. And so if you remember when you watched Bozo on TV, it was like super janky graphics. It's like, early 70s. So they had like a little red arrow like on the TV screen that they would just have like whipping around and then it would land on somebody. That's how they would select it. So what they did in real life when I was there is they took I want to say I think it was like it was like a it was like a bean bag or a sock or something like that. And somebody would face backwards and they would throw it over their shoulder into the crowd. And whoever caught it would get to go down. And now the biggest prize was always the bike, like on the 5th bucket. So, the dream is to get down there, win the bike. So they toss it up and it lands right next to me, next to Diane. So my buddy's mom catches it and she's like, they wouldn't let her pass it off. It had to be a kid that caught it. So like I was so close. That's like me at every baseball game too. I've never caught either a foul ball or a home run. So just, sad story. Ooh, romper room. I forgot about that. Wait, Leslie, I didn't see where was the vindication? Go to the Sesame Street website. There you go. I do consider that to be complete validation. Leslie, I stand corrected. Sesame Street characters are indeed Muppets. Debate over. Leslie wins. I love it. I love it. Well done. Well done, team. Well done. All right. Oh my God, the banana splits. 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4. So like I love the banana splits too. And they filmed the opening of that at Kings Island in Cincinnati. Because I love that show. I had my parents bring me to Kings Island, which they did. They had the Beast. That was a big roller coaster. All right, trial is back. Trial is back. Could never get into the Partridge Family. I don't know. Love the monkeys though. Up until I didn't. I got sick of the monkeys. Always loved Brady Bunch though. Always loved Gilligan's Island as well.
All right, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and attention today. You may proceed.
The state calls Vanessa Townsend.
Oh shit. This is Jeremy Townsend, either wife or sister. I'm going to assume wife. Jeremy Townsend is the person that they're saying finished the job. So this is going to be an interesting witness. I think that was Mia Beto. Mia Beto gifted you that membership.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when
Always
you're
give
ready
her.
to proceed.
Give till it hurts. Mia does.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Vanessa Townsend, VANESSA
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Vanessa Townsend.
And do you know Jeremy Townsend?
I do.
How do you know?
He's my husband.
When did you get married?
April 12th, 2008.
Tracks.
And do you have children together?
We do.
How many?
One,
How old is your child?
14.
And in 2016, where were you working?
Pine Ridge Elementary.
And what was your position there?
A teacher.
Did you work there the whole school year, 2015 to 2016?
Correct.
And in 2016, while you were at work, did you receive an unexpected delivery?
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Sidebar, please.
Jeez, I go to take a comfort break and there's another sidebar. It's sidebar time. Everybody loves the sidebar. Yeah. All right. They're getting into it. They're getting into it. What was she trying to testify about? I really did have to take a comfort break.
Please proceed.
Ms. Thompson, did you receive an unexpected delivery?
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Flowers.
Oh.
And did those flowers come with a card?
They did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Showing what the defense has been previously been marked as State Exhibit T.
Judge, I file a motion with respect to this. If we approach, we'll
Please approach.
Oh, come on. Another approachal. Jesus. Fix your life, Hank Hill. All right. Wow. Like, why didn't you handle this the last time they were up there? Like, I mean, you know what they're going to be talking about, dude. Or maybe you don't.
Your Honor, this woman reminds me a little bit of Elvira. I'm somewhat intimidated. I feel like she may want to do harm to my client as well.
Wait, Dixie, did you type that after I said Elvira? Or was that a great minds moment? Great minds. Great minds. I love great mind moments. It's like y'all in chat are probably like, oh, Bob just read my shit and then just said it. Not true. Not true. I had another great mind moment. I forget what it was. It was up there. It was a while ago. Great minds think alike. Holly Ann says the defense has nothing to do, so they're creating something.
Ms. Thompson, I'm showing you as the previously marked red notation that states Exhibit T. I'm going to go ahead and just ask that you cut along the top here and just take a look at
He
the
likes
card that
the
is inside.
jingle. Susie likes the jingle.
Crinkle, 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 crinkle.
Sorry.
I mean, dude, just take the thing out of the exhibit bag for the
In the
lady.
envelope.
Yep, you can pull that
Oh, sorry.
out. And go ahead and open it up. Is that the card that you received with the flowers?
It is.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you received that?
It is.
And after receiving that, did you eventually turn this over to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state removed State's Exhibit T into evidence as State's number 30.
Same objection.
All right, objections overruled. States T will be entered into evidence as states number 30.
Now, did that, the card that came with those flowers, did that include a message?
It did.
And can you go ahead and read that message to the jury, please?
Sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Townsend, this is a difficult day for you.
It is. It says, roses are red, violets are blue. My wife is a whore. Your husband is too. Sorry about this. Check your Facebook message. We need to talk. Mike.
Now, up until this point, had you ever had any interactions with this particular Mike or a Michael Shaver?
No.
Up until this point, had you noticed any messages from a Facebook profile identified as Michael Shaver prior to receiving those flowers?
No.
Up until this point, did you have any knowledge or that your husband was potentially having an affair?
No.
When did you receive that card and those flowers?
In April 11th, 2016.
In the time frame leading up to you receiving those flowers, was there ever any time that your husband was sleeping anywhere other than the home, which would have given you concerns that he was having some sort of...
All right, hold on. I want to caution to hear it. We can all hear the poem again, right? So the concept is that Laurie, because for those of us who believe that Laurie did this, Michael would unfortunately be deceased at this point. So she's sending, I think Michael was deceased at this point, but Laurie's sending Jeremy Townsend's wife here flowers, and along with a card, playing like she's Michael, who is outing the relationship between Laurie and Jeremy Townsend, her husband, in order to break up their marriage. So let's just bloop it back. Bloop, 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 bloop. So let's hear it again. I can tell you this, Vanessa Townsend wants to stomp a mud hole. Wants to stomp an absolute mud hole in Laurie Shaver's ass. I'll tell you that right now.
Came with those flowers, did that include a message?
It did.
And can you go ahead and read that message to the jury, please?
I mean, plus it's the most dramatic part of the whole trial so far, right?
Right.
That's okay. Ms. Townsend, is this a difficult day for you?
It is. It says, roses are red, violets are blue. My wife is a whore. Your husband is too. Sorry about this. Check your Facebook message. We need to talk. Mike.
Now, up until this point, had you ever had any interactions with this particular Mike or a Michael Shaver?
No.
Up until this point, had you noticed any messages from a Facebook profile identified as Michael Shaver prior to receiving those flowers?
No.
up until this point, did you have any knowledge or that your husband was potentially having an affair?
No.
When did you receive that card and those flowers?
In April 11th, 2016.
In the time frame leading up to you receiving those flowers, was there ever any time that your husband was sleeping anywhere other than the home, which would have given you concerns that he was having some sort of extramarital affair?
Sleeping elsewhere?
Yes.
No.
So you always came home at night, he was always around?
Yes.
Now, after you received that card, did you in fact did you have a Facebook profile at that point?
I did.
And after receiving that card and that message, did you go onto your Facebook profile and realize that there had been either a friend request or some sort of messages from Michael Shaver's Facebook account?
I did.
And once you saw that request had come in and those messages had come in, what did you do specifically as it relates to Facebook?
I contacted the person back.
Did you accept this friend request to be able to look at these messages?
I did.
And did you go through the messages that had been sent to you up until the point that you had received those flowers?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and show Defense States Exhibit EE.
Thank you. Just need one. Thank you.
All right, sidebar?
Yes, sir.
Come on up.
Sidebar. Everybody loves a sidebar. Everybody's getting super wasted. So, I mean, if you don't know anything about this, if you haven't watched the primer, Jeremy Townsend, this woman's husband, is really the person that the defense is pointing the finger at in terms of who finished the job in terms of Michael. The story is, the defensive story is that 7-year-old fired the weapon first, that Jeremy happened to be over there. He walks into the room, says, "Hey, I'll take care of this. Both of you leave right now. Right now." And then he finishes the job. Unbeknownst to Laurie, he then buries Michael's body where the duck pond was going to be. And Laurie has no clue about it. And then when Laurie gets with Travis and they're having a birthday party, they're like, "Oh, the fire pit. We should put the concrete down."
I'm showing you States EE. Home drive.
Thanks, Leslie.
You recognize that thumb drive.
I do.
And what does that thumb drive contain?
The messages from the Facebook account.
And did that contain all the messages that you received from Michael Shaver's Facebook account, including any still screenshots of text messages, these Facebook messages we're referring to here, and along with photographs that may have been sent to you?
Yes, to my knowledge.
And how do you recognize that is what is contained on that thumb drive?
I dated and initialed it.
And you reviewed that information before doing so?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves States EE into evidence, as I believe number 31.
Yes, sir. Objections overruled. States EE will be admitted into evidence as states number 31.
Now, I want to start with the actual Facebook messages you received from Michael Shaver's account, showing defense states FF.
Yes, Claire. Jeremy Townsend is his name.
Judge, same objection.
Yes, sir.
That's all I ask.
Yes, sir. All right, the objection is overruled.
Showing you it's been previously marked as state's F. Go ahead and look at those documents.
Good call, Afton. You definitely see a little Angelica Houston, who ironically played in the Addams Family movie. She played
What are those
Morticia,
documents?
who she resembled.
The messages I received through Facebook account.
And are those the Facebook messages that we just started talking about and that you received after that you went back and looked at after the flowers, and any future Facebook messages from that same account?
Correct.
And those are actually also contained on the thumb drive that we just talked about. This is just a printed out version of that.
Correct.
Your Honor, this time the state moves states FF into evidence as states exhibit number 32.
Over defense objection, states FF will be admitted into evidence as states number 32.
Now I'm going to go ahead and start publishing some of these.
Ew, Shelly beans.
Now, on page, looking at the blue numbers on top, page 2447, is that where the first message that you would have received from the Michael Shaver Facebook account?
That's correct.
And first of all, what was the date of that message?
February 25th, 2016.
And what was
Yeah, so yes, this would be months after they believe that Michael was killed. So it's definitely long after that.
the content of that message?
Hello, Vanessa. I know you don't know me, but I keep sending you a friend request because I really need to talk with you about something important. I am not a creep, I promise. I'm looking to confirm some information concerning my wife.
Now, moving on into page 2446. Are there messages, and 2447, we'll start on page 2447. Did you receive any sort of follow-up message there on April 5th of 2016? So the message would be on the top of page 2447. The date would be on page 2446.
I don't see 2447. I'm sorry.
Oh, I apologize.
Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Your shit's great.
Sorry.
No.
No, it's my fault. I'm a jerk off.
Message there from April 5th. What is that statement?
So April 5th, 2016, it says, I don't think you are seeing my messages. I just sent you something. Hope you contact me when you receive.
Okay. And moving on to the preceding page, if you flip the next page. Is there a message then from April 9th, 2016?
April 9th, 2016, please contact me at 352-801-0941.
Oh, let me take that
And
number
what is
down.
the next
I'm gonna call
message
Laurie.
that you received after getting that phone number?
April 11th, 2016,
And what is that message?
I received multiple. It says, your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you.
All right. Now, the special delivery message, was that close in time to when you received the flowers?
That is.
Is that same day?
It is.
Now,
Yay. 7 months.
you can put that down
Oh
for
my
a
God.
moment.
Well, Laurie, this is your attorney, John Wiggs.
After you accepted the friend request, did you start communicating with this Facebook profile identified as Michael Shaver?
I did.
And in the course of that, did you receive any sort of screenshots of text messages between your husband and Laurie Shaver?
I did.
Did you also receive photographs that showed your husband with Miss Shaver?
I did.
The phone number that was associated with, that was placed in that Facebook record, did you reach out and contact that individual?
I did.
And how did you do so?
I tried to call it.
Did that person ever answer the phone?
No.
So after asking you to call, they never picked up?
Correct. They texted me back.
And were you ever able to talk on the phone with the person that had given you that phone number?
No.
And what was that phone number again?
Can I look?
Yes.
352.
Oh.
I'm showing you it's been previously been marked as State's Exhibit GG for identification. You recognize State's GGs.
I do.
And what is State's GG?
Text message.
And is that the text message that you reached out or received back from that phone number you just stated?
That's the one I received back.
At this time, the state moves State's GG into evidence as, I believe, number 32?
33.
33.
Says objection, Judge.
Objection is overruled. State's GG will be admitted into evidence as state's number 33.
Now, also during the period of time that this was going on, did you obtain Laurie Shaver's phone number?
I did.
And did you reach out and send a text to that number?
I did.
Did you correspond with Ms. Shaver through that phone?
I texted, but I never received a message back.
I am showing what's previously been marked for identification as states RRR. How did you get Laurie Shaver's phone number? Was it included in the screenshots of the text messages that you received?
I don't remember if it was text message or Facebook, but it was given to me through one of those two.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked for identification of state RRR. You recognize that?
Oh my God, I misspelled flower.
Yes, I do.
And is that a screenshot of text that you sent to Laurie Shaver's phone?
That's correct.
At this time, the state moves states RRR into evidence of states number 34.
Any objection? All right, over defense's objection, states RRR will be admitted into evidence of states number 34.
During the time frame that you were corresponding with the individual utilizing the Michael Shaver Facebook account, did they encourage you to get a divorce?
Yes, they did.
Did they make any offers to you in relation to that?
I don't know what you mean offers. I'm sorry.
Did they bring up matters of a divorce attorney?
Yes, they did. They recommended one.
Now, ultimately, when you got this information, did you confront your husband about it?
I did.
And at that time, did you both decide to stay together, married, and in the relationship?
We did.
And when did that process and that period of time begin?
For the end of April, May.
And after that period of time, was there ever instances where Mr. Townsend left unknown, was out of places that you weren't aware during that time frame?
No.
No further questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, may the witness be released from her subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing
Oh, he
today.
didn't
You're
ask
released from
his
further testimony. Have a good day.
standard questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Your next
ma'am,
witness.
Your Honor, it's probably
have
going
you
to be
ever met my son Bobby?
one of the people right now, or
Wants to
don't
be a
you
clown.
bring it? Do you want me to bring it?
By lengthy, how much time do you anticipate?
Hey.
Probably 25.
45 minutes. We'll break for lunch now then. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this will be a good time to break
Can
for
you email it
lunch.
to me?
It's almost
Pull it up right here.
11:45.
Send it to defense fire.
Please return to the jury assembly room by 1 o'clock. Okay? All right. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll see you at 1 p.m.
Oh, shit. We just break for lunch? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right, so that does not line up with my interview with Josh. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. All right, y'all hang tight. You got a great crowd
Thanks,
here.
everyone. We'll
283.
reconvene at
I hate ending the
1:15.
live because I
Are
never
there
get as many
any
people
matters
back.
before we break for lunch? All right. See everyone at 1:15. Thank you. We're in recess.
Okay,
But I
don't
do need Jared in here.
1
let me
p.m.
forget.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm in here.
Thank you.
If you're not eating, can do a quick recap, miss loads with the school. Yeah, maybe that's what I'll do. An hour 18. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Maybe what I do instead of killing the live and starting a new one, I'll keep it running, keep y'all in the chat, and I'll play the primer. It's pretty good. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the case or are familiar but maybe didn't catch the primer, it's got some interesting stuff. It's a great idea. Good job. Good job, Sinead. Nothing compares to you. Sorry. I have to say I was a huge Sinead O'Connor fan. All right, let's see. Let's go to the channel. Okay, I'll peep it, love. Okay, let's go. Let's see what up. What are my lives? All right, so we're gonna do the primer. A primer. Let's see. Oof, I went long on that shit. So I went 2 hours, 30 minutes per usual. Talk too much. What else is new? All right, so fire this guy up. All right, so I'm gonna pull this up, pull that down. All right, so huh? All right, so okay, I love you. I love you. Parents being charged and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, that's one of those. All right, let's see. Okay, here we go. So this is where it kind of starts in earnest. So this runs. Hang in here, chat. I'm gonna dip for a little bit. I'm actually gonna take my dog for a walk because I did not get him out yesterday. And then I'll be back. What time they're coming? What they say 1 o'clock on the nose. So I'll be back up here. Go full screen on it. Okay. All right. You guys can see that. All right. Okay. So rest in peace, Michael Douglas Shaver, Guatemala, 1982 to 2015. Father, son, brother, friend. All right, y'all. And then there's once you have tasted flight, you will forever walk the earth with your eyes turned skyward. For there you have been, and there you will always long to return. Pretty sage words there from Leonardo da Vinci, who wrote them long before we were able to fly as human beings. So, guy was way ahead of his time. We all know that. All right, so let's start off. Oh, and by the way, just so you all know, I did. I set up the portal. So the portal, if I didn't already mention that, the portal to Dan and Steve. So make sure that you're hanging out there, but also make sure that you're checking out T too, because I'm sure they have a nice crowd over there. They're going through reading. You guys know how I love reading. Reading's so much fun. Somebody sent me a fan mail talking about it was a comment. Oh, more reading. No thanks. I'm like, wow. I mean, this dude does not know my channel. I'm big on reading. Reading is fundamental. Riff. You guys remember that? All right, let's go.
Oh, there I am. That's me. See, this is me in the mirror. I know you all want to see me.
Hi, I'm Michael Shaver, and I'll do an interview. Here, come on over here. Okay. Now, tomorrow we are going to Atlanta, supposedly, and we will be going to Six Flags. We will be going to Six Flags in Atlanta, but we don't know which day. And we're not really sure yet, because we don't know how many fun things there are. And you see, my dad's trying to do some MTV kind of stuff. Sorry, Brian. I want to film.
Bring that baby home.
Is that hurting your arm? It feels. Can you see the whole thing?
Yeah.
Even down here.
Yeah.
I built it all by myself.
Little drum kit. You gonna play some more? Are you gonna sing?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Look, we came from right about there, where my fingernail is, and then we went all the way to right about there.
Yeah. Did you enjoy the trip?
Yeah, but it was a pretty steep ride.
Was it?
Hello, Michael.
What was that? Let's see that again.
What is that?
Oh, man. Oh, yes. I know it. I told you.
What is it?
It's a radio.
Where?
CD.
Oh man, where'd you get that?
Sharon, I think. And Christine.
Well, get it out. Let's check it out.
I'm like, yeah, you can. Number flip. You make patience.
No. Michael's gonna do a flip now.
Well, you gotta wash my hair first.
Tell me what y'all are doing. You gotta explain to me what you're doing.
Just cutting my hair. And I'm getting a perm.
What's your name? Lady? Are you Miss Sylvia?
And I'm man. I'm man.
And I'm a
I am. Do something.
Hi, Mike. Tell me what you're gonna do tonight.
Like
gotta see that.
Yeah.
Wanna see me? Ready, set, go! Standing with my hands up.
Record the stupidest things, don't I? Goodbye.
Did you guys hear that Sinead O'Connor there in the background? Oh, that was awesome.
Put it down.
Drop it.
Turn around. Turn around. Do you see this? It's coming.
Hey, that is not Michael Shaver. That's whatever was on the YouTube after. So that was a beautiful tribute. Looked like a really sweet kid that came from a really loving family, close knit. So, all right, so there's a little background of his childhood. And kind of and here's how we're going to do this. So at that point, I think what I'll do is we'll swing right into the timeline, all right, of kind of how everything went down. All right, so I'm going to pull that up to give us an idea of exactly what has gone on since 2014 in this case. Our wonderful Mandy Joe put this together for us today. Did great work. All right, so we've got Florida, the state of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, victim, Michael Shaver, husband. So this is kind of the way it goes down, the broad strokes of what happened. So 2014, Michael Shaver is arrested on domestic violence charges. Michael states when law enforcement gets there that his wife was the aggressor. In 2015, Michael Shaver goes missing. And I think in between that time that they're separated. Okay. I think that they're living in different homes. There's an article we're going to pull up after this to kind of fill in a few of the gaps in terms of between 2014 and 2015. But I believe that I read that they had separated. He wasn't living in the house at the time that he goes missing. So in 2015, he goes missing. At that point, Laurie informs friends and family that her husband, Michael, age 36 at that point, has walked out on his family. Okay. And then this is where it starts getting really weird. So at that point, Michael's boss receives a text message from Michael's phone informing him that he's not going to be returning to work. And family members then start receiving text messages telling them to leave him alone. You know, I've dipped. I'm out of here. I'm abandoning my family, my kids, my wife. I don't want to talk to my parents and my siblings. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. That tracks, right? That seems like based on that video we watched, seems like that tracks, right? Yeah, I'm being sarcastic in case you don't know. So then, and this is going on for quite a while with the text message initially. And then on his Facebook page, there's posts that are posted on his page as if he's the one actually posting certain things. And then from what we gather, it appears that Michael is likely killed sometime between November 7th and November 10th of 2015. Okay. And then in December of 2015, Laurie begins selling off Michael's belongings. Okay, so a mere month after he disappears, after he decides to abandon his entire family, Laurie begins selling off all of his worldly belongings. About a year later, 12/31, New Year's Eve of 2016, Laurie marries Travis Filmer, even though she's not lawfully divorced from Michael. And I'm assuming due to the short length of time from him abandoning his family, that he has not been declared dead at that point either. So sounds like little polygamy, maybe. Sounds like she can't be divorced at that point from Michael because she can't serve him papers because he's vanished. He's abandoned his family. All right. So in February, this is of 2018, February 6th of 2018. So this goes on for a couple of years with him allegedly posting to his Facebook occasionally. And then February 6th of 2018, somebody calls in a welfare check. And then when the law enforcement goes over there, oh yeah, bigamy. Thanks, Spitfire. Polygamy would be more. That would be multiple husbands. During the welfare check, when they noticed a concrete slab in the backyard that had been laid mysteriously in 2016, which I believe either had a fire pit and or a grill on it. I think it's a fire pit. On 3/9 of 2018, law enforcement gets a warrant because they have reasons to believe that Michael Schaefer's body might just in fact be under that concrete slab that was laid down in 2016. So they go in and tear up the concrete, start digging, and then Michael's skeletal remains are found. An autopsy is performed, and the results indicate that Michael was shot in the back of the head with a .38 caliber. Now, obviously, when we go back up to this time frame in which the state is alleging that he was killed, they're having to guesstimate because obviously with the amount of time that has passed, when his remains are recovered, they're skeletal. So in terms of being able to do anything that would physiologically be an indication for a medical examiner to determine a time of death on or around when he may have died, that there's not going to be much that they can do. So it's going to have to have been done by forensic data, eyewitness accounts when he was last seen, who spoke to him last, things of that nature. So August 17th of 2020, Laurie is arrested for second-degree murder and for being accessory to second-degree murder. And somehow she was allowed to post bail on this, and only 52 grand. That's a crazy low amount for somebody who's been charged with murder. And she does in fact post bail. So when we're watching this trial and everybody's asking, has she been in custody? The answer to that question will be no. She has been out and about. So, and this is where it gets, like, if that's not crazy enough, this is where it gets really crazy. So on May 4th of 2023, the defense, in that case, her lawyer files a bombshell motion claiming that, in fact, it was Michael's daughter, 7-year-old daughter, who had pulled the trigger and killed Michael. All right. So that's just the thumbnail, the Cliff Notes version of this case and what has gone on. And as far as this defense goes, I believe that one of the more recent rulings was that the judge denied a police interview from being played wherein I want to be sure I'm on it. I think that they're not allowing that defense to come in, or this statement that his 7-year-old daughter is the one who pulled the trigger. So let me get over to this. All right. So what I want to do now is go into the hearing that recently occurred. Okay. So let me pull this down. Okay. Okay, close that down, pull that off. All right. Okay, I have this video lined up. All right. Okay, that's not it. All right. Bear with me, kids. I will find it. I will find it. Okay, I think it's not. All right. Okay, I think this is going to be it right here. All right, so I want to get this up. I get it. Starting at the beginning. All right, so this is going to be a hearing that we're going to watch that took place, I think, within the last 10 days. All right, so let me stop sharing that and pull this up. All right, and this is starting Monday. All right, so I'm assuming they're going to pick the jury. I don't anticipate that picking the jury on this will take days. Hopefully, they'll be able to pick a quick jury and get this thing rolling. All right, so let's see what we got here.
Is there any specific order that the parties would like to proceed?
Judge, we can start with the state's motion only as to the delay in charging.
You guys hear that?
All right, we'll just proceed in the order listed on the notice of hearing. So number one for the state is a motion in limine as to delay in charging the defendant and decision not to charge all the defendants. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Primarily, I'm going to rely on my motion. I'm sure the court has read it.
All right, hold on. Let me mess with it. Let me pull it. I gotta shrink it. All right, I'm gonna turn on the booster. Crank it up. It might crank me up too, so you guys watch your ears. Watch your ears. Okay.
But there's no question that there are dates are going to be mentioned. The jury is going to know that the remains were found in 2018, and the charging decision based on the date of the information is after that. The focus of the state's motion is to prevent the defense from arguing to the jury or trying to elicit through any detective or witness the reason behind the delay in charging. That information is exclusively within the purview of the state attorney's office and the prosecutor's office. The state has exclusive authority to determine how to charge, who to charge, when to charge. That all lies in our inherent statutory authority. To interject any suggestion of the reason why the defendant was not charged immediately interjects completely irrelevant evidence. It would then introduce a need or requirement for the state to possibly call the prosecutors involved in this case to explain what was going on when we received information, why we made decisions that we did, all of which are again within the purview of the state attorney's office and not relevant. that evidence were to be admitted or allowed to be argued, that would in essence put myself, Mr. Camuccio, potentially now Judge Emily Creighton, because she was involved in this case at some point, into the witness list of having to testify and explain those decisions, potential changes in the law which could impact the decision to file, and none of which is at all relevant as far as whether or not Ms. Shaver committed these crimes. For the remainder of my argument, we're relying on
Yeah, have any objections to support? Judge, I don't agree with that. We wouldn't concur in that. The jury.
All right. Is the volume a little better? I see a couple saying can't really hear Kavlaw. I've got the booster almost all the way up. So I don't know if I'm super loud right now, but I've got the booster way, way up. Let me know what you guys think. I could try to find another stream of it, but I mean, I think Court TV was. Yeah, Cav, you might want to put headphones on.
Is instructed that the state has power in the investigative process, but the manner in which the case is investigated, the time in which it's investigated, the manner in which it's investigated speaks to the weight of the evidence, the credibility of the evidence in this case, which is fair comment by the defense. To just say, you can't talk about these things, we got providence in this area, it invades the defendant's right to argue the merits of the state's case. Obviously, if the evidence was overwhelming at the very outset, Ms. Shaver would have been charged. So it goes to the weight of the argument that we're able to persuade the jury. It doesn't deal with the powers of the state. You're just invading providence and the privileges of the defense and making fair comment at trial.
All right, Mr. Buxman.
I think Mr. Wicks may have misunderstood the purpose of my motion and my argument. Clearly, the manner of investigation is relevant. My motion was limited and focused solely on preventing the defense from getting up and arguing. It took the state X number of years to charge the defendant, therefore they must even believe she's not guilty, or something to that effect. The questioning or implications of the state's reasons for the delay in charging, not the investigation.
No, I understand it quite clearly. The state's just saying, if you want to deal with time, you can't talk about it. Okay? No, we want to be able to talk about it as to how this
relates to the state's charging decision. Is that correct, Mr. Buxman?
No, not to the charging decision, as to the time. The state has spoken that as to exclude, I think the time it took for them to investigate the case and make the final decision. And the state was saying, well, that would cause us to have to call, for me to have to take the stand, et cetera, et cetera. Well, the evidence is presented to the state at some point. But what law enforcement did, how they investigated it, how long it took them to investigate it, and then deliver it to the state, and how long it took the state to make decisions, those are all fair argument for the defense. The jury, as part of the instructions, is instructed to rely on your common sense and reaching their verdict. That goes to how the manner of the case was investigated, put together, and how much time it took them to reach the decisions that ultimately Laurie Shaver sits here on this information. So those should not be barred from comment, Judge.
All right, anything further?
No.
For the limited purpose requested by the state, the motion in limine is granted.
And to what extent, Judge?
Regarding the state's filing decision and timeline that the state took.
Okay.
Now, law enforcement investigating the case and how long that took is a separate issue.
Okay, so we can discuss how long it took law enforcement to investigate. Okay.
So essentially what they're arguing about there is that the state had filed a motion in limine, anticipating that the defense was going to be using the fact that it took the state seemingly a long period of time after Michael was discovered to charge Laurie with the crime as an indication that the state does not really believe that it has a strong case against her. And obviously the judge was like, well, no, I'm not going to let you do that. However, I will allow you to question the cops about their investigation and how that went and the length of time that took. So I think it's the right ruling by the judge. It's kind of it's definitely a more prejudicial than probative argument by the defense. And frankly, I don't know how they would have, I'm assuming that he would have just flat out asked the question, it took you so long to charge my client because you didn't believe you had a strong case, right? Something to that effect. So the judge has basically said, can't do that, but I'll let you question him on other aspects of the investigation.
All right, move on to number 2. State's second motion is the motion to strike defendant's notice of intent to rely on business records.
One second, Judge, I'm sorry.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. The next one is what that we're taking up?
Next one on the notice is motion to strike defendant's notice of intent to rely on business records.
Your Honor, Nick Lucio, I'll be arguing this issue. We have had a similar hearing on these specific documents already as it related to Mr. Wiggs's attempts to have the court take judicial notice of the contents of the domestic relations injunction, as well as the state's law enforcement report from the 2014 domestic violence case that they have referenced at various points. I had also filed, because they filed notice of intent to allow business records certifications to try to get those documents in. I filed motions to strike that because the reports themselves just are not admissible in that fashion. I have supplied a subsequent memorandum of law that specifically references police reports and DCF reports and how the tool of notice of intent to allow business record certification is improper to get all of that information in, as it is filled with various hearsay and inadmissible evidence. As I stated at the hearing involving their attempts to get this evidence in through judicial notice, I am not saying that they cannot bring up issues of the injunction or the domestic violence arrest from 2014. However, simply putting in reports that are filled with nothing but hearsay is not the way to properly admit that evidence before the court. So I filed the motion to strike the notice of intent to allow business record certifications, as that is not a proper vehicle to admit reports. Throughout the proceedings of this case, Mr. Wiggs has marked various reports and portions of reports as exhibits for purposes of hearing, and I have repeatedly talked at those times about how that would not be appropriate exhibits for trial, but for purposes of those hearings, it was permissible. I am also aware that Mr. Wiggs has attempted to just mark reports and depositions in trials in front of this court, and as attempts to just wholesale put those exhibits in, which is improper. So my memorandum of law, as well as my motion, fully outlines all of the arguments, but that is what the basis of this is.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
Please, Judge, with regards to this, I thought the court has already ruled on this matter as to the arrest of Michael Shaver and spoken about this and ruled on it at this stage. So I don't know if Mr. Camuccio is asking the court to rule on something that's previously been ruled on at this stage. That I'm not certain. I understand that there's a predicate that has to be laid for the introduction of evidence. I'm aware of that, but I believe you've already ruled with regards to Michael Shaver's conviction and the domestic violence issues at this stage. We haven't moved at this stage to seek to introduce any evidence at this stage, but I believe you've already ruled on it, Judge.
Mr. Commissioner, do you want to differentiate between what was ruled on previously and what you're seeking now?
Yes. The previous hearing that we had was the hearing that we dealt with that was titled, Mr. Wiggs titled Reverse Williams Rule. And there was a request for judicial notice of various items in the court file, including the injunction, as well as the police reports. And the court had ruled already that those documents could not come into evidence through through judicial notice. We have repeatedly said if witnesses that were actually involved in these incidents were to come forward and state this is what happened, that is the correct way of putting this evidence in before the jury, not just putting in a police report and having that be, as a matter of fact, what happened on that night. This particular filing is because not only were they requesting the court take judicial notice of those documents, they filed notices of intent to rely on business record certification to move in the records from 2014 DR 1502 and 2014 MM 5308. So this motion specifically is saying that they should not be allowed to put in those records as business record certifications based on their notice. And the statute specifically says that if a party files the notice of intent to rely on business record certification, if opposing party has an objection to that, it has to be done before the trial, so that if generally the procedure would be, so if there is an issue with the notice itself, if the party wants to bring in the live witness that would be the business record custodian, they could do so that way, as opposed to finding out in the middle of trial that opposing counsel had.
All right. First of all, Don Burke, $10 holla. Thank you so much. After a heavy week, you said train station. Were you talking about the train station on Yellowstone? You mean where Rip brings? Now remember, we can't talk about Yellowstone when Jay's on because he hates it. I loved the first 2 seasons and I thought it jumped the shark. But Rip, one of the main characters, when he's bringing you to the train station, you never come home. All right, so I want you to raise your hands. We've kind of dove into the last step before trial. Show of hands, who wants me to read through the affidavit first, which lays out a lot more of the factual scenarios behind the state's case. All right, like just do the little hand thing like Dizzy did. If I see enough of them, it's going to be reading time. It's medication time. It's time to read. All right, let's see. All right, Dizzy's the only one who's okay. Got Sinead. She raised her hand. Dizzy. So 2. Simply Bell. Yeah, the daughters is not going to be brought in. Dizzy also sent me the motion about the daughter and not being able to get into that. So I'm not exactly sure, in light of the fact that they're not going to be able to lean on that for the defense. I don't know if they're just going to argue it's a circumstantial case. Somehow her husband was buried on the property and then someone laid a concrete slab over where he just happened to be buried. I guess that's the defense, I guess. All right. Okay. I've seen enough hands. I'm going to pause that and I am going to pull up the affidavit. We will read through that quickly. It's a little lengthy, but I think affidavits are important. You guys know I like reading. Reading's important. Right. Okay. Let's pull this bad boy up. So this is the affidavit of probable cause. All right. So again, they give that time frame of November 7th through the 10th of 2015. That they believe that Laurie Shaver did commit homicide of the second degree and is an accessory after the fact to homicide in the second degree. And these are the facts that they are putting forward that they believe supports probable cause in order to make the arrest. So that the events hereinafter set forth occurred at 9850 Sandy Pines Road, Claremont, Florida, in Lake County. This property was owned exclusively by victim Michael Douglas Shaver and defendant Laurie Lee Shaver, husband and wife. The events occurred between November 7th and the 10th of 2015, during which time the only adults that lived in the home were Michael and Laurie Shaver. And during this time frame, Laurie Shaver also worked from home. So deputies responded to the Shaver home for a well-being check on victim Michael Shaver on February 16th of 2018. So we're talking, 2 years and change. I mean, that's a long time. And this was at the request of a friend, Scott Amatuccio, who reported that no one had seen Michael Shaver since the end of 2015. Mr. Amatuccio felt that the totality of the circumstances surrounding Michael Shaver's disappearance were suspicious, and that his wife, Laurie Shaver, wasn't being truthful about his whereabouts. Laurie vaguely claimed that Michael left in a black SUV, yet Scott knew his possessions still to be at the home afterwards. Scott found the text messages to Michael's boss quitting his job and giving away his tools to be very unlike him. Scott believed Laurie was pretending to be Michael on his Facebook. Scott also thought that the concrete slab fire pit that appeared on the property after Michael's disappearance, along with Laurie quickly remarrying, was suspicious. Scott consulted with Michael's family, who also agreed that he would never leave his kids to start a new family, as Laurie claimed he had. And the decision was made for Scott to contact authorities and report Michael missing. While investigating the well-being check, defendant Laurie Shaver told deputies that Michael left the family and was in Georgia. She said the last time Michael was at their house was when he picked up his belongings after his arrest for domestic violence in September of 2014. And the last time that she saw him was during a DCF custody trial in 2015. Laurie was cooperative and allowed the deputies to search the property until they had asked about the concrete slab fire pit and if they could have a cadaver dog conduct a sniff of the slab. Laurie then told deputies, "Leave my property. Leave. You must go." Detectives subsequently learned that Michael had no current cell phone and his Florida driver's license, U.S. passport, and FAA pilot's medical certificate had all expired. By the way, Michael was a pilot and then at some point became a mechanical engineer, I think over at Epcot, working on the monorail. Okay, so he had no driver's license in any other state. His vehicle had been repossessed in February of 2016, and court paperwork for a civil lawsuit for non-payment of a credit card had gone unserved on him because he was unable to be located. Every acquaintance of Michael who was contacted advised that they hadn't seen him since the end of 2015. So Michael Shaver was entered into NCIC as a missing person, and the investigation into his disappearance began. During the missing person investigation, Travis Filmer, Laurie Shaver's boyfriend, who she began dating in approximately January through April of 2016, told deputies that Laurie made the statement about Michael Shaver that, quote, "It's not that he's missing. He's no longer walking this earth," end quote. Laurie also told them regarding Michael that something bad had happened and that there was a body on the property. Oops. On March 9th, 2018, deputies served a search warrant for cadaver dog and ground penetrating radar at 9850 Sandy Pines Road in Claremont, the Shaver property. During the search, the skeletal remains of Michael Shaver were unearthed from 3 feet beneath the concrete slab/fire pit. Michael Shaver was clothed in socks, shorts, and underwear. Also removed from the body was a tarp, a set of ratchet straps, and the remains of a fitted sheet. The tags indicated the sheet was queen size and purchased at Kohl's, a department store frequented by Laurie Shaver, as proven by her bank records. The remains were confirmed to be those of Michael Shaver by DNA. Michael Shaver's cause and manner of death is homicide by gunshot wound to the back of the head, with a posterior to anterior trajectory, back to front. A single .38 caliber class projectile was recovered from Mr. Shaver's skull. Time of death was determined to be several months to several years prior to discovery. During a second search warrant served on the Shaver home, Blue Star, which yields a presumptive detection of bloodstains hidden from the naked eye, indicated a positive reaction in the track of the sliding glass door leading from the dining area to the porch. The substance ran in a drip-like pattern down the outside of the trailer between the home and the porch. The substance, along with apparent hairs found in the same area, failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA for an STR DNA analysis. Swabs from the interior lower track of the sliding door demonstrated the presence of a mixture of DNA consistent with 3 donors, including Laurie Shaver and 2 unrelated individuals, at least one of which is a male contributor. Michael Shaver could not be included or excluded as a contributor, which happens many times with mixed samples where you have multiple contributors. It is believed that Michael Shaver was killed between November 7th of 2015, the last day he was seen, and November 10th, 2015, the first day he did not show up to work. Investigation revealed that Michael Shaver's cell phone was called on November 7th, 2015 at 5:48 p.m. Michael was also last seen in public with Laurie Shaver and their 2 children on November 7th of 2015 by coworker Frank Merritt. Frank Merritt attended a tractor show with his wife and the Shavers and stated that Michael and Laurie did not appear to be getting along and left the event early to go home. Mr. Merritt texted Michael the next day, November 8th, and got no response. Mr. Merritt texted Michael on November 9th and received a response that he was quitting work to save his marriage. Michael did not report to work or call in on his next scheduled work day, November 10th, and was never seen again. Michael's boss, John Borglum, advised Michael was a reliable employee in line to become a foreman and never missed work without calling in. On November 11th, Laurie sent a private message via a work server to Alicia Ray, her sister, stating, quote, "Mike left yesterday, packed his stuff and went to the airport," end quote. On approximately November 12th, John Borglum texted Michael and received the response, quote, "I'm having issues at home in Georgia right now. Just fire me or I'll quit. I will not be returning anytime soon," end quote. Frank Merritt went to the Shaver home on November 13th to check on him. Laurie told him that Michael left and went to Georgia after they got into a fight about another woman's number being in his phone. Frank asked Laurie how Michael had gotten to Georgia since his vehicle was still at the Shaver home. Laurie then claimed a friend, Robert Mercado, had picked Michael up and driven him to Georgia. Robert Mercado, when interviewed, denied ever driving Michael to Georgia. On Monday, November 16th, Laurie sent a private message via work server to Alicia Ray, talking about her weekend, which would have been November 14th to 15th, and told Alicia that she did, quote, "tons of yard work," end quote, and cleaned up outside. So that's when the slab went down, right? November 16th, I think. Beginning on November 9th of 2015, or no, that was all the way the following year. So that must have been the burying. So beginning November 9th, 2015, friends and families of Michael Shaver, to include Robert Mercado, Frank Merritt, and his boss, John Borglum, received texts and Facebook messages from Michael. These texts and messages were, quote, unlike Michael, end quote, in tone. For example, telling his boss to go ahead and fire him because he wouldn't be coming back to work, telling his boss and Frank Merritt to keep his personal tools because he wouldn't be picking them up from work, telling Robert Mercado to, quote, leave me alone and don't bother me, end quote, when Robert was planning on spending Thanksgiving with the Shavers. In January of 2016, Christine Quarty, Michael's sister, received a Facebook message reply after reaching out to Michael that read in part, quote, everyone just needs to leave me alone, just like they did my entire life, end quote. In September of 2016, Desiree Snyder, Michael's niece, sent a Facebook message to Michael and received the reply, who are you? Then, quote, I don't have any family anymore. I have no clue who you are. Now stop messaging me, end quote. Michael's family points out that Laurie would not have recognized Desiree's maiden name. However, Michael obviously would. After November 9th of 2015, Michael Shaver's debit card is never used again for any in-person or in-store purchases. On November 19th and again on the 23rd of 2015, two separate online purchases were made at wish.com using his debit card. It is confirmed through wish.com that these purchases consisted of female lingerie and clothing items that were both shipped to Laurie Shaver at the Shaver residence at 9850 Sandy Pines Road in Claremont, with a confirmation email address of redacted. On November 30th of 2015, a check for $2,539 was mailed from Mariner Finance in Leesburg, Florida to Michael Shaver at his home address. On December 11th, 2015, the back of the check was endorsed with an unreadable signature, Michael Shaver's social security number and cell phone number, accepting the terms of the loan. On December 14th of 2015, the check was deposited into Michael Shaver's Chase checking account via an ATM in Claremont. Between December 14th and the 30th of December 2015, multiple ATM cash withdrawals were made from the account, along with online purchases and one payment to Sumter Electric Power Company, the power company used at the Shaver home. On December 15th, 2015, an online purchase was made at walmart.com from this account for $424.54. The receipt for this order shows it was for children's items and was shipped to Laurie Shaver at the home address of 9850 Sandy Pines in Claremont. The withdrawals and purchases totaled over $2,000 and caused Michael Shaver's account to be overdrawn by December 30th, 2015. After a few more purchases and fees, the checking account remained overdrawn and was never used again. Prior to November 9th, Michael Shaver used his checking account almost exclusively by making debit purchases in person at stores. Afterwards, the purchases were online and ATM. All in Claremont or shipped to the Shaver residence, not Georgia, where Laurie had said that Michael was located. According to Mariner Finance, no payments were ever made on the loan, and they never spoke to or saw Michael Shaver. All attempts by Mariner Finance to contact Michael Shaver to collect on the loan for the next 3 years met with negative results. Investigation has revealed no indication that any adult other than Laurie Shaver lived at the Shaver home, where the Mariner Finance check and 3 internet orders were mailed to her name during the November through December 2015 timeframe. The person who made the deposit and withdrawals would need to have the ability to intercept Michael Shaver's mail from his secure community mailbox, have access to his social security number, his ATM card for 2 weeks, his PIN number, and have the knowledge that Michael Shaver would not be around to notice the fraudulent deposit, the multiple withdrawals, or packages being shipped to his residence. By the beginning of December of 2015, Laurie Shaver was selling and attempting to sell Michael Shaver's firearms, tools with which he made his living, vehicle, home and property, and other possessions. Joseph Bray, owner of JB Guns in Bushnell, Florida, overheard her attempting to sell multiple guns and selling one gun to the owner of Outrageous Audio in Mineola, Florida, on approximately 12/5/15. Mr. Bray offered to purchase the remaining firearms and responded to Laurie Shaver's home on approximately December 6th or 7th of 2015 to meet with her and make the purchase. There, he purchased 9 firearms, including two 38 caliber revolvers, reload equipment, and a firearm cleaning supply for $1,000 from Laurie Shaver. Laurie was alone at her home and told Mr. Bray the firearms had belonged to her husband, that he had left, and she hadn't seen or heard from him and didn't know where he was. I mean, this thing is like got it's got that kind of like Tellus vibe with Laurie was alone at her home, and she told Mr. Bray that the fire. Oh, I read that already. So she considered the items hers now, and she was going to sell them. Mr. Bray thinks that she said that her husband had been gone a couple of months. Laurie told Mr. Bray that her husband was an aircraft mechanic and that she had sold his aircraft mechanic tools the previous day for $1,000. Laurie offered to sell Mr. Bray her husband's Ford vehicle, which was in the yard without the title, and offered to sell his tractor. She also said the house and property were for sale for $150,000. Mr. Bray thought it was unusual that a man would leave all his possessions behind, including several firearms and expensive work tools. In March of 2018, when Mr. Bray saw Laurie Shaver and the Shaver property on the news, he recognized Laurie as the woman he purchased the firearms from and recognized the property in the trailer as the location he had met Laurie Shaver as to purchase firearms from her. From November 7th until 2015, until Michael's body was discovered, Laurie Shaver continued to tell friends and family that she saw and spoke to Michael Shaver and that he was stalking her. On December 3rd of 2015, she sent a private message to a supervisor, Ramin, and I'm not going to even try to pronounce that last name. It looks to be 2 letters shy of the alphabet, through a work server, claiming that she had been getting child support, but now Michael was in jail for non-payment after losing his job. Laurie, at different times, claimed Michael was in Georgia, New York, and California. She said Michael left her and the kids to start a new life. Laurie told her boyfriend, Travis Filmer, that she was divorced and, quote, married him, even though her marriage to Michael was still valid. When questioned by her sister-in-law, Rebecca Urbanowski, boring. What's up, y'all? No, I think it's pretty good. Pretty good. I was kind of listening a little bit on my walk. It's hot as shit. Dude was panting, which means he's sweating. All right. I'm gonna let this play for another 7 minutes. I've got this thing I've got to do with Josh Ritter. I think court's not due back till 1:15. I'm starting at 1 or noon my time. And I don't know. I think we'll probably record for 30 minutes. I'm gonna see if I can get Allie to dip on. If not, you are in Dizzy's capable hands. I'll be back probably within 15, 20 minutes of when the testimony refires up. And Diz, if you can just, I don't know if I need to pull this. You can stop screen, right, Diz, on this and put the trial up. I was kidding. I never think my content is boring, but I'm not very objective either. Pretty subjective about my own shit. My shit's awesome. So good. So all right, cool. I will miss you guys. I hope you had a nice lunch. I didn't get to eat. I sacrifice for my puppy, for my guy, my love bug, my puppy dog. But he's hot as shit. He's doing that thing. You know how dogs just lay on the floor because it's the coolest area? That's him. Came and drank like a gallon of water. I had to cut through some yards. I could tell he was struggle bussing, and I didn't bring I usually bring a little bowl with some water if it's heat. I didn't realize it was that hot. Like got up and it feels like 90 again. I'm like done with 90. 90 can go. Blow it out its ass. It's like I want like 70, 75. 75 is great. Love 75. All right, you guys. Maybe we get Allie pop in for a little bit. Maybe not. Can't make any promises. We shall see. I'm hoping. I know she's finishing an email, and then I'm going to go bug her before I jump on with Josh. But I will see you one way or another in a very short amount of time. Hugs and kisses. Sorry, Diz. What a jerk off. I just leave. I forgot it was on mine. So I'll play this about her divorce. She stated it was final and that Michael was at the courthouse with her for the hearing in a separate room. She told Travis along with the two 38 caliber handguns that Mr. Shaver sold to Joseph Bray in 2015. She had access to four 38 caliber handguns during the time frame of Michael Shaver's homicide. Laurie Shaver was the last person to see Michael Shaver and the only other adult occupant of the property where his body was buried. Days after he was last seen, Laurie lied about Michael going to Georgia with a friend. Laurie Shaver constructed the fire pit and poured the concrete on her 5-acre property exactly over Michael's grave. Laurie lied to family and law enforcement about Michael's whereabouts and claimed to have seen and communicated with him well after his disappearance and after the concrete slab was poured over his body. Laurie gave away, sold, or attempted to sell many of Michael's belongings within a month of his disappearance. Laurie drained Michael's bank account within a month after his disappearance after making a fraudulent loan deposit in his name. Laurie had access to four 38 caliber handguns at the time of Michael's homicide. Laurie told her boyfriend Michael wasn't missing, that he was no longer walking this earth, and that there was a body on the property. Laurie claimed to have seen and talked to Michael and assumed his identity on Facebook, Facebook Messenger, and in text in order to convince family and friends that he was still alive. A ruse which did not benefit her in any way other than prolonging the discovery of the homicide. So there you go. There you go. Whew, man. Yeah, diabolical, but like a massive idiot. Like Jesus. Like she doesn't know about IP addresses, and like she didn't think that somebody'd figure out that was her shit and it was all coming from the house using his bank account. I mean, wow. Like she did not watch and read enough like murder mysteries, Discovery ID, Oxygen. She's just she was not yet, like she got away for 3 years. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, it makes me wonder if like like there must have been some kind of separation of the family, right? Like 3 years. Like I don't hear from like a family member of mine for 3 years. I'm gonna be like, what? What? Where are you? What? Call me. Quit messaging me on Facebook and call me right now. Yeah, I mean that part of it's weird. That part is definitely weird. All right, so you guys feel like you're have a better grip on what's going on here? I definitely do. It's primer for me too. Primer for me too. So I definitely feel sister said that they tried really hard to find him, but never reported him missing. That's what Dizzy says. It's crazy. I mean, huh? It's hard. Like, it's hard to wrap my mind around. It's like the family, like as they got older, must not have been very close. I mean, to like for 3 years to go by and you're buying some bullshit story that he's just left and started another family somewhere in Georgia or New York or California. Boy, I don't know. Yeah, I think so, Phil. It's bingo time. Like you got all the stuff. You got fire pits, concrete slabs, Facebook messengers, pink 38 revolver, all kinds of goodies. All right, let's get back to this. I'm gonna fire this thing back up. Yeah. Yeah, everybody put up their hand who wants to play some bingo. I'm always down for bingo. This time I'm not missing my card though. I missed the card on Telus. I slept. I was sleeping completely. That's all right because I was donating a prize. So, like with my luck, I would have actually won. You know, when I'm trying to give away a prize, it would have been ridiculous. All right.
An objection to it. My objection is stated that these records are not admissible as business records certificate, as business records, so therefore the notice of intent to rely on the business record certification are invalid. And my motion talks about how not only is there hearsay, but whether or not the clerk's office is actually the party that actually creates these records and maintains these records. They're not, they just take what is given to them and puts it in court files. So therefore they are not actually producing any of these business records, any of these records that he claims are business records. So yes, we have had a hearing. Yes, there has been determinations that certain areas of the injunction and the county court case are going to be admissible, but not simply by putting in police reports, domestic violence injunction petitions, and things of that nature.
Good. We didn't intend to do that, but I think if you look in your order, I think it's paragraph 16 and 17 is where you address it. And it states if you can lay a proper predicate. Okay. You'd already ruled on this. The state is just filing this late and now raising it a second time, but you've already ruled on it. You've stated, Judge, if you can lay a proper predicate.
Correct. And that was previously stated, but to the extent that Mr. Michio has cited or distinguished the prior ruling from the present request, the motion is granted.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll move on to number 3. And state's third motion is notice of intent to agree to injury summary and memorandum of law attached to it.
Yes, well, yes, Your Honor. This is simply dealing with the various IP records that have been that were compiled from the Facebook records themselves for the courts. So the court is aware the state is intending on admitting the Facebook records both from Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver. We've had hearings on.
Yeah, I'm so glad we read the PCA because now this shit all makes way more sense, right? Now we know what Facebook messages are talking about. Got to fill in the gaps first. See, I always should have read the PCA. See, I let that one fan mail get in my head about the reading. Like, I'm a reader. I'm going to read. Always going to read. If people don't like the reading, you know what they can do. Always going to read.
The relevance of all of those already. It is my intent to put in the entire IP logs of both Laurie Shaver and Michael Shaver Facebook records, so the jury would have access to all of the information. The evidence summary that I've filed that is in compliance with Florida Statute 90.956 simply summarizes some of that information, and it is a permissible tool to help assist the jury in understanding all of the records, but they will also have all of the records themselves, and they're fully able to go through and look and see that, yes, all these IP addresses and times and dates and numbers and all of that matches up. It is a
what's that?
As the rule allows to allow them to process pages and pages of information.
Fun is it doing this?
All of that information will actually be made available to them.
Mr. Wicks, just please support this. Judge, we would contest to this and bring to the court's attention.
Yeah, I bet you're going to contest that.
Wait, hold on a sec.
Those
What the
Facebook
hell?
messages coming in, right, buddy? I mean,
What is this? Because I'm showing it on
Damn it.
break.
I'm going to get.
Can you hear me? Hello.
I cannot wait.
Can you hear me?
I cannot wait to see how they're going to try to defend this shit.
Can you hear me?
Like now that we know, yeah, like in Couch, the daughter pulling the trigger is out. Like the judge apparently rejected that ridiculous bullshit, like completely. So I don't think that that's coming in any capacity. So, man,
Can you
I'm
guys
trying
hear
to
me?
figure out. I mean,
Can you
this
not hear
woman
me?
makes the Adelsons look like criminal masterminds.
How am I in it?
Like, and
I'm
they're no
in it.
criminal masterminds. Like
All right.
she, like that shit was so sloppy. Like that was her plan. Like how much? I'm a little surprised that the affidavit, the PCA, did not include what the value of the life insurance policy was. Like for a motive. Like they're like on the way of divorcing. Like they're split. Like divorce. Get a divorce. Get a divorce. Don't kill your spouse. Just divorce them. This too shall pass. You'll survive it. It'll hurt. Be sad. It's way better than prison. It's way better than prison. And then you're not a murderer. It's way, way better.
Notes on the top that give the court summary that deals with.
Who's got control of it? Allie, this is past Bob. I told you we're playing old live.
Oh,
Watching you
Jesus.
talk to past Bob was the greatest day of my entire life. I know. Okay, now it sounds like I don't know how many versions of this shit we have running, but it sounds like crazy world. All right, I got a dip. Love you. Bye.
Wait. I'm confused. What the hell am I doing?
Oh my God.
I don't want to be looking at a weird old live, do I?
Hold on. Calm down. Calm down. All right, listen.
Oh my God. So
listen.
everybody knew what was going on but
Why am I
me.
still hearing volume from somewhere? Like somebody's got. Oh wait, hold on. It's me.
Oh my
All
Lord.
right. Woo! Old people doing tech. Old people doing tech. All right,
I
so
was
listen.
so confused. I get it.
know, and it
I was
was
the only one
glorious.
not in on
All right,
the.
the door to the shitter's open behind you. Might want to close that. Just little boopy boopers. All right, so yeah, like I told you, we
Well,
were
now I
playing the-
can't hear you because I got to do that.
Wow, there she goes. There she. Hey, at least we're handling this before the trial starts. I mean, can you? Yeah, like look.
All right. No one is allowed to tell anyone else what just. If you're not the 165 people
Listen,
that are here right now, this does not go past.
here's the deal. Everybody in replay is going to see what just happened there, and it was Gloria. Like you talking to past Bob was the greatest thing I've ever seen. So,
And then I called you.
You're not here, man. And they're like,
Oh,
and then
God.
you call me, but you have your headphones on. They're like, can you hear me? I'm like, take your headphones off so I can talk to you. I'm like, why are you calling me if you're not going to talk on the phone? All right, I got a dip. I'll be back though. I of course am turning into Allison, and I can't get my time zone straight. My thing with Josh is 2 p.m. Pacific, which means 4 p.m. for me.
Oh, so I did all
was on
that
the-
embarrassing shit for no reason.
No, but I need you to stay on. I got to eat. I took the dog for a walk. I have to eat something. No one wants Hangry Bob, right,
All right.
Bubby?
Well, feed your dad while you're up there because I haven't.
That sounds like a lot. All right,
Well.
love you. Bye.
Oh my God. I was so obviously you guys all saw, so I don't need to remind you all how confusing that just was to me. All right, so we still have probably like 7 minutes or so before they come back from lunch. Let me share my screen for that. No. Yes. Okay. And it's playing. Okay. All right. So somebody tell me something that's exciting that's happening or what's supposed to happen. What's that little thing at the bottom there? Oh, it's like Court TV's little share thing. How do I have that on there? Is it something they hard coded in now or something? Or is it just me? I think I'm in. Maybe that's better. Let's see. Okay. Anyway, back to what I was asking. Where did this thing end, and is there anything exciting happening? They had the wife that got flowers. Bob's definitely not in trouble. There was a snarky poem? Alright, so what does this mean, a snarky poem? That the defendant wrote? And I saw part of the husband this morning, although I was confused that it wasn't the ex-boyfriend that she accuses of having done all this. Um Oh, the poem has to do with the flowers. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna figure all this out. That woman is so scary. Oh, yeah. The defendant wrote a poem pretending to be Mike. T Wow. Wow. See, that's what I'm saying. I think that that's a little much if you're really just trying to protect your child who, you know, because of some accident that she did, whatever, that just doesn't jive with that, like, writing creepy poems and, like, saying stupid stuff. I could see the, like, pop on here and there, maybe, I don't know, but that definitely is this a joke? Oh, wait, is this a joke? Oh, you're all saying it, that's not a joke. This is what she said for real? Oh my god. My god. Your wife's a whore. My husband is one too. If she's supposed to be Mike saying that? I don't know. Either way, it's crazy. Oh, I see. She sent it to another woman pretending to be him, saying she was having an affair to break up the another couple. Is this a couple that had something to do with Mike at some point? Like, why is she targeting this other couple? Mm. Yeah, I don't know. That I don't think that, it's gonna be possible to buy her story, um, with all this weird extra stuff that she was doing. Wait, since when isn't the is somebody can someone confirm this? Last I heard, the child was testifying. The child had a GAL, guardian ad litem, appointed to represent her. Did something change? Laurie wanted to split up a couple that she was having an affair with. Yeah, so that right there takes any possible belief that she was just trying to protect her daughter, like, out of the realm of possibilities for me. It's just that's clearly you're, like, manipulating and taking advantage of the situation to your own, to end relationships so that you can have an affair with somebody or whatever. That's doesn't just does not track with somebody who was trying to protect their daughter. Okay. Yeah. I thought she was too. I think, Sean, what Bob told me yesterday is that the child's prior consistent statements or outcries to other people, her telling other people about this is not going to be allowed. Maybe that's what you're what you're thinking of as well. She took out a loan. I mean, to me, the taking out a loan thing is not as telling as the, like, using his voice through social media to do your bidding. Like, that right there is a whole 'nother level that just, like I said, in my mind, doesn't jive with her wanting to protect her child. Well, yeah, true, and I don't know the history. I was actually gonna ask Bob, like, how long did this go on before she threw her child under the bus? Um Yeah, I was hearing his argument, the lawyer's argument earlier, Crystal, on this, and I thought, I don't see why they're gonna let the GAL, and if that's who we're talking about, are they letting the GAL say that the kid's being truthful? I did hear that they're not letting an expert come on and say, like a psychologist, but I don't see why the defense lawyer, thinks he can kind of circumvent that by being like, well, it's just the GAL, and I just want the GAL to say essentially that she's being truthful. I don't know. I can see, you know, did you discuss all of this with her? Did you, blah, 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 things that sort of imply to the jury that, well, clearly she's being truthful, or, well, clearly this GAL believes her version of events. Um, but I don't know. Okay, so Crystal's saying the GAL can take the stand. Hmm. So while we're waiting, oh wait, something's moving. No time for me to get off on a whole tangent. Aw, yeah, Cameron's sweet. Oh, maybe I just assumed he was up. No, don't bother him. Why are you doing that? I forgot I told Bob to get his dad food even though his dad actually wasn't up. Um, and then Crystal, that's so I'm assuming you're saying there that the GAL is allowed to testify, but still can't say that the kid is being, truthful. And that's what I didn't think the judge was gonna allow. Because that would be the same reason why you wouldn't allow the um the expert. So I don't know, my tangent, because defense attorney Meow says I should do it, was this whole damn it. Was totally off topic of this case and on the most recent school shooting case. We'll do it on another live.
For the jurors, but we have not made an inquiry of them yet today about whether or not they followed the court's orders. Oh, we did? Oh,
Yeah,
I
this morning the
apologize.
judge did.
Yes, sir.
This morning?
Forgot.
I apologize. Yes, there you go.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please bring in the jurors. Thank you.
Oh, the jury definitely gets tired of all the sidebars. I mean, maybe in in the beginning, it's like, oh, okay, this is kind of
All
cool.
right,
Look
please
how they're
be
doing
seated. I
their
see that all
lawyer
of
and
the
judge
jurors have
thing. But
returned
then,
from
yeah,
lunch.
they definitely require that.
And are the parties ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please call your next witness.
State calls Detective Jared Strickland.
If it's a boring witness, you might just get my tangent after all.
Good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All set?
Yes, sir.
All right. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Jared Strickland, JARRODSTRICKLAND.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Corporal Jared Strickland with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2006.
What is your current position or assignment?
Currently, I'm a corporal. I'm one of the supervisors within our criminal investigations unit.
And how long have you been in that position?
Since 2021.
Now, taking you back to February of 2017, what was your position then?
In February 2017, I was one of our economic crimes detectives.
And what is it, when you say economic crimes detectives, what kind of crimes would you investigate?
Different types of fraud, credit card fraud, identity theft, sometimes things that deal with computers and electronics.
And how did you become involved into the investigation into the death of Michael?
Sure. I was asked to start getting bank records, financials from the different people that are involved, and to review those records as well as social media.
Now, let me ask you this. When a case, a homicide case in particular, is being investigated by the Lake County Sheriff's Office, is it assigned to just one detective or a whole team working on this issue?
Sure. Typically, it's an entire team of detectives that are working on it because we all bring different things to the table.
And was your background, training, experience with various forms of financial, social media records and things like that from your economic crimes background useful in the investigation?
Yes, it was.
Now, as part of the records that you looked into, did you seek out information and documents from Facebook in this case?
Yes, I did.
And in order to obtain records from Facebook, how do you go about doing that?
We have to get a search warrant.
And first of all, did you prepare warrants to get information for a Facebook profile associated with a Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you has already been entered into evidence. It states exhibit number 10. Which way? It's already in evidence. Okay, Strickland, there's a thumb drive in that envelope. Can you go ahead and take
Amanda,
a look
you've
at
missed
that?
nothing.
And the case number 10, are those the Facebook records that you obtained through Facebook?
Yes, they are.
And when you obtain these types of records, particularly we'll start with Michael Shaver's Facebook records, are they sent to you printed out in boxes, or how are they sent to you?
They're not. So Facebook has a law enforcement records request portal where they will upload all that information to, and then we then download it in a zip folder because it's usually quite large.
And do they assign it a special number to associate with the request that you've made?
Yes, they do.
And does that number appear in the records themselves?
Yes, it does.
And then does that number also appear on the business record certification that's included in that folder?
Yes, it does.
Now, the records that we're dealing with there are on a thumb drive. Do we have over 3,000 pages on that thumb drive?
Yes, correct.
Now, as you've gone
Oh my
through,
God, I hope they're not
after
gonna
you've initialed
go
it,
through a whole bunch of them
you
like
have
they
gone
did in
through all of those records, looked at the
Laurie
pictures,
Daybell.
things of that nature.
Yes, I have.
And as you went through that, are there pieces of information that identify the potential owner of that profile?
Yes, there is.
What kind of information is included in that?
There's a phone number as well as an email that's associated with that, along with what Facebook calls the vanity name, which is a unique identifier that cannot be changed within the Facebook records.
And as you went through those particular records, does that include photos that the user may have uploaded or someone using that account may have uploaded?
Yes.
Did you see photographs of Michael Shaver throughout the Facebook profile associated with the Michael Shaver account?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Facebook?
I am.
Did you ever have a Facebook account?
Previously, yes.
You no longer have one?
No, sir.
All right. What is the process that you go through in order to log into Facebook?
Sure. So Facebook is typically it's used on a mobile device. It can be logged into on a computer, but if it's in either case, if the password is stored on whatever that device is, you can just load right into it. There's also a way that you can use biometrics such as Face ID or your thumbprint, depending on what kind of phone you have, or if you have the device that was previously logged into it and it hasn't logged out.
Is there anything that would prevent another individual from logging into someone's Facebook account as long as they had either the password or a device that was already associated with that and currently logged in?
No.
All right. You know, people get that.
What is an ISP?
So an ISP is a internet service provider. That is the company that you pay for internet through, whether it's Spectrum, CenturyLink, any number of the different providers that provide cable, internet, fiber services.
And what is an IP address?
An IP address stands for Internet Protocol. This is a unique identifier to a network that a device is connecting to the internet on.
Now, as part of your background and training into investigations of economic crimes, have you had experience investigating cases involving the use of IP addresses and things of that nature?
Yes, I have.
Now, as you went through the Facebook records, do they maintain IP logs for activity associated with that account?
Yes, they do.
And does that IP address give you a physical address that's associated with that IP address?
No, it does not.
Are you able, once you get that IP address, to do anything to start investigating where the physical location of that may be?
Yes, I can.
And what is that?
So once we have an IP address, we're able to use internet resources to find out who the internet service provider is. Once we have the internet service provider, depending on what kind of request they want to release records, typically it's a subpoena or sometimes a court order, we can send them a subpoena and they will give us subscriber information, which includes the service location, the names on the account, billing information if we request it, and so forth.
And the IP addresses that we are going to be referencing go back to how far back?
The IP addresses that we have go back to at least 2015.
And when did you become involved with this investigation, start looking into
I mean,
the issues
I'd
involved
assume
with
that he
this
would
IP
just be
address?
like, okay, no questions.
February 2018.
When you got the
was
IP
going off the
addresses
list, sorry.
associated with the Facebook account, were you able to determine which service provider was linked up with those IP addresses?
Yes, I was.
And which service provider was that?
By and large, it was CenturyLink.
And when you went to try
Exactly.
to obtain information from CenturyLink to associate it with any physical addresses, were you able to get that information?
I was not.
Why not?
CenturyLink told us that they
Agreed.
only keep records for one rolling calendar year.
So trying to get records of physical address associated with IP addresses in 2018 for stuff that happened in 2015, 2016 was just impossible.
That's correct.
Now, as part of your review of the Facebook profiles, did you also obtain a search warrant in order to get the information from Laurie Shaver's Facebook.
That's correct.
I'm showing the defense what has previously been states HH. No, that's Ms. Shaver's records, the other one was Mr. Shaver. I'm showing you what's been previously, can you go ahead and just put that back in the envelope before? Showing you what's been previously remarked as states HH. Do you recognize those records and the thumb drive contained within?
Yes, I do.
And what is contained on that thumb drive?
These are Laurie Shaver's Facebook records.
And how do you know that's what's on that thumb drive? Have you reviewed it and initialed the thumb drive?
Yes, yes, I have.
And are those all the records that Facebook sent to you with their identifying a number associated on that thumb drive?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the state moved HH into evidence as 36.
35, I believe. Is it 35? 35.
35.
Yes, sir. Any objection?
Your motion on this, on the digital data?
Yes, sir.
As we've raised before.
All right. And the motion, the objection is overruled, and states HH will be entered into evidence as states number 35.
Now, similar question, have you gone through all the data that's contained on there?
Yes, sir.
And did that have information associating it with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, it did.
What kind of information was that?
The same information. It will have the vanity name, which is a unique identifier that is set up whenever the account is established, along with phone numbers and email addresses.
Did it include pictures of herself, her children, her home, things of that nature?
Yes, it did.
And how far back does that activity go?
I believe 2015 at least.
And that would have been the time frame that you obtained the warrant for?
Correct.
And the amount of information on that thumb drive, how is that in relation to the records from Michael Shaver?
Significantly larger.
Based on the activity that you saw, was she more frequent poster on Facebook than the Michael Shaver account?
Yes.
As part of those records that are already in evidence, does Facebook maintain all of those IP addresses associated with the activity?
Yes, they do.
And now, does that mean every single time somebody just pulls up Facebook, scrolls, looks at a picture, does something like that, that activity is going to be referenced on those IP logs?
Typically, no.
What types of things register on the IP log history that you get from these records?
Sure. Login activity is one of the big ones. Anytime anybody accesses Facebook on their device, whether it's a phone or a computer, Facebook will log that IP address. Whenever messages are sent, photos are shared, statuses are updated, Facebook will log that IP address for that activity.
If someone were to upload photos, change their profile picture, with that type of thing,
Yes.
and does the actual IP logs contain information not only that the account was accessed, but the type of activity that was done?
Yes, it does.
I'm showing you what's previously been marked for identification as states II and JJ. Do you recognize these two exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what are those exhibits?
These are the IP logs for each of the Facebook accounts.
And specifically, does II match up with the IP logs for Michael Shaver?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves states II into evidence to states 36.
Any objection?
Same objection as to the motion that's previously been held on this and the testimony received.
Yes, your objection's overruled. States II will be admitted into evidence as states number 36.
And states JJ, is that the IP log history for Laurie SHAVER?
Yes, it is.
Right, this time the state moved states JJ into evidence as states 37.
Same objection, Judge.
Yes, your objection's overruled. States JJ will be admitted into evidence as states number 37.
Now, can you first pull up Michael SHAVER's IP log history and just tell the jury how many pages? Look the number at the top.
Sure. The Michael SHAVER IP logs for Facebook span 13 pages.
And the Laurie SHAVER Facebook account, how long is it?
77 pages.
Now, in order to assist the jury with your testimony regarding the information that was contained in those IP logs, was a summary prepared of the information contained in those folders.
Yes, it was.
And specifically what types of IP addresses were summarized for this purpose.
We did a comparison based on IP addresses for both Michael SHAVER and Laurie SHAVER's Facebook activity that were shared IP addresses. Those were IP addresses that hit both of the accounts.
And so the summary that we're about to talk about covers any IP address that appeared in both of those folders.
That's correct.
And as this was a trial exhibit, who actually prepared the summary?
The state attorney's office.
You go back through the summary in order to check to make sure that the information contained in here does reflect the information in those folders.
Yes, I did.
I'm showing defense was previously marked as states KK.
Your Honor, same objection to the data log summary as to this is not a business record, it's a summary, it's not been stipulated to, and it doesn't fall within.
Come up for a sidebar, please. Thank you.
All right. Detective Strickland, have you had a chance to look at the summary that I have just given?
Yes, I have.
Is that the summary that we have just been discussing?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state moved A into evidence as number 38.
All right. Over defense objection, court will move exhibit KK into evidence as states number 38.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be allowed to step down.
Certainly. Please feel free to move.
Go ahead and bring all three of those folders.
Yes, sir.
Going to move about the courtroom. Exciting.
Now, as you went through both sets of IP logs, how many
think somebody's
different
ready to be
IP
tested.
addresses did you find that both the Michael SHAVER account and the Laurie SHAVER account shared? There were
Not that
13 shared
interesting what he's going to say right now.
Now, if someone were to connect to their home Wi-Fi, and we had multiple people in that home using that home Wi-Fi, would they all register the same IP address.
I mean, no one's gonna
And
believe
similarly,
that
if I went to
anybody
go
else
visit
was
you,
doing this.
you
I
gave me
feel
your
like you
Wi-Fi
don't need to
password,
be
and then I
drilling
started
this
utilizing my
on
mobile
this much.
device when
Like,
I then
clearly the
be
kid is not
utilizing your Wi-Fi.
Yes,
pretending
And
to be
then,
your
therefore,
father.
your IP account.
that's correct.
If you were to go to Starbucks and then you utilize their password and log into their account, you then have a different IP address located in your phone.
Yes.
And if you utilize anything on Facebook while you were doing that at that outside area, would that IP address reflect in your records?
Yes.
There he is.
Now,
What up?
Hey, babe.
publishing
Hey,
page
baby.
72 from the Laurie
It's
Shaver
really heating up.
records and
Perfect
page
timing for you.
30
I heard,
from the Michael Shaver
I didn't
records.
have the
Can you
picture up, and I saw
basically just summarize
Norton
first
from
for the
Office
jury
Space was testifying.
the information that we're looking at?
I'll do
Sure,
it.
so this is
I was
the
thinking the same thing,
Facebook
actually.
IP
burn this
address
place
log for
down,
both
I'll
of the
do it.
accounts. The Michael Shaver records are on the left, the Laurie Shaver records are on
But I'm
the right.
leaving you off.
You'll notice
Yes,
it's in
he is.
reverse order. So at the bottom of the page is actually the oldest activity
real.
that we got. And as you go up,
Been real.
it becomes more recent
Pammy.
in history.
Where's Pammy? Oh, there goes the trial too, huh? All right, all right. Let's see what she's doing there. Okay, let's see how it is. All right, all right. Fear not, fear not. I'll get it all hooked up. All
Universal time, then what is that?
Look at that
So
chat.
basically it's a time zone
Full
that
screen.
for many
What do we
different
miss?
purposes.
Sorry if I just blew your eardrums out. All right, I want to bloop bloop it. Bloop 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 bloop. Don't want to miss anything. Not one moment. Because shit is heating up.
Different IP addresses did you find that both the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account shared?
There were 13 shared IP addresses.
Now, if someone were to connect to their home Wi-Fi, and we have multiple people in that home using that home Wi-Fi,
Good light,
they
babe.
all register the same IP
Oh, good,
address.
honey.
Yes, they would. And similarly, if I went to go visit you, you gave me your Wi-Fi password, and then I started utilizing my mobile device, would I then be utilizing your Wi-Fi?
Yes,
And then therefore your IP account?
that's correct.
If you were to go to Starbucks and then you utilize their password and log into their account, you then have a different IP address located in your phone.
Yes.
And if you utilize anything on Facebook while you were doing that at that outside area, would that IP address reflect in your records?
Yes, it would.
Now, publishing page 72 from the Laurie Shaver records and page 13 from the Michael Shaver records. Can you basically just summarize first for the jury the information that we're looking at?
Sure. So this is the Facebook IP address log for both of the accounts. The Michael Shaver records are on the left, the Laurie Shaver records are on the right. You'll notice that it's in reverse order. So at the bottom of the page is actually the oldest activity that we got. And as you go up, it becomes more recent in history. The information that you will see is an action, which tells you what kind of activity was done while it was logged in. You'll get the date and time. The time is in universal coordinated time, which, depending on whether or not we're in daylight savings or standard time, is either 4 or 5 hours behind our current time.
Detective Strickland, let me just hit pause there. When you talk about the universal time, then what is that?
So it's basically it's a time zone that for many different purposes is used so that we don't have different time zones for everything. And because we all live in different time zones, things are relative.
So Facebook has to send records probably all through the world, and so all of their times that are going to appear from here would be universal time?
Correct.
And how do you convert universal time to Eastern Standard?
We can use either a website to convert it or just subtract or add 4 or 5 hours, depending on what time zone we're in, whether it's daylight savings time.
So when we're, depending on whether or not we're in daylight savings time, it would be 4 to 5 hours different from UTC.
Correct.
All right. Now, you've talked about the time. What other information are on these IP logs?
The IP address itself.
Now, the area, first of all, that is in the blue box, both on the Michael Shaver records and the Laurie Shaver records. What is the significance of those two entries in that blue box?
So those are the same shared IP address that both of the accounts conducted activity on within a certain amount of time of each other.
And can you just point those two IP addresses and read them out loud for the jury?
Sure. 71.49.14.136. 71.49.14.136.
Okay. And then what is the next line in that blue box?
The next line is the time. So January 5th, 2016 at 16:05 Universal Coordinated Time. January 5th, 2016 at 2:08 Universal Coordinated Time.
And then what is the last line that is in the blue box in each of those?
The action that was done, photo uploaded, photo uploaded.
Now, what about the red box? Is that the same IP address that appeared in the blue box area?
It is the same IP address.
What is the time difference between when the device accessing the Michael Shaver records access compared to the device accessing the Laurie Shaver records?
203, 103.
So with and because it's utilizing the same IP address, that indicates that those devices were in the same area.
That's correct.
Moving on to the next slide, what information is, first of all, is this from the summary?
Yes, it is.
Now, is this how the information from the previous two pages from the individual records themselves have been compiled into the summary for purposes of the jury?
Yes, it is.
So the area in the red box on here, is that the same information that's on the previous slide?
Yes, it is.
And then the blue box?
Yes, it is.
So if the jury were so inclined, they could actually take the original IP logs from those two folders and look and verify all the information that's in the summary if they chose.
Yes, they could.
All right, moving on to the next slide. First of all, what is the date of this activity?
The date of this activity is April 3rd, 2016.
And can you just show the jury on the summary where they get that information? All right, and for the actual chart itself, is that labeled on the chart as far as the date?
Yes, it is.
And can you show them there?
The date is right here. And then April 2016, and then the date is in that column.
Thank you. Now, this particular April 3rd date, is that utilizing the same IP address?
Yes, it is.
And is that why it's together on that same line?
Yes, it is.
And the activity on the Michael Shaver account and the device associated with that, how far apart is that from the activity on the Laurie Shaver account?
11:39, 12:07.
So that's within a half an hour.
Correct.
Moving on to May, still April of 2016, specifically April 21st. Was there another instance of close activity?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury to show them by using the summary?
The action on the Mike Shaver account was a login, and the activity on Laurie Shaver's account was an uploaded photo.
Okay. And what was the time difference?
17:09, 17:41, 30 minutes.
And the summary that we have, and that's been admitted into evidence, does that also have the time conversion to Eastern Standard that you using the formula that you described to the jury?
The summary does, yes.
Okay. And can you show them where that goes?
In the parentheses.
So everywhere after the UTC time where it says EST, that would be local time.
That's correct.
Moving on, now at May 3rd of 2016, what was significant about the activity on the two accounts here?
The same IP address. Mike Shaver's account was a login. Laurie Shaver's account was a uploaded photo. The times were approximately 15 minutes apart.
Yeah. focus a little bit specifically on Michael Shaver's account. Did you review Facebook messages from that account between the Michael Shaver Facebook account and Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, I did.
Moving on to those records themselves that are already in evidence, what was the first message and the date that that message was sent from the Michael Shaver account?
So the first date was February 25th, 2016, 7:43 Universal Coordinated Time.
And did you find Facebook messages preceding the delivery of any sort of flowers to Vanessa Townsend through the Facebook records?
Yes, I did.
And I'm showing you it's previously been admitted into evidence at states number 32 are those records.
Yes, they are.
And as we go through, moving on to the messages themselves, when was the message sent that said that the individual utilizing the Mike Shaver account had something for Miss Townsend?
It is the top, which is on 2 pages, April 5th, 2016.
Okay. And what about, was there a phone number shared to Vanessa Townsend utilizing this account?
Yes, there was.
And what was that content and when was that sent?
That message was sent on April 9th, 2016 at 21:26 Universal Coordinated Time. The message read, "Please contact me at 352-801-0941.
And then is there something that indicates that Vanessa Townsend should receive something that day?
Yes.
And when was that sent and what was the content of that message?
On April 11th, 2016, the message stated, "Your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you."
When you went back to the IP logs, were you able to find consistent IP shared history on February 25th from the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account?
Yes, I was.
All right. And can you go ahead and describe to the jury the information that we have here?
Sure. These are the Facebook records that we received, the IP activity log that was put into the summary. This is Michael Shaver on this side, Laurie Shaver on this side. The purple highlight is all for the same IP addresses, and it also shows the dates and times and what activity was conducted.
Is there activity from Michael Shaver's account using that IP address on the day that these messages start being sent?
Yes, there is.
And what was the date and time?
That was February 25th, 2016 at 21:57 Eastern Time.
And then did Laurie Shaver's account utilize that same IP address on that same day?
Yes, it did.
And what was that time?
February 25th at 7:06 Eastern Time.
Now, when did Michael Shaver's Facebook account have the most activity during the time frame that you were looking?
Sure, the most activity was concentrated around this time, the end of February 2016.
And then did that extend to the time frame that messages were being sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes.
What was the time frame that you obtained these Facebook records and IP addresses for both the Michael Shaver and the Laurie Shaver account?
We tried to go back to 2014 until whatever the present time was that we got these records sometime in 2018.
Is it fair to say that this shared IP history extends from November 2015 to November 2017?
Yes.
And going through the time frame in April, once the flowers are received, is that when the majority of the activity appears on Michael Shaver's account?
Yes.
And going ahead and just, we're publishing page 27 and 28 of the history of the summary, and can you summarize the types of activity that you're seeing on the Michael Shaver account and talk about how that relates to Laurie Shaver?
Sure. So according to the summary, it looks like once a day, Michael Shaver's Facebook account was accessed using the same IP address that Laurie Shaver's account was also accessing while Laurie Shaver was uploading photos.
Now, during this time frame, is this when Facebook messages are being sent to Vanessa Townsend prior to the flowers actually arriving at Vanessa Townsend's work?
Yes.
And these are the time frames that the messages were not being responded to?
Correct.
And then what is going on Laurie Shaver? Is Laurie Shaver's account utilizing the same IP address throughout that same time frame?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to pages 29 and 30 from the summary, does this activity reflect actions that happened after the flowers had been received by Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, it does.
And what type of activity is being reflected here?
So this activity, there are photos that are being uploaded, but there are also photos that are being sent.
Now, when it says photo, does that differentiate between an actual picture and then screenshots of text messages?
It does not differentiate.
And during this time frame of all of this activity on the Michael Shaver Facebook account, are there large number of photos and shared, basically screen captures of text messages between Laurie Shaver and Jeremy Townsend sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, there are.
Moving on to page 31 and 32 of the summary, what is the activity?
So it's very similar. You have logins. This one says that there were 40 photos that were sent, 8 photos sent, another login, 16 photos sent, 29 photos sent, 30 photos sent.
Pages 33 and 34 of this is still all the same day as the previous page?
Yes, it is.
All right, and what is the activity here?
44 photos sent, 29, 15, 31, 44, 31, 27 photos sent.
And moving on to page 35 and 36, are we seeing activity both on Michael Shaver Facebook and Laurie Shaver Facebook utilizing that same IP address?
Yes, we are.
Now, all of these pages that we have gone through here during this time frame, all of these IP addresses are consistent.
Yes, they are.
On both accounts.
Yes, they are.
Yes, science.
37 and 38, what information, first of all, what date time frames are we talking about here?
April 22nd, 2016. This is the 23rd. This is the 24th.
So this is basically everything that we have here as far as once this activity heightens up is from April 16th to April 24th. That's all this activity is just over a week.
Correct.
Now, on April 24th, does Laurie Shaver's account start utilizing that same IP address that we've been talking about the whole time again?
Yes, it does.
And the is there a entry at approximately 2,100 hours that is close in time to each other?
Yes, there is.
And what is the time difference between the activity on the Michael Shaver Facebook account and the Laurie Shaver Facebook account on April 24th?
So this is about 2,100 to 2,100, so within minutes for the Mike Shaver, and then Laurie Shaver's account is at 2130, 30 minutes.
So approximately with 30 minutes gap for these two profiles to be accessed from the same IP address.
Correct.
Which means we're in the same area.
Connected to the same network, yes.
That flurry of activity over that week where you kept on saying this many pictures, how much actual data are we talking about that was sent to Vanessa Townsend?
There were approximately 500 images that were sent, 40 of which were actual photos. The rest were screenshots and text messages.
I'm showing you, let me show the defense. States PPP for identification. showing you states PPP for identification. Do you recognize those?
Judge, I'm going to object as to relevance. Please approach.
All right, let's have a sideboard. Thank you.
It's sidebar time. Everybody loves a sidebar. Everybody loves a sidebar. Hey, see, my sidebars are way better than Allie's. I was like, that was like crickets. I was like, what? Come on, girl. I'm like, what you doing? See, we have a party on the sidebar when Bob's on here. That's what's going on. That's what's going on when it's Bob's sidebars. So let's just review. Bob's sidebars. And then let's hear Allie's sidebars. All right. Now that we've cleared that up. Yeah, this guy is dry, boring, but, you know, they got to get him on. They've got to establish. They need to put him on because they want this. You guys were watching that primer, and we had that motion in limine that was we were airing on that. This is going to that. So the defense is wanting to keep this out because ultimately all these messages, all this stuff that Michael was doing from beyond on the ghost net, they want to get into evidence and be able to submit it to the jury in a summary fashion. The judge was going to, I think, reserve that decision until these witnesses, I think probably specifically this witness was coming on, whether or not he was going to allow a summary of the messages that were sent to go back to the jury, say, for instance, when they're deliberating. So,
all right, please proceed.
Showing you it's been previously marked for identification of states PPP.
You and me both.
Those photos.
Yes, I do.
Imagine, like, Twitter is
what are those
hell.
photos?
These
Literally.
photos are from Laurie Shaver's Facebook account that were sent to Senator Townsend through Mike Shaver's account.
And just to go ahead and make sure there wasn't a misunderstanding or a potential misspeak, the source of this information was from Michael Shaver's Facebook?
Correct.
And this is the information that was sent to Vanessa's house?
Correct.
At this time, the state moves states PPP into evidence as states
Number 39.
39?
Yes, sir. All right. Any further? Okay. Objections overruled. Over defense's objection. States PPP will be entered into evidence as states number 39.
Publishing portions of those photos. These photos that are contained here are some of the photos that are in that exhibit that we just went through?
Yes, they are.
And on the left, do you recognize that individual?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
That's Laurie Shaver.
And on the right, do you recognize those individuals?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
Laurie Shaver and Jeremy Townsend.
All right. Photographs identified as page 1145 and 1150. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1156, 1164. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1178. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1184. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver.
1192.
Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver.
And 1193.
Laurie Shaver.
1196.
Laurie Shaver.
Now, is that all the photos that were in that folder?
No, it's not.
That's just some of them right now to get through this.
Correct.
All right. Now, also contained with all of that information, you had mentioned there were screenshots of text messages.
Yes.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself. We'll put that in the next time that you're going to testify. Now, the last message to from Michael Shaver's Facebook account to Vanessa Townsend, when was that posted?
The last message was the end of 2016.
Was there a message on September 20th of 2016 from the Michael Shaver account to the Vanessa Townsend account?
Yes.
And what was that message?
The final message was on September 20th, and it says, "Hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving on looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well."
And based on your review of the Laurie Shaver Facebook records, were there pictures of the cement slab that was covering Michael Shaver's body prior to the September 20th date that message was sent?
Prior to, I believe so.
And what was the IP address associated with that?
199.116.175.8.
Now, did you also obtain bank records associated with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I did.
Showing the defense states LL. At this time, the state moves states LL into evidence with previously filed notice of intent to rely on business record certification and the appropriate business record certification attached. Just a quick approach.
All right, sidebar, please. Thank you.
Oh my God, I missed the soundbar. Sidebar, sidebar. Everybody loves a sidebar. Wow, I missed the whole thing.
I'm showing you the state renews its motion to have
Okay, turn off
this
the white
admitted
sound, homie.
as business records, business records.
All right, and yes, sir, number 40. So over defense's objection, states LL will be admitted into evidence as states number 40.
Showing states 40, you recognize those documents.
Yes, I do.
And what are those records?
These are Laurie Shaver's BB&T bank account statements.
And did Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver maintain separate bank accounts?
They did.
And we'll talk about Michael Shaver's bank account when we call you later this afternoon. But was there activity contained within those records that show payments to CenturyLink, the internet service provider that we have discussed?
Yes, there was.
And also, was there any sort of records associated with the purchase of flowers around the time that the flowers were sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, there was.
And publishing portion of that exhibit, the area in red, can you go ahead and state the date of that?
The date that the transaction posted to the account was on April 8th. Says BB&T check card purchase from U Flowers. Transaction date was April 7th in the amount of $42.98.
Now, is it unusual in your experience, both personal and in investigating financial crimes, that the actual purchase would would come on the bank records on a date other than the purchase day.
Yes.
And the actual purchase that we are looking at here, is that consistent with the flowers that were sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, it is.
The company that is reflected on there, is that a local business or is that an online company?
From You Flowers is an online company.
So whoever's purchasing flowers through that business would not be writing out a card or anything like that, but they include a message to be sent with the flowers.
Correct.
Right. And then is that From You Flowers, do they then associate with local florists who do the actual delivery?
That's correct.
And was this transaction associated with the local delivery of the flowers sent to Vanessa House?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Wiggs?
Hold on one second.
Oh, just one moment, Mr. Wiggs.
Okay, and just to be clear, because I did mention the fact we would be talking about my.
Always check with your trial partner before you finish an examination. Always.
Michael Shaver bank records. These BB&T records, do they indicate in there who this account belongs to?
Yes, it does.
And who does this account with the flower purchase belong to?
This is Laurie Shaver's account.
All right, thank you, sir.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Mr. Wiggs, please proceed. Thank you.
Please, that's all.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever, Bobby, have you ever seen the movie Office Space?
Officer Strickland, did you do, is officer or deputy you prefer to go by?
Either one.
Okay. Did you just handle the digital data that you've just testified to in this case?
Did I handle it? Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
The entire team of investigators that were working this would have reviewed it at some point.
Okay. And you submit your documents and your reports in this case to Tamara Dale, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Who was the lead officer on this case?
All right. Dizzy is telling me the chat is broke. So I think what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to refresh here. I hope it doesn't stop the stream. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Is it broke on both, or is it a YouTube issue or a? All right, I'm going to try this. I don't know if it's going to kill this. Will this end the stream? Do we know, Diz? Like our private chat's working, right? Oh, I'm so scared to do this. So scared. So scared. It won't lose stream. All right, I'm gonna okay. For whatever reason we end stream, I'll start a new one. Did that work? Did that do anything? Chat's still broken. Yeah, 107 last time the chat went down. Oh man. What's going on? But the stream is fine. Let's see. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah. I wonder if it's YouTube or. But chat says resources exhausted. What's that mean? What does that mean? Where are you seeing that, Diz? Huh. I don't know. Let's see. Hello. Error sending message. Huh. It's so weird. What should I do? Should I like create a new one? Well, I mean, let's see if it's our channel or if it's all channels. I don't know. Be a pretty. Huh. Yeah. All right. So I went over to Brandy's. Brandy's chat is not working either. It is not us. It is YouTube. So hopefully you guys. I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. I did. I went over to. Chat is gone. So I get the same thing when I try to send a message over there. Hmm. So weird. Huh. All right. Well, let's keep watching. Hopefully, YouTube.
There were several of us that could have been considered the lead detective.
Who did the primary report?
There were.
Chat is down all over YouTube. It's not our stream. It appears to be all streams. So let's just keep watching and see if it gets resolved.
A few of us that did
Okay.
primary reports.
Tell me everybody that did who was the primary on the case?
Okay. I did very lengthy, several reports. Now Lieutenant Tammy Dale also did lengthy primary reports, as well as Detective Dorier also did primary lengthy reports.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, there were several.
Okay. Who all?
Or I couldn't name them all without seeing all of them. I know Detective Clay Watkins did reports. I know that the initial responding deputies did reports. There were a multitude of people that did several reports.
Okay.
It was only 11 minutes, but I was having serious separation anxiety. So, yay, we're back.
Who handled all the digital data as to the officers involved?
So I can only attest to myself to maintain that chain of custody. Whenever I received those records, I was the one that was responsible for submitting it to evidence. Once it was put, typically back then, data was put on a CD. Once it was placed into evidence, I would have a working copy on my computer that would then be shared with the other detectives that were also working the case. But the records that they were, as they were received in their original format, I was responsible for those, and I can't speak to everybody else.
Okay, thank you. You had mentioned early on that there were, and I think this is the way you phrased it in your documents, that you were advised that the IP addresses were rolling accounts or rolling IP addresses, correct?
No, sir. What I advised is that CenturyLink only maintained subscriber records for one rolling calendar year.
Rolling year. Okay. Now, what happens after an extended period of time? What happens to the IP addresses that are on record with the company?
For CenturyLink, I don't know what they do with their records after a year.
Okay. Do you know whether they expire, they're deleted, anything that happens to them?
Sir, I do not know what happens to CenturyLink's record after a rolling calendar year.
What do you know about Facebook? What happens to their records after an extended period of time?
I don't know what their retention time frame is. However, we were able to go back at least 4 years in this case.
Okay. With Facebook?
Through Facebook, yes.
Okay. Now, does Facebook, do their records go back and allow you to trace the records they have back to the physical address of the individual?
Facebook, I do not believe, collects address data.
Okay. The registered address for the IP is a registered physical address, correct?
The IP address that is provided by the internet service provider would be the subscriber information.
And it would be registered to a physical address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after a period of time, do you know whether or not that data is deleted, expires, or anything happens to it?
Some companies are different. Some companies, their records will expire sooner than others. Some companies keep their records for perpetuity.
Okay. Do IP addresses change at all?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So IP addresses that may be out there for a period of time can actually change.
Yes, they can.
And identify or use somebody else's address, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Which is why the date and time stamp that is on the activity is so important.
Okay. In this case, were you able to link up an IP address with a physical address and a device?
Not through CenturyLink, no.
Okay, not through CenturyLink. Were you able to
I'm
link
so
it
happy
up
it wasn't my
from
fault.
Facebook to a physical address to a device?
I think I was, yes.
You think you was?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean? Tell me. What do you mean?
The same IP address that was used for Laurie Shaver's account was also used on Mike Shaver's account.
Okay.
An IP address is a unique identifier that works similar to mailing a letter through the U.S. Postal Service. So if your address was constantly changing, there's a possibility that you would not get the mail that was intended for you and vice versa. That's why the date and time stamp that's on IP address logs are so important.
Let me look through this in a second.
You tell him, buddy. He's like, I'm ready for this suck bag. Bring it, Hank Hill. I got you. I got something for you right here. Got something for you right here, buddy.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 35 for identification. Okay? You look at that, please.
I'll look at whatever you want me to look at, pal. The answer's still the same.
I think it's a business record certificate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on that business record certificate, where did that come from?
This comes from Facebook.
Facebook. Okay. Does Facebook identify with any degree of specificity what was sent or delivered to law enforcement?
They received a search warrant requesting IP address logs, messages, photos, transactional information, and other content for the Facebook unique identifier. In response to the warrant, Facebook, Meta, as they're called now, provided responsive records on March 8th, 2019, and those records were downloaded by me.
Okay. Does it identify the records?
It does by the Facebook user account number.
Okay. Does it identify the records themselves?
By the user Facebook identity.
Okay. Paragraph 4, does it not state the records provided were an exact copy?
Yes.
Okay.
Big
But
sigh
it
from
doesn't say what the
Strickland.
exact copy was there, does it?
He's like, this guy.
No, it does not.
That we made and kept in by our automated systems. Doesn't tell you what was there, does it?
Sure.
Okay. And in the course of regularly conducted activity as a regular practice of that, the records were saved in the format after search and Meta's automated system in accordance with the above specified legal process. The records were made at or near the time the information was transmitted by Meta, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And then it says further, Meta no longer retains a copy of the records provided, correct? So they send you a certificate saying, we at some point in time had this data. We're sure at some point in time we sent you some accurate information, but we don't have the documents anymore to verify anything, correct? That's what you got a certificate saying, correct?
So Facebook records back in 2018, whenever we sent the search warrants.
Please allow the witness to finish answering. Okay, please conclude your.
Whenever we received the records back in 2018 in their original format, Facebook records back then were self-authenticating. What that means is that the records were contained in a...
Please allow the witness to finish the response. Thank you.
Beyond the scope of what I asked.
Okay. Please allow the witness to finish. Please finish your response.
The records were received in a .zip folder because the files were so big that it had to be compressed to where it could be sent via internet portals. So whenever those records were received, they were in one singular folder. That folder was then put through an algorithm. It's called SHA 256, which generates an extremely long chain of letters and numbers that is unique to those records that were provided by Facebook back then. The records back then were self-authenticating. Facebook did not provide business record certifications back then because their records, according to Facebook, were self-authenticating.
Okay, but we're dealing with records today. We're here in court today, dealing with the case before us, not what was received and sent in a prior procedure, correct?
No, sir, those records were the records that I received in 2018.
Right, but we're here today, and now the records don't authenticate what you declare was self-authenticating on a prior date, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object and reapproach.
All right, come up for a sidebar.
Sidebar. Sorry, guys. I was actually listening to The Rising by Bruce. I always listen to The Rising on 9/11. Never forget. It's a good one. It's a good one. Let's see. In honor of me sitting there quietly looking at my phone while they sidebarred. Oh, well, can't even hear it. The white noise is blocking out the crickets. Oh, there we go. Aw, there they are. Aw, sweet little critters. Douche. Douche, Crystal. Douche. I'll tell you what, Strickland's here for it. This tech guy ain't taking no shit from Hank Hill. I'll tell you that.
Bobby, can I ask you a question about the Facebook? Sir, have you ever been on the Facebook?
Tell you what, when I look at the back of Laurie's head, one thing and one thing only comes to mind.
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
Uh-huh. There you go. There you go. Oh, Simply Bell coming with the heat too. You guys. I've decided maybe sometimes I just do really boring, quiet sidebars, so that way you really miss the fun party sidebars. You know?
You'd acknowledge, though, the records we just looked at doesn't contain any representation specific of any documents, does it, sir?
Sure.
Okay. And your testimony is based as well on a vanity name, correct? And that's a method that you use to verify the documents that you proclaim that you received, correct?
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah. You were talking about on direct examination that there's ways of verification, and one was the vanity name on the account, correct?
Sure. The vanity name is one of the unique identifiers.
Okay. Do vanity names ever change?
Vanity names that are internal to Facebook cannot change.
Can anybody use another person's account?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when you say, well, we're relying on a vanity name that other people have access to, that's not a real dependable or reliable system to identify documents in the user, correct?
The way that I answered that was based on the assumption that you meant that somebody could use that account. No, the vanity name is not recycled. It cannot be issued to somebody else. That vanity name is unique to that account forever.
Yeah, but I just spoke to you and I just said other people can have access to that account, correct?
Sure, if they have access to the device that it's logged into.
Right. If anybody within the residence has access to the browser or knows the password, they have access to that information.
Yeah, like your client Pinhead.
Absolutely.
And as you sit here today, you don't know which, if any, of those multiple documents that were submitted were utilized by any other individual, correct?
No, sir, I know who they were used by.
Okay. Did you witness the person signing in?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you witness the person sending?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you witness who was at the house at all hours, all times?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. And when somebody is at, as we spoke at like Starbucks and people are accessing one account, you would acknowledge other people can access that same account, correct?
Sure.
Accounts can be hacked, correct?
They can.
So out of the multitude of all the documents you've spoken to, you can't direct attention to this specific document or this specific document and say that came only from Laurie Shaver.
No, sir, I believe I can.
Okay. In light of what you just testified to, correct?
The multitude of the evidence when taken as a totality and taken as a whole, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you request the Facebook records of Jeremy Townsend?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Do you know anything about Jeremy Townsend?
I've met him and spoke with him.
Okay. Did the state talk to you about Jeremy Townsend at all?
The state?
Yes.
No, sir.
Anybody in law enforcement mention his name to you?
In what capacity?
Well, I'm asking you.
Yes, sir. We were conducting a thorough investigation, and he was obviously part of that.
Okay. Did you look into his records?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you look into Jeremy Townsend's bank records?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Was any kind of audit done of Jeremy Townsend?
An audit?
Yes.
No, sir.
Now, in the records that have been thrown into evidence at this stage, is there any statement in there, in any single record, about commission of a crime?
No, sir.
Any statement within those records about any collusive effort to cover up a crime?
No, sir.
So these records allegedly deal with purportedly Laurie Shaver and Deborah Townsend.
Which records?
Most of the records that have been introduced here.
Deal with Michael and Laurie, yes.
Okay. And yeah, there's no bearing on any crime or an attempt to cover up any crime within those records, correct?
By whom?
Whoever's communicating. Did you see any evidence or communications in those documents of any effort to cover up a crime?
No.
Any mention of a crime?
No.
We asked them politely yet firmly to leave. I live in the real
And had
world.
there been,
And so
surely law enforcement would have made an arrest, correct?
Yes.
Now, we spoke about, or we saw
you never ever
messages
hit below that.
dealing with flowers. Okay. Do you know the motive of the individual that sent those?
That sent the flowers? Yes, I do.
Okay. Did it have anything to do with a crime?
No, sir, it did not.
Okay. And the flowers that have been referenced, they have anything to do with the crime?
Not directly.
Okay. They have anything indirectly to do with the crime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you put that in your report? Explain that to law enforcement?
The portion of the flowers was not part of my investigation other than the finding of the records in the bank statement.
And was there some follow-up on the flowers that showed that the flowers were utilized in the commission of a crime?
Not in the commission of a crime, no, not directly.
Now, CenturyLink, is that associated in a connective link with Facebook?
That was the internet service provider that the IP addresses using Facebook were accessed from.
Now, Facebook is one system, CenturyLink's a different system where the browser's connected to, correct?
With internet connectivity, yes.
Okay. Did you obtain a business record certificate from CenturyLink?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did that business record certify the reliability of any of the records that you received from Facebook?
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. Everybody loves a sidebar. Oh, right. See, I nailed it that time. Nailed it. They couldn't trick me with their massive amount of sidebars. I could just play that on loop all day. Just have a super party, a mega party, a rave, if you will. Ooh-wee. Oh, is Tank Hill starting to rub you guys the wrong way?
Bobby, can I ask you a question about the Facebook?
He's annoying. Annoying. Yeah, Sinead knows. Get the fire. Our opening tune is Fire. Darren made that. That's a Darren Wood original. It's our opening tune for the docket, our podcast. In case you did not know. In case you did not know.
Damn it, Bobby.
Mark knows. Mark knows. Mark knows. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, Strickland, he's going at him. He's like, you can't fool me with your chicanery, your tomfoolery. You cannot bamboozle me, sir. I know exactly who was typing that shit, and it was that stank-ass motherfucker sitting right in that seat, right next to you. That's who it was.
Well, die on that hill.
He's telling him. He's telling him. Standing strong. Have you guys gone and listened to The Rising yet in honor of 9/11? Go do it. Go do it if you didn't know that. It's by the boss, Bruce. It's great. It's a tribute to the firefighters. Firefighters that went into that building on that horrible, horrible day. 9 hours, I think. Sinead, 9-hour flight. Long.
Have you seen any personnel from Facebook here today?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Have you spoken to anybody directly about Facebook?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Now, when we talk about routers as well, and people having access to a router, if somebody's in the vicinity of a router, they can proceed through that router if they can hack it or have access to it, correct?
As long as they have access to the path key.
Right. Okay. So when we talk about the records that have been moved into evidence at this stage, do you know who, if anybody, may have had access at all hours, at all times, for any and all of these documents?
No, sir.
Your client.
One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, sir. Those IP addresses where the information is shared between both the Michael Shaver Facebook and Laurie Shaver Facebook, does that go from November 2015 to November 2007?
Yes, it does.
And how many separate IP addresses were shared over those 2-year periods?
13.
And did that basically go that entire 2-year period, that there was continual shared IP address information with those two accounts.
That's correct.
So for an individual that was hacking into that, each and every one of those IP addresses, this would have to be a systematic 2-year period where they were trolling outside the Shaver residence or wherever that IP address would be in order to maintain that.
That's correct.
Overruled.
Well, I'm sorry, what's your answer?
That's correct.
Now, when you were talking about information regarding criminal activity in those Facebook records on cross-examination, let me ask you this hypothetical. If an individual killed another person and had access to their Facebook account, and then after the person was dead, proceeded to post on that Facebook account over a period of years to try to show activity that that person was still alive, would that be evidence of a crime?
Yes.
As it relates to potential hacking into someone's account, if someone in China is getting into Michael Shaver's Facebook account, would the IP address be the same one that is accessing the Laurie Shaver account?
No, it would not.
That would be an IP address somewhere in China.
That's correct.
The Facebook records that you obtained, on that business record certification, did that spell out the specific number that was associated with those records?
Yes.
And if you were to pull those records up on the various thumb drive, would that number be contained there as well?
Yes, it would.
When you obtained those records originally in 2018, did it contain that same identifying number?
Yes, it did.
And when you went back to Facebook because of the fact that the documentation for evidence and submission changed in the time frame that the investigation was going on, did you ask them for the same information that you received back in 2018 utilizing that number?
Yes, I did.
And did they give you that and give you the same information that you had originally?
They gave us the business record certifications, yes.
And was that tied together with the records that you already had obtained?
That's correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs. Okay, may the witness be excused from his subpoena?
No, he's going to be recalled.
All right, sir. So you're subject to recall. Thank you for appearing today. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Tammy Dale.
All right, please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Tamara Rose Dale, Tamara Rosedale.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
She looks like she means business too.
Please introduce yourself to.
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Tamara Dale,
Where do you work?
Lake County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
Been there for 21 years.
And what is your current position?
I'm a lieutenant in criminal investigations. So unfortunately, lieutenant is a lot of administrative duties now, but I supervise detectives, specifically major crimes detectives, homicide, sex crimes, child abuse.
Back in 2018.
2018, I was a sergeant in criminal investigations.
And how did you become involved into the investigation relating to the death of Michael Shaver?
So the lead detective in that case, she moved positions just within criminal investigations, and I became her supervisor, her sergeant at the time, and the case moved with her.
When did that
I don't remember exactly when she moved positions, but I think it was sometime in 2018.
Now, at some point, did Detective Laurie leave?
Yes, she did.
And when she left, did you kind of step up in order to take on some of the responsibilities of this investigation at that point?
Yes, I did.
Now, during the course of this investigation, were you provided with potential names from Mr. Wiggs that he thought you needed to look into and investigate?
We were, yes, sir.
And what were those names?
Jeremy Townsend and James or Jimmy Ballou.
And were those individuals interviewed?
They were.
And did law enforcement go and look into the assertions made by Mr. Wiggs about them?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the sheriff's office, and when an investigation like this is being investigated, is there just a single detective assigned, or is there a team?
There would be a team. We have a lead detective, as I mentioned, but several detectives will work on a case of this complexity and size.
And does basically everybody work together, so not everybody's doing every interview, but all the information is being consolidated?
Correct, yes, sir. The lead detective kind of organizes everything and delegates to some of the other detectives some duties.
Now, during the course of the investigation, was information about Michael Shaver's phone obtained from the service provider?
Yes, sir.
And what was the phone number of Mr. Shaver that was looked into?
Michael's phone number was 352-431-5121.
Okay. And what efforts were made in order to track down the information associated with that?
So we served a search warrant on his service provider, which was Verizon Wireless, and that was to get, of course, more information about the number itself.
I'm sure.
Excuse me.
Previously, the United States MM.
Bless you, sir. Bless you.
All right, this time the state moves states MM by way of business record certification and proper notice as the state's number 41.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states MM will be admitted into evidence of states number 41.
I'm going to go ahead and present this to the witness. Can you go ahead and take a look at those records? Are those the records associated with the phone number that you just discussed?
Yes, sir, 5121.
Now, who actually is does that include information, subscriber information about who the account is assigned to?
Yes, sir.
And who is the account assigned to?
Laurie Shaver.
And were there multiple phone numbers associated with Laurie Shaver through this account?
Yes, sir.
Focusing first on the phone records associated with the 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver, what information is contained in those records?
So it has, we call it a call detail record, and it details date and time that calls came to or from this phone, duration of those phone calls, of course, who the subscriber is, like you just mentioned.
Does that include information that would include content of text messages or things like that?
No, sir.
The records that you have solely talks about actual phone calls then?
That's correct.
And when we are looking at the various phone calls, does it indicate incoming, outgoing, things of that nature?
It does.
And does it indicate call duration?
It does.
Now, throughout the records, are there numerous entries for calls that have a duration of 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Does that mean that every call of that type of duration is necessarily answered by the person that is being called?
No, sir.
And if you were to look at the records of the person being called, if the call was not answered, would it then not register on their account?
No, it would not register on their account.
And the time frame for which you got the phone records associated with the 5121 number, what is that?
What we asked for or what we received?
What you asked for?
We asked for August 1st, 2015 through March 9th, 2018, that being the day Michael Shaver's body was found.
And I want to go ahead and direct your attention to November of 2018. And if you need to step down in order to demonstrate to the jury the information that we have here, please be my guest.
Please feel free to move about the courtroom.
Now, first of all, up here in this red box, what
There's your captain speaking. Feel free to move about the cabin as we've turned off the fasten seatbelt sign.
information is contained there?
It says detail for Laurie Shaver, which again is the person who pays for the phone. The person the phone is in and the name of the phone is in. And it says 352-431-5121, so the phone number.
Now, what is the last phone call that was made from the device associated with 512, meaning the last phone call out?
That's highlighted in blue at the bottom, and that's on November 7th, 2015 at 5:48 p.m.
And what the phone number was called on November 7th of 2015?
407-560-6999.
And did you do research into what that phone number went to?
Yes, we did. It's a landline for EdCot, which is where Mike worked at.
Now, the phone numbers and the activity that's highlighted in yellow, what phone number is the areas highlighted in yellow associated with?
That number is 352-431-0419, which we know, at least at the time, was Laurie Shaver's cell phone number.
Okay, and how do you know that?
We would ask, at the time, we would ask other people, what's Laurie Shaver's cell phone number?
Did you also obtain that information from Verizon itself?
We did.
And is that the other number back in November of 2015 that was associated with the Laurie Shaver account?
Yes, on the same account as this.
And can you go ahead and summarize the activity between the two numbers, the 5121 and the I believe you said 0419 number for the month prior, the time prior leading up to the November 7th, 2015?
Oh, for one. Boring. So this is what you might cell phone. And these are all his incoming or outgoing calls to or from the 0419 number or Laurie's cell phone. And leading up to the month or the day that he disappeared, there were 19 attempted or completed calls to or from Mike's phone to Laurie's phone, to or from.
And you say to or from, so this is back and forth. He's calling her, she's calling back, they're talking.
Dizzy on the
some entries where they actually talk.
Correct.
And some of these entries that you're referring to here that appear on these records, do they have that duration time of 1 minute?
Yes, several of them do.
Okay. And so some of the activity that we might see in the 5121 number, if it is a call out to the other number, but the duration is 1 minute, we might not see any activity on that other number's account.
That's correct.
Now, is there any activity
Bad
on
chance.
the 5121, the number associated with Michael Shaver's account after the November 7th, 2015?
There is one incoming call after that.
I'm going to go ahead and move to that. What call was that?
So that was on February 17th, 2016 at 3:47 p.m. an incoming call.
All right. And what was the number associated there?
352-787-2277.
And did you do record, did you do research into where that phone number was associated with?
We did. It belongs to a loan company called Mariner Finance.
I'm showing you what has been entered into evidence of states number 29. These are the business records from Mariner Finance. And do these records reflect a phone call to that 5121 number on February 17th of 2015?
Yes, sir. 2016.
2016.
Yes, sir.
Did you also obtain
That's pretty
the
awesome, isn't it,
records
Sarah?
for that second number associated with the account?
0419. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir, we did.
And then was that also obtained through the search warrant?
Through a separate search warrant, yes, sir.
Showing defense what's been previously been marked as State's Exhibit NN.
My hair. How's my hair? How's my hair?
Geez, you said they had 15? Oof. Let's say Wednesday? Ugh. Yes, I remember that spiteful. That's what Dizzy said. Oh. Sidebar. Everybody loves a sidebar. Yeah. Sidebar.
So I wore this ridiculous thing for you.
Hey. You think that's what Hank Hill's saying to the judge right now? Maybe. Maybe not. Or is he saying...
You're at this time the state of Blue States NN proper business record certification into evidence is the next numbered exhibit.
42. All right. Over defense's objection, states NN will be admitted into evidence as states number 42.
Going to ask that you go ahead and look at those records. Are those the records associated with the second phone number associated with that account?
Yes, sir. 0419.
And do these records also reflect activity to or from the 5121 number belonging to Michael Shaver preceding November 7th, 2015?
Yes, sir. Those are the highlighted portion.
And how long after November of 2015 do the records that you obtained associated with Laurie Shaver's phone number, do they go?
These records went until April 20th, 2016.
And during that time frame between November of 2015 to April of 2016, is there any attempts to call the 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
Is there any calls to that phone number associated with Laurie Shaver from that 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
Now, during the course of the investigation, there was a phone number that was submitted through a Facebook message from Michael Shaver's account to Vanessa Townsend. Were you familiar with that phone number?
Yes, sir.
And were Was research and attempts to look into that phone number done through search warrant as well?
Yes, we did.
Showing an offense what has been previously been marked for identification as states 00.
Judge, same objection as to the certificate.
All right, over. And are you moving the 00 into evidence, sir?
Yes, because of proper notice, business record certification and notice, we would move states 00 into evidence as states number 43.
All right, over defense's objection states 00 will be admitted into evidence as states number 43.
Now, in states 43, what kind of records are reflected in that document?
These are called customer notes by Verizon. First one I came to.
And what type of activity is referenced there?
So it's kind of an ongoing narrative, I guess, typed by a customer service representative of activity on the account. Maybe they added a feature or took away a feature, things like that.
Does it also include information when an account holder does things such as changing a phone number?
Yes.
And is there record activity on that Verizon account for the 5121 number being changed at any time?
Yes.
And first of all, when was that 5121 number changed?
Was April 16th? No, April 6th. Thank you.
Okay.
April 6th, 2016, 5121, which was Mike's number. Cell phone number was changed to 352-801-0941.
And now, in order to have a phone number change that is consistent with the individual having the device itself to change the phone number.
Correct.
And the period of time that the phone number was sent to Vanessa Townsend, was that after that April 6th, 2016 entry?
That was 3 days later, I believe, on April 9th.
And how long did that phone number, that 0941 number, remain under Laurie Shaver's account?
That was for 10 days until April 16th.
All right. And what happened on April 16th?
So the number was changed again.
Okay.
On April 16th, 2016, 0941 was changed again to 352-431-8444.
And did you do any research into the phone number ending in 8444?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, I'm showing the defense was previously marked as State's Exhibit PP. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's PP into evidence as a certified court file, court document from case number 2016 SC, I believe that's 1508.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, state's exhibit, which is marked as PP for identification purposes, will be moved into evidence as state's number 44.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And what is that document?
It's a Lake County Court document. It's titled Notice of Current Contact Information.
And who is that notice of contact current information associated with?
Laurie Shaver.
And does it include her address?
Yes, sir.
What is that address?
9850 Sandy Pines Road, Claremont, Florida, 34711.
And is that the address where the skeletal remains of Michael Shaver were found underneath the fire pit in the backyard?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date of that document?
Dated July 6th, 2016.
And does that document also include a phone number?
Yes, sir.
And what phone number is that?
352-431-8444.
The same phone number that The number originally associated with Michael Shaver had been changed to in order to contact Vanessa Johnson, and now changed again 10 days after that.
Yes, sir, to 8444.
During the time frame, you can go ahead and have a seat. During the time frame that Mr. Wiggs provided you with information relating to names he thought you needed to investigate, did he give you any information regarding Isabel Shaver?
No, sir.
And at some point after Laurie Shaver's arrest, did you interview Isabel Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, how old was she?
It was in 2018, and she had just had a birthday, so I think she had just turned 12 a few days earlier.
And in the course of your training experience, have you had training about how to interview children?
Yes, sir.
And that's an important skill involved with, obviously, child sex investigations. Have you ever participated in those?
I have, yes, sir.
And you also interviewed at the Child Advocacy Center.
Yes, sir.
And what is the Child Advocacy Center?
So it's a place where child victims or witnesses can be interviewed in a very friendly, child-friendly setting by people whose only job it is to interview kids and talk to them, get information, useful information, truthful information, but without re-traumatizing them in any way. And the setting is completely, like I said, child-friendly. They sit on couches, they have toys they can play with, there's cartoons in the waiting room. So basically, completely the opposite as than us taking them to the sheriff's office and putting them in one of our waiting rooms.
But to clarify, when you interviewed Isabel Shaver, where did that occur?
That was at their house. And did I say I interviewed her in 2018?
When did you?
I interviewed her in 2020. If I got the year wrong, I'm sorry.
I might have been. But that was not done at the sheriff's office. That was done.
No, that was at her house. Yes, sir.
Now, not getting into any specific things that she said at that time, did she bring up anything related to her involvement or Jeremy Townsend's involvement that required further investigation by the sheriff's office at the time she gave either of those interviews?
No, sir.
Are you aware that there have been discussions through Mr. Wiggs about Isabel Shaver's involvement in this case since the time that you would have interviewed her and the child advocacy interviewed her?
Yes, I am aware.
At the point that those statements came forward, were charges already pending against Laurie Shaver.
Yes.
And any other talking of witnesses would be done through the state attorney's office at that point.
Correct.
And Miss Isabel Shaver, are you aware, was deposed through the course of the pending case?
Yes, sir, I'm aware of that.
As part of your duties, are you a firearms instructor?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what kind of training do you have to do to get that type of role?
So initially, it's a 40-hour FDLE course through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and then there's continuing courses that you take to keep that up, and you have to continue to teach each year in order also to keep that up.
Now, as part of any sort of firearms training or defensive tactics, our law enforcement officers or anyone else trained in a similar fashion, trained to basically try to make headshots in stressful situations?
No.
Why not?
Well, we're trained, if we're using deadly force, it's to eliminate a threat. And in a real world situation, unlike at the range, your threat is going to be moving, most likely. You're going to have adrenaline going, maybe other things going on. So unlike at the range, maybe you're a really good shot at the range and you can make a headshot, but you don't want to miss what you're shooting at in real life, because if you miss, two things are going to happen. First of all, you didn't eliminate your threat, and they're going to keep doing whatever they were doing. But also, we in law enforcement, we're responsible for every round that comes out of our gun. And in a real world situation, if we miss what we're shooting at and it hits someone or something behind that person, we're responsible for that. So I say all that to say a head is a small target, or like on TV, if they shoot a gun out of someone's hand, that's a small target. So we're trained to shoot what's called center mass, which is right in the middle of the largest target, which is the person's body, because that's a large target. And if you miss by a few inches, you still hit the person's body that you're aiming at, and you stop your threat, number one. And number two, you're less likely to miss even under stress, and even while that person's moving, and maybe also you're moving and everything else is going on.
Is anyone trained with that type of training, that would be just ingrained in second nature?
Absolutely. That's day one of firearms training in the police academy. And every time we train on the range, unless we're just playing around, we're always shooting center mass on the target.
Nothing further, Judge. We'll go ahead and move the screen out of the way.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Can I ask
Yes,
you
sir.
one more question? What and what accessories do I sell for a living? Can
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon. I erroneously said good morning. I'm sorry.
May?
I erroneously said it was morning. Good afternoon.
You replaced Lisa Dorier on this case, correct?
I wouldn't say I replaced her. She left, and I helped out more after she left, but
But inherited the job, correct?
I wouldn't say that either. She was a detective. I was a sergeant, but I helped more after she left.
Okay. You graduated, my understanding, from and went to work immediately with the sheriff's office, correct?
I'm sorry, you said I graduated and
Got your certificate for law enforcement. You went to work with SO, correct?
yes, this is my first law enforcement job. Yes, sir.
Right. You've only worked with law enforcement there, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Not to belittle you in any respect. Okay. Do you have any certificates or training in digital?
No, sir. No, sir.
And so you relied on other people within your report to gather information, correct?
Within my report to gather information,
You were the case officer, correct?
I was never the case officer. No, sir.
Is your name on the incident report?
I did supplements. I don't know what you mean by.
Okay. That's your deposition. I took final incident report. It's her report and the data she submitted at the if I can approach you.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask you one more question?
I guess, Madam Clerk.
I'm going to object to that, Judge.
All right, sidebar, please.
Woo-wee. Sidebar. Everybody loves a sidebar. Wow. Another sidebar. How hammered are you guys? You guys going to be wasted. Can you even stand? Falling out of your chairs. Wow. Starting to get a head rush there. Chee-wee. Tell you what. I'm going to tell you what, this new Hank Hill put on there is fantastic.
Can I ask you one more question? What and what accessories do I sell for a living?
Classic. Classic. Classic Hank. Classic Hank. That was actually me just recording myself doing Hank Hill. Or was it? Or was it Hank Hill? Oh, for sure it's Hank Hill. They can't stand this guy. Can't stand him. Can't stand him. Blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. I'll tell you what, Judge better not go to like whatever time he went to yesterday. That was outrageous. Outrageous. Yeah, Brandy's boots on the ground. She sent me a little message on the Twitters.
Officer, showing you a document. Is your name anywhere on or within that document?
You're welcome, Crystal. You're welcome. Good question. I have to check, Taryn. I don't think so. Usually I don't play back to back, but better.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at
Check to be
page 1 at the
sure.
moment. Oh, you talking about this Post-it note?
No. Under a document that you've been handed.
It looks like just a bunch of typed notes. I don't know what it is.
Are those notes your notes?
I think so. I don't.
Do you bring any records with you to your deposition?
I think I did.
Okay. What would you have brought? Do you recall?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Does that document that you hold in your hand, does it contain your name anywhere within it?
I'm looking.
Take your time.
Yes.
Oh my God. Sidebar, sidebar. Everybody loves a sidebar. Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Hey guys, get ready. Get those little shooters ready. Put them down. Wow. Starting to get a neck ache. Too many sidebars today. A lot of sidebars. Oh, what? Oh, they're cheating. I'll tell you what, Waterloo, they brought out the first mojito mocktail. Waterloo. Waterloo is taking over the flavored water game. They knocked bubbly right off its hot, like lofty perch, just like plink. Flicked them right off. They also have a rosé flavored mocktail. Waterloo does. Yeah, it's impossible. I cannot not move the head. It's impossible. It's impossible. I'd probably have some kind of Crystal's voting for this for sidebars from now on. We all know what it is, but we have to hear it. It's delightful. It really is. Very calming. Very, very calming. Mm-hmm. I only like fizz in my soda. What do you mean?
Officer Dale, did you sign the probable cause on this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You see your name in there?
Yes, on the probable cause affidavit.
So when I asked you earlier, is your name on any of these documents? You said, let me look, correct?
Yes.
Your name's on the probable cause, correct?
Yes, it is.
You made the decision to arrest Laurie Shaver, correct?
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Okay. Is it fair to assume you were the officer making that decision?
No. I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Somebody tell you?
No. No.
Okay. You signed that affidavit after receiving other information from other people, correct?
Yes, yes, that's correct.
So it was based on your
Lower your mic.
conclusions that Laurie Shaver was arrested, correct? You're the one that vouched for the arrest,
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
okay?
Yes.
And based on that probable cause, Laurie Shaver was arrested?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. As his case was going about, was it listed as a cold case file at any
No,
time?
it was not.
Okay, how long was the investigation?
I see you simply.
Well, from March 2018 to September 2020 was when the arrest was made. So
Did you
Long
ever
time.
put it on the internet as a cold case file?
we put it on the internet. So we have a section called cold case files. Yes. And I know what you're talking about, but that's the only place we had at the time to put cases to get more information. But we did not determine it to be a cold case, because a cold case is something in our eyes where we have nothing else, no other information to go on.
So you weren't hot on the trail of Laurie Shaver or any particular
We were hot
individual
on
when
her
you put
trail.
that on the internet, correct?
I don't remember exactly the time frame that happened, but I think we were waiting on more information to come in, search warrants. I don't remember exactly what date that happened. Maybe you do if you have that in front of you.
Okay. When that was put on the internet, were you holding
Actually,
any
spot on
evidence,
from Mojito.
any inference that you could suggest guilt to Laurie Shaver?
I don't remember when that was put on,
Okay.
what we had at that time. Yeah, I don't know when it was put on the internet. It was just basically to get out to the public, to get the case out in the public's eye, to get tips if anyone had any. That was our intent.
Were you aware of any internal conflicts within the Shaver residence?
Michael and Laurie Shaver?
Correct.
Yeah, I heard of some of the witnesses described. Of course, this is third party because I never spoke to Michael or Laurie, but having both of them described some domestic violence incidents.
In the probable cause affidavit, was there a decision that you signed off on to arrest Laurie Shaver for the charge of murder?
Yes.
And that was your decision, correct?
Asked and answered.
I signed the affidavit.
Okay, when you say you signed the affidavit, was somebody telling you to sign the affidavit, write murder in there and write accessory?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I just want to make it clear that I wasn't the only detective working on this.
Yeah,
It was a group effort. Absolutely not. No, sir. No.
Let me finish my question.
Not what I'm saying. No. No.
That's your decision.
It was my decision. It was a group decision, but I signed the affidavit. Yes. Yes.
Group decision, but that you were part of that.
Yes, absolutely. It's not the Declaration of Independence. We can't all sign it.
Oh,
So, I signed
nice. Nice. What a comeback.
Recall me taking your deposition?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did at any time you believe when I was taking your deposition that I may be there trying to trick you, or did you assume that?
Oh, yes, I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And thus, if you assume such, would your answers maybe possibly be guarded?
I'm sure they were. I don't recall specifically.
Yeah, you along with others, made the decision to charge Laurie Shaver with the crime of second degree.
Sidebar, please.
Holy shit. Wow. So many sidebars. So many. We're going to skip the theme song and just go right to the shots. Shoo, man. It's a lot. So much. So much. I mean, it's a shit ton of dude, sidebar central. Approachals out the butthole. So many approachals. So many approachals. I don't know. Who asked me on a scale of, I think it was Sheba, asked on a scale of tell us 0 to 10. And this is like an 8.5.
Okay, you and others evidently within the department
She's guilty as hell.
proceeded to charge and arrest Laurie Shaver, not charge, but arrest Laurie Shaver with the crime of murder in the second degree, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what the elements of murder in the second degree are?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sidebar, please.
Oh my God. Sidebar, sidebar. Everybody wants a sidebar. Yeah, there it is. There you go. Wow. I don't even know how you guys are like upright. This is like the all-time sidebar trial right now. This is taking it like a commanding lead of sidebarring. So many sidebars. Like, see, this is some shit that lawyers think that means a lot more to a jury than it does whether or not the cop can name the elements of second-degree murder. Like, that it has zero impact on a jury. They don't give a shit. What they care about is these three clowns keep going up and standing in front of the judge on repeat. Like it's like Groundhog Day over here with these guys. Sidebar. Like the judge needs to take control of this shit. Say, all right, listen. Okay, you've done 7 sidebars in the last 12 minutes here. So get it all out. What is your issue? Any potential issue that you see coming up? Let's deal with it right now because I'm not doing another goddamn sidebar. You son of a bitch. Bears. It's Baby Blue. Chicago Bears. If you're familiar with the Chicago flag, it's got the stars in the baby. It's got the baby blue on top. The horizontal baby blues and then the stars. So, big fan of it. Sidebar, man. Sidebars. Oh, is the judge as annoyed as we are, though? So many sidebars. Oh, there she is. There she is.
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
Now, you know, Allie needs to be up on the bench. Make a great judge. It's over, you know. They did 5. They always end with the last game preseason. I didn't love Caleb's first game. Not going to lie about that. Not great. Defense. Out.
Officer, I was asking you about the decision that y'all made internally. And as to the crime of murder in the second degree, are you aware of the elements?
I can't quote them, but generally, yes.
Pardon me?
I can't quote the statute book, but generally, yes.
Okay. What are the elements for the crime of second degree murder?
So, unlawful taking of a human life, not premeditated, obviously.
I'm sorry.
I said obviously not premeditated.
Okay. Tell me, so there's a death, correct?
Yes.
By another individual,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Anything that surrounds the nature of the killing?
I have a statute book.
No.
What?
All right. So this is a perfect example of why I'm always saying, like in big cases, state's attorneys write the PCAs because cops don't know the law. This is like every time somebody's going to argue with me about, yeah, cop, like, I mean, that's like simple cases. Yeah, cops can write up probable cause affidavits. It's a bloop. When you have a much more complicated case, because then she could have said, well, no, actually, I didn't. The state's attorney drafted it with the assistance of the detectives. We told him what evidence we had, and he drafted it or she drafted it. There you go. She's not answering these questions at that point.
I can't quote it. No, I can't.
Okay. And you understand that all elements must be established?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes.
When you went through this case, did you consider elements or issues of self-defense, whether there were any?
What do you mean, did I consider them?
Yeah. Well, there was a death.
I'm unaware of any.
Okay. You were aware that there was a death? Did it enter your mind that possibly there was an issue of self-defense involved?
But I'm unaware of any.
Okay. Did you investigate to determine whether or not self-defense was plausible in this case?
I'm unaware of any. So no one made a self-defense claim. Michael was shot in the back of the head.
Yeah,
I don't know of any self-defense. No one made that claim.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't expect me to come in and make it, correct?
No, your client would have.
I would expect someone to make it if they acted in self-defense. That's how it normally occurs.
So let me ask you then, if you see certain elements, but nobody's suggesting self-defense, do you just presume guilt and make the arrest?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything, therefore, to see whether or not there was any issue of self-defense?
If no one suggests self-defense, how would I know there's self-defense?
Okay.
And I didn't see any evidence of self-defense.
And your client said that he left the state.
And normally in self-defense, you don't bury the body in a backyard. I've never seen that before anyway.
Good answer. Good answer, officer.
There was testimony, I think, that you provided about address changes, correct?
When?
Earlier on direct examination?
I
You
think
looked
she's
at some
doing fine,
documents,
Karen.
saw a certificate of an address change?
I think it was just declaring that was her address at that time.
Okay.
I think is what that was.
Okay. Did the address change have anything to do with the homicide?
I don't know what it had to do with it. It was a court document.
Pardon me?
I don't know what it had to do with it. It was a court document declaring that was her address at that time and phone number.
Okay. Would that suggest to you a homicide?
No.
Okay. You also testified about documents of utilities in somebody's name, correct?
Cell phone bills?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would that suggest a homicide?
Just a cell phone bill by itself?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Is a cell phone bill with anything else going to suggest a homicide?
I mean, it's the contents of the record, not
Okay.
the cell phone bill.
Those records don't suggest a homicide in any form or any manner, do they?
The cell phone bill?
Yeah.
It's what they show, and not by themselves. No, of course not. It's the totality of everything.
Your investigation never uncovered any kind of financial motive as a motive for any homicide, right?
No. No.
Did you put that fact in your report?
That we didn't uncover a financial motive?
Right.
No.
That wasn't in there?
In my report or my PC affidavit?
In the report.
That we didn't uncover a financial motive? No. I didn't.
Now, do you think it's important for the jurors and everybody that you document all facts, including exculpatory evidence?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. That would be an exculpatory factor, correct?
Yes, but
No financial motive in this case.
well, I mean, I wouldn't put in there. I would have to put then. I didn't uncover a financial motive. I didn't uncover this motive. I didn't uncover that motive. So I can't list every motive that I didn't uncover.
But that's often a primary factor in a homicide, is it not?
Well, you don't have to prove motive, but yes, if you have one,
There
it,
you go.
it would be a primary factor.
And in your investigation, you discovered that the body had been dead through your correspondence and with other witnesses for several months to years, correct?
I believe that is what the K-Phil lab said.
Okay. So we've heard testimony in this case about people getting emails on this date and the last time Michael Shaver showing up at work on this date or that date.
Mhm.
Those don't suggest homicide, do they?
I mean, well, his cause and manner of death is what suggests homicide.
I mean, the fact somebody doesn't show up for work is not an element suggesting that Laurie Shaver murdered him on any particular day.
No, it's the gunshot to the back of the head and the fact that he was buried in his own yard. Those are the elements that establish that Laurie Shaver, who was the only person who lived in that house, committed
Now, you
murder.
understood, pursuant to the requirements, that the death had to have been the criminal act of Laurie Shaver, correct?
Yes,
Okay, or somebody acting on her behalf, correct?
correct.
Now, you weren't present during the death of Michael Shaver, correct?
No, I was not.
You can't testify what happened during that incident, can you?
No, sir.
Can't testify who was present, correct?
No, sir.
Can't testify who was any aggressor, correct?
No, sir.
Can't testify whether or not somebody was exercising self-defense, correct?
No, sir.
Neither can you testify as to who, if anybody, shot a gun.
I wasn't there, so no, sir. If that's what you mean.
And yet such facts are imperative as essential elements to the crime of homicide, correct? That the criminal death occurred by a particular individual. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those are essential elements that are not revealed in any report, correct?
Well, I never witnessed any homicide. I've never witnessed homicide.
But those facts are not gleaned by other evidence within this investigation, correct?
I believe that they are.
Okay.
Incorrect, sir.
Now, there was a point in time in which law enforcement responded to the residents in reference to a well-being check, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you there for that?
No, I was not.
Okay. Do you know how many officers were there?
I don't. I think at least 2, but there may have been more. I don't know.
Now, when law enforcement went there for a well-being check, you can't make any declaration they were hot on the trail and were making headway on that case, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, they went to the residence as a consequence of a call from a Scott Amatuccio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Amatuccio never indicated he had witnessed a crime, correct?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he was working on a suspicion, correct? That something may have happened at that house.
I guess you could call it that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because he hadn't seen his friend in some time, correct?
He had other suspicions, but yes, including that.
And Mr. Amatuccio stated he hadn't seen his dear friend for some years, correct?
Since the end of 2015.
Did your ears go up when you heard that he hadn't seen his friend for several years? What his relationship was with Mr. Shaver? Did that spark your suspicion at all?
I wasn't involved in the case at that time.
Okay.
Oh.
If you were involved in the case at that time, would that raise some suspicion in your mind?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, but it quickly went from one person hadn't seen him to several people hadn't seen him.
Okay. So it became a numbers game?
Your words, not mine, but one person hadn't seen him, and then his family hadn't seen him, and then no one, we couldn't find anyone who had seen him.
You know what his relationship was with his family?
Specifically, no.
Okay.
But I know the point is, people he worked with, absolutely no one had seen him. No one. People who saw him at work, no one since the end of 2015.
Okay. My understanding was your position that Laurie was arrested because it was your feeling she was key in covering up the body that was found on the property, correct?
That's part of it.
Okay. When you made that conclusion, did you reach any particular conclusion based on any physical evidence that Laurie knew he was buried there?
I'm sorry, you say that Laurie knew he was buried there?
Right.
Physical evidence, no, sir.
Pardon me?
No, sir. Physical evidence, no.
Okay. So you had no evidence to suggest that Laurie knew his body was there, but basically she was just the closest one to the body, correct?
That's part of it, but not all of it.
Okay. So she's closest to the body. She gets arrested.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, you say that's part of it.
Well, that is part of it. It was on her property and his property under a fire pit that she built, but that's not the only reason she was arrested.
Well, what was it? What else am I missing that you can fill me in on that factored into that decision?
Well, she was the last person seen with him alive.
Does that mean she murdered him? Let's stop there.
We are taking each thing I'm going to say and ask, does that mean she murdered him? Each thing, no, by itself, no. I would never have arrested her for any one thing I'm going to say, no, sir.
Okay,
no.
So she's the last to see him. Does that mean she murdered him?
By itself, no.
Okay, let's go to the next issue. What's the next issue that factored into that conclusion?
So she was the last person, she left with him. The two of them left together. Last person to see him that we know of on planet Earth alive. She immediately started lying about his whereabouts.
Okay, stop. Right there. Is Laurie sitting here today charged with lying?
No.
Okay. Is that an element to the crime of murder?
No.
What other factor did you rely upon?
She immediately started lying about his whereabouts to everyone. She took 2.5 years lying about to everyone his whereabouts, which delayed his friends and family reporting him missing, which delayed discovering his body, which delayed discovering his homicide and investigating his homicide. I don't know who that would benefit other than the person who killed him and put him in the ground.
Okay, let's stop a second. You initially began your testimony and stated you were aware there were issues in the Shaver family, correct?
Yes.
That there were tensions within that family, correct?
Yes.
Did it enter your mind, considering those facts, that maybe Miss Shaver was happy he was gone?
Well, that could be, except that he wasn't gone. He was dead and buried under her fire pit.
Well, he wasn't there bothering her?
But he wasn't gone. He was murdered under her fire pit.
Do you have evidence that Laurie Shaver placed Mr. Shaver under that fire pit?
Well, everything I'm listening to you is what led me to conclude that no one else did.
I'll let you think.
No, just everything I'm listening.
Everything you're listening to. Okay. And as one of the agents on this case, you reviewed what was gathered from that fire pit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have personal knowledge that not one single item in that fire pit linked Laurie Shaver to that pit.
Physical evidence, you're correct, yes.
Okay. There's no forensics, correct?
Correct.
That factor into your decision to charge Ms. Shaver with homicide.
Correct, yes.
The fact there was no connective link.
Yes, but by that logic, then we can never charge anyone.
You think?
Well, by that logic, yes, there's no evidence against anyone. There's no forensic evidence. There's no anyone DNA in there.
For instance, do homicides occur where people leave knives with fingerprints on them?
Yes.
Okay. Do they leave a gun registered in their name where ballistics link up to that gun?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Were those present in this case?
No,
So when you say you could never charge somebody with such an offense, okay, that's not an accurate statement, is it?
well, you're making it sound as if there's no DNA in that pit with his body, which there wasn't,
Okay.
then we can't charge anyone.
Let me ask you, was there any DNA on his physical body?
No,
Any hairs from her?
from no one, no.
Okay. There were hairs found in the pit, correct?
Not foreign to him.
You don't know about that?
Not that we could test on anyone else that could compare to anyone else.
So Laurie's closest, so Laurie gets charged, correct?
All I'm saying is, by your logic, if we find no physical evidence in with his body, we can't charge anyone, which would mean we could never charge anyone. So I mean, I think you would agree that with his body being on their property, it would have to be someone who knows him. He wasn't robbed on I Drive and by a stranger, and they brought him back to his property and buried him.
You don't know who was residing in that residence, do you?
Oh, well, I wasn't there, but I know who says.
You don't know how the altercation occurred, correct?
I wasn't there.
Correct.
Correct.
Did you see or uncover any photographs of Laurie Shaver having anything to do with the patio itself?
The fire pit or the concrete, because those were built at separate times.
Mm-hmm. Did you see anything, any images or photographs of Laurie pouring the patio?
Not pouring the patio.
Anything to do with the patio?
I think she had some photographs of bags of cement on her Facebook, yes.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. And where did you see those images?
On her Facebook?
So Laurie Shaver is going to pour a patio, and she's got on Facebook photos of the concrete she's going to do it with, correct?
I saw photos of bags of concrete on her Facebook, yes.
Did you make a note of that, put it in your incident report? This may constitute exculpatory evidence, suggesting this person didn't know their body was in there?
I don't know what you mean.
We usually go about advertising that they're going to put a patio over a body, do they?
I don't know. This is my first case with a patio over a body. It was in my report, so whether you call it exculpatory or inculpatory, I don't know.
In fact, you would acknowledge that that doesn't suggest guilt.
What doesn't suggest guilt?
The fact that she had anything to do with the patio and that the concrete had been posted.
Here's what I find out about that is she had a 5-acre property and she put it over his body. So that would.
Do you know what the ground looked like before?
Before what?
The concrete was laid?
No.
Do you know what was going in on that spot possibly before?
I was told a duck pond.
Okay. Did you put that in the report as potential exculpatory evidence?
It's in the report about the duck pond. It's not in my part of the report.
Do you make any notations that that would be evidence potentially for consideration?
That what would be evidence?
Pardon me?
That what would be evidence? I'm sorry.
That this patio was put there for a reason specific, not necessarily to cover up a crime.
I don't know her reason for putting it there.
Correct, correct. But you made the decision, one of the people made the decision to arrest Laurie Shaver.
Yes.
implicating she had knowledge of the body being there, correct?
Well, yes.
Yes. Knowledgeable, in fact, of the fact that there was another ulterior purpose for the existence of the ground prior, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again. I apologize.
And at the same time, you knew that the ground had another purpose, intended purpose, correct?
We were told that Mike was making a duck pond.
Correct.
Yes, we were told that.
Now, it's my understanding, or that you have a belief that the crime can't be committed just on a bare suspicion, correct? Of guilt.
Right. Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's your feeling, correct? Some bare inference, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yet, when you arrested Ms. Shaver, there was no evidence that you held establishing any knowledge on her part that the body was under the patio, correct?
Well, to me, her building the patio over the body was what did it for me. If you call that exculpatory, that's our agree to disagree moment, I guess.
Okay. You disagree with that statement?
That her building the patio over his body means she did not know it was there, is what you're saying?
Okay. Have you made a statement inconsistent with that in the past, is what I'm asking you?
Inconsistent with what?
What you just stated. I'm referring you to your deposition. I'm going to refer you to page 30, line 14 through 16. If you'll read that.
Line 14?
14 through 16.
Question, but how do you know that Miss Shaver, back to my question, had anything to do with filling in that pit? Answer, with actually putting the dirt in. Question, correct. Answer, I don't.
So you don't know whether or not she had any knowledge of anybody in the ground, or had any partaking in the placing of the body in the ground, correct? By your prior statement.
What, with filling the pit?
Or had any knowledge that the body was in the pit, or partaked in placing the body in the pit?
Can I see that again? I don't think that's what that said. I just want to see it again. I apologize. May I?
That's okay.
Because I was reading rather than paying attention.
No, that's okay. Tell me.
My brain will only do one thing at a time.
No, that's fine. It's late in the afternoon. Okay.
And I mean, without reading the rest for context, it says had anything to do with filling in that pit.
Yeah.
And I said with actually putting the dirt in.
Question was, but how do you know that Miss Shaver, back to my question, had anything to do with filling in that pit?
It doesn't sound like you're asking, did she know the body was
further.
There? Okay.
With actually putting the dirt in there, you asked me? And I say, correct. And your answer? I don't. Correct? So
Yes.
it's not a matter that the pit is in her yard. You know there's got to be some evidence to establish that Miss Shaver had knowledge of the body and the ground, correct?
It doesn't sound like that's what you're asking me there without reading more context. I apologize.
All right.
But you're asking about filling in the pit?
Now, Mr. Camuccio was asking you about information gleaned from myself or anybody else. Did Mr. Camuccio relay to you any conversations and facts I had relayed to him about the minor child?
Just general facts of her story, yes.
Okay. And a revelation of what had come forward?
Yes,
for
sir.
that minor?
Yes, sir.
And when you met the child at uh, Child Services,
Children's Advocacy Center.
yeah,
Yes,
it
sir.
wasn't that the child misrepresented anything. The child didn't want to speak to you, correct?
I didn't speak to her at the Children's Advocacy Center. She was interviewed by the professional interviewers
And no information was gained from that child, correct?
about
Anything. Did she relate to them one story that changed from another?
I mean, that's a broad statement. She didn't say anything about shooting Mike.
Right? She didn't say anything about anything, did she?
You can't, what do you mean she didn't say anything about
Do
anything?
you know anything that the child did?
Yes, but
Sidebar, please.
Sidebar, sidebar. Everybody loves a sidebar. All right, I love the chat here. So, from a defense attorney's perspective, making points. I mean, the problem for him. See, and this is what I'm always saying. In Illinois, we don't get to do depositions in criminal cases. It's a huge advantage to him in this case that he has deposed her before. He knows she's a little bit of a nervous Nelly up there. Like, she's not coming off as a confident cop who is firing back. He's got her against the ropes. You can see that. She's very timid in her answers. In terms of comparison, think about the tech guy, Strickland. Like, he was very combative. When he came at him, he came back at him very, very quickly.
This minor
with,
child.
No, you're wrong, and this is why. Yeah, I do think that I know why. I know who was using the phone, and this is why. So he knew going into this cross-examination exactly what she was going to do on the stand. I don't know how many trials she's testified at, but again, he has a huge advantage of being able to harken back to the deposition where he was able to take control of her in that dep, and he's making her like, all other things aside, he's making her seem unsure about why they arrested her. Okay, so that's what's going on here. And the reality is we don't know how much the jury knows about this case. I'm always saying it. And we sit here because we have a lot of knowledge about the case, and it's easy for us to be like, "Oh, this is bullshit." Like, we like, because we know the collective of the evidence. We know the whole story fully formed. The state's still feeding it to the jury piecemeal, witness by witness by witness. So this particular witness at this point in time where he's making small points, they're small points. I mean, it's clearly, if she was a better witness in terms of, I think so, Katie. If I was crossing this particular witness and I sat down, I would feel that he's not really being, uh, I don't think that they're unprepared. He's coming at her pretty hard in terms of the fact that individually, there's nothing that exists that would have allowed them to arrest her. What she's not able to do, and it's really more of a problem with the witness being able to fire back on him and answer appropriately, because this is, she said it a couple of times. It's the totality, the circumstances. There was no like one circumstance that had us reach the conclusion that she was the one who had done this. It was a culmination of many, many things, so she just needs to kind of land on one answer and just keep saying that same thing over and over and over, which is, this is a circumstantial case. There is no video. There was no eyewitness. This is a circumstantial case. In circumstantial cases, we have to make inferences. The inferences are X, Y, and Z. He was shot in the back of the head. She was the only one living in that property at the time. The body was discovered on that property under concrete that was laid by her or her husband, that they rented, the cement mixer on her credit card from her bank, that she was, she's like, she doesn't even need to get into the weeds. She just needs to keep saying that the totality of the circumstantial evidence points to only one person, and that's your client. It's that simple. It's that simple. So because she's not able to answer, I think he's getting more points than he deserves because it's not like it's an ingenious cross examination. You know, he asked her something that I'm sure he asked her in the depth, which she should have been prepared for. Can you even name the elements of second degree murder? Makes her look like she doesn't know what the hell she's doing. I tell you guys all the time that watch the channel, cops do not know the law. They're out there, they know what they're not supposed to do. They know what probable cause is. In terms of the elements of statutes, that's what lawyers do. That's why we go to law school. We know what the elements of the crime are. That's why I'm telling you guys all the time, and I hope that you listen, that it's not cops that make the decision whether or not to charge somebody. They call the hotline, whatever prosecutor's on duty. They say, this is what we have. The prosecutor is the one who authorizes the charges because they know what the elements of the crime are. They are the ones who are going to make the decision whether or not something's going to move forward. So it's been by far the most interesting cross. I saw somebody had said that that the jury said that or Brandy thought that he lost a jury after 10 minutes. Well, you construe that one of two ways. Like when he starts asking her questions about the statute and she doesn't answer, I mean, the jury could be like, "Oh shit. Like this is the cop who signed the PCA and she doesn't even know why she arrested him." Like you could construe that a lot of different ways, is all I'm saying. So it's interesting. It's an interesting cross-examination.
Fail to provide a statement. The child didn't give you any statement, correct?
It sounds like you're saying she gave a statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the statement materially different, or did the child just say she didn't? It was personal.
Materially different than what?
What was later revealed?
It was materially different in that she did not say at the Children's Advocacy Center that she shot her dad, if that's what you mean.
She didn't want to talk about it, correct?
About
the event.
About shooting her dad? I mean, they didn't ask her, did you shoot your dad?
Did the child indicate in any form or manner she didn't want to talk?
About some things, yes.
Right. Did the state converse with you at any point in time about any conversations that I may have communicated to the state from that child?
Not in detail, just generally what she said. Yes, sir.
And whatever the state revealed to you, did you follow up?
They don't need to open the door with the 7-year-old. She's testifying. Defense. She's going to be testifying. That's clear. We're not going to get to see it because she's a minor, but she's 100% coming in here. And from all accounts, she's coming in to say that I shot my father. So, from what we've been able to glean from the defense, it sounds like the defense is the kid's first going to come in. That's why I was saying when we had, I think it was the ME. It was either the ME or the forensic anthropologist that came in afterwards that talked about, is there any way that gunshot wound to the head could have been 2 projectiles went through that same hole? She's like, that's impossible. She's like, typically, like even if it's a double tap, like a boom, boom, like with the, that it's going to create kind of like a figure 8 because you're never going to be able to get 2 projectiles to go through the exact same hole without expanding the hole somewhat. So like to me, that was huge because from what I understand, it sounds like that the child has said that she shot him in the head, but what they're claiming is that Jeremy Townsend who had allegedly walked in while the child, or directly after the child shot her father, took the gun, said, "I'm going to handle this. Y'all get out of here." And that he shot him in the head as well. So that's going to be a problem for the defense if she's stuck in that. If that's what her statement is that she shot him in the head. I mean, that's not that's not going to be something that I think the defense can overcome. It would have been far easier for the defense to overcome it had the child's statement been, "I had shot my daddy in the stomach," wherein, it was either, and if they didn't find the bullet, or the projectile, like if that wasn't recovered inside an organ or inside the body still, and it was a through and through, they would never know if it was a through and through because the body was skeletal at that time. So how this is going to play out with their defense, because I mean, conceptually, common sense is all telling us that, look, she was the last one to see him. Like when I first heard the story about the 7-year-old, and I didn't know about the Jeremy Townsend piece of it. And I'm like, okay, well, clearly Laurie's standing in the room because her claim is the daughter heard them arguing and thought that daddy was going to hurt mommy. She went and got the gun and she shot daddy. So clearly in that situation, Laurie would know that he was shot. And clearly in that situation, it is Laurie who disposes of the body. So when you inject Jeremy into it, who's supposed to testify, like if I'm the state, I'm putting him like he's my last witness. That's like the last guy I'm going to call. His wife has already testified. She was the lady with the dark hair, who got the messages and the flowers. So when he tests, I'd put him on last because he's denying, obviously, that he had anything to do with any of this. That it's ridiculous. So yeah, I mean, there's a million questions. Like, and I don't envy Hank Hill here, like having to, even though she's 15 or 16 now, it's you got to handle minor witnesses with kid gloves. You can't just go at him hammering away. He's going to have to gently kind of probe through questions like that. Okay, well, you're saying you went and got the gun. Where was the gun? How did you get the gun? Was it locked? Who taught you how to fire a gun? Was the safety on? Can you show me where the safety on the gun is? Like all those kind of questions, it's like he's going to be asking them. I assume it's a shame that we're not going to be able to see it, but like I said, all right, let's continue on with this.
On whatever was communicated to you by the state?
No, by that time, Laurie had been arrested and charged, and the state would be responsible for. If they wanted me to interview her, I would have, but it's my understanding they deposed her.
In this case, we covered the grave, but there was no evidence that you're aware of that was unturned from the residence implicating Laurie Shaver.
No.
See, the right answer right there.
And you testified previously that
yeah, she had 3 years to scour and clean and make sure that she left no evidence that she was the one who pulled the trigger. I mean, like she's got to push back. She's just allowing this lawyer to push her around.
You take the position that there must be some evidence, not simply a bare suspicion.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's awesome. Like
and
same
you
day?
Understand there was no link ballistics, correct?
No ballistics, you said?
Correct?
Yes, sir, I understand.
You were aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there any DNA within the residence that linked Laurie Shaver?
No, sir.
To this crime?
No, sir.
Right. was no digital device recovered in this case, was there?
No, sir.
You would agree with me that creates, to a degree, a lack of evidence.
Oh, physical evidence.
No physical evidence,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn in this investigation how Facebook maintains or takes care of their IP information?
No, I didn't do anything with IP.
Okay. Did anybody supply you information about the IP information from Facebook?
I don't remember learning anything about IP.
Okay. All right. Had Laurie Shaver posed as Michael Shaver on Facebook, you would agree that doesn't mean Laurie Shaver murdered Michael Shaver?
By itself, no.
No. Okay.
That will be awesome.
Do you know whether or not anybody in the house could have posed as Michael Shaver?
Well, it only benefited Laurie.
Did it?
Correct.
Okay. You were supplied information about Jeremy Townsend, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that Jeremy Townsend was in a relationship for some term with Laurie, correct?
Correct.
And if Jeremy Townsend was in the residence, did it enter your mind that possibly Jeremy Townsend had been on the router and the computer?
Well, why would Jeremy Townsend try to break up his own relationship with his wife?
Okay, let me ask you. You can't segregate some emails to the exclusion of all the emails. For instance, you can't say, this is from Jeremy, this is from Laurie, this may be from Jeremy, this may be from Laurie, correct?
I don't know what you mean.
Do you know whether or not you have evidence that every single email document that's been moved into evidence came from Laurie Shaver exclusively?
Do you mean Facebook?
Facebook, excuse me.
That every single one came from Laurie exclusively. So I guess if I say no, then by what you're suggesting, both Laurie and someone else, potentially Jeremy, was pretending to be Mike, then sure, two people could be pretending to be Mike.
You would agree with me. That's a reasonable inference, correct?
I don't think so, but okay.
The other individual was involved in the homicide.
I don't know. I don't know.
And you never looked at anything, any accounts of Jeremy Townsend, correct?
I didn't, no.
Did anybody?
I don't think so.
Did you meet with anybody from Facebook or CenturyLink?
No, sir.
Do you know whether any of these records are linkable, connected to one particular person, location, or device?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you know how long Facebook saves IP addresses?
I didn't deal with IP addresses at all, sir.
Pardon me?
I did not deal with IP addresses at all.
Is there any information in your report dealing with that?
I don't think in my report. I didn't deal with IP addresses.
Let's see if it's in there. I don't know if this is going to be numbered. Did you talk to, who was the IP investigator? What's his name? That just testified, do you know?
Detective Strickland, Corporal now Strickland. Yeah.
Did you talk to Strickland about his findings?
I'm sure we talked, yes, sir.
Did he about revolving IPs?
We talked, yes, sir, but I didn't deal with it. I didn't research that at all.
Probable cause.
Yes, I signed the probable cause.
Okay, and you factor in other people's findings as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
He's still hammering away. Sorry. That time it was the mic. See, I have two ways to mute now, which is extra annoying. What I was saying is, Katie, the reason that he keeps picking on her. Oh, because I have a mute on the mic. There's this, like, if I touch that thing right there, it mutes it. I know. I had a good run going. I had a good run. I'll never have a perfect day. I'll never have a perfect day. So, but what's happening is he's just hammering her because she's the one who signed off the PCA. She should have said initially that, look, the prosecuting offices who authorized the charges. We told them what the evidence was, and especially if the prosecutor helped draft the affidavit for the arrest warrant, which we read, which was very thorough, which I do not believe for one moment that this cop wrote. So there's nothing wrong with a prosecutor drafting up a probable cause affidavit. Prosecutors do it all the time. They do it all the time, especially on big cases. So, it's just, I blame the prosecutor for not prepping her, because I'm telling you, he's manhandling her. Like, at this point, he's manhandling her. You could tell that's a perfect pause spot. Like, that's exactly how she feels inside right now.
You testified on behalf of the state about, and I think I covered this, but about utilities being listed in Laurie's name, correct?
The cell phone bill?
Well, utilities, I think, on the residence, correct? And other information,
Earlier today?
correct? Do you know how long they've been listed in Laurie's name?
Earlier today, I talked about the cell phone bill.
Okay. Do you know how long that's been in her name, or if it was ever in Michael Shaver's name?
If I had the records, I might.
Okay. Did you, in your investigation, go back to discern if they were ever in Michael's name?
We asked for, I think we got from whatever date we got from. I don't have it in front of me, but from the dates that I had, it was not in Michael's name.
Okay. So you just assumed because they were in Laurie's name, something happened.
No.
Okay.
I don't see what you're saying there. No, sir, I didn't. A lot of husbands and wives have their cell phones in one person's name.
Yeah, I think he is, though, Susan. That's what I'm trying to tell you. She's not winning any points. I'll tell you that. She's not convincing any jurors of anything. I promise you that. Not at this point.
Now, you didn't look into the history of Mr. Townsend, my understanding, because you felt it was years later and a lot of the records had been gone or were gone in that time frame, correct?
Are you talking about Facebook or?
Facebook records.
I don't know why they didn't.
Pardon me?
I don't know why they didn't.
Okay.
I didn't deal with Jeremy.
45 of your deposition. Line 15.
Okay. Sorry, page 45?
Page 45. The question was asked of you, did you ever look into the history of Mr. Townsend? Page 45, line 13
Okay.
14. In your response?
Okay, yeah, you all,
I mean, it's a thorough cross, Jane, you know? Um, I mean, I don't think he's being particularly annoying in this cross. I mean, he's got just kind of that, like, he never gets effusive. He's like not a big personality guy. He's just kind of got that droning, same, very calm, unnerving, oh, just that tone. Um, he's gotten under her skin. She's rattled up there. You can see her shaking her head, kind of looking over at the jury, like, oh, this guy, but like that's not the demeanor that you want your cops to have. Again, the prosecutor should have prepped her better. Like the prosecutor had the deposition that he keeps handing her, that document, that pile of documents that he has right there is the deposition. The prosecutor should have read through the deposition, which I'm sure he did, and should have known how he handled her in that dep. Like that's what I'm saying. Depositions in criminal cases are huge. They're a huge benefit to the defense because typically in Illinois, I never get a first bite at a cop like this. I never get to depose cops ahead of time to know where the holes in their testimony are going to be, to know what their demeanor is going to be like, to know whether or not I can get the upper hand on the witness. Like none of those things. Like I always go in blind. Like here in Florida, they have the advantage of doing these depositions in criminal cases, which you can see. Like he is able to impeach her with her prior sworn testimony and in the dep. He also was able to ask questions and get answers, wherein every time that she answers in a way that isn't the same way that she answered the dep, he refreshes her recollection and she has to change her testimony on the stand. So I don't know. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, I think this case is going to boil down to the 7-year-old's testimony and now 16 and how she handles it. Yeah, I need a comfort break too. Like for real, for real. Like at this point, I hope they don't take a comfort break and I hope that they just take a break for the day. It's been a long ass day.
you also have to remember that a lot of what we were doing was years after, a lot of records that we requested were gone because of the time frame.
Okay, so Laurie Shaver's records were reliable, could be looked at, and could be brought before the court in your mind, but Mr. Townsend's were unreliable, correct?
I didn't say unreliable.
Exactly, Shane.
Is that what you said?
It said we're gone, didn't it say?
Unreliable?
Oh,
Gone?
I'm sorry. My memory's unreliable, sir.
Oh my God.
I'm tired too.
I'm
Saying
sorry.
shit like
I
that
know I
on
just
the
read it.
side.
45 lines
not a
50 through 18.
It says,
Want to read that aloud?
I will. You also have to remember that a lot of what we were doing was years after, a lot of records that we requested were gone because of the time frame.
Okay, so Mr. Townsend's records were not available. They were gone for events occurring within the same time frame, correct?
I don't know. I didn't deal with Mr. Townsend at all.
That was the answer you supplied, correct?
Okay. Yes, sir. I did.
Can I ask you one more question?
And did you speak to Kendall Davidowski?
Yes.
Okay, and who was she?
She at one time dated Mike Shaver.
Okay, did you look at her computer?
No.
Her digital data?
No.
And that again was because years had gone by?
No.
And hers wasn't available?
I don't think that's why.
Okay, I'll refer you to page 61.
Ugh. Okay, officer, you did a dep. If you don't remember what you answered in the dep,
Line
I
10
don't
through
recall.
Again, this is a couple years afterwards, so a lot of things are lost, but I felt like we were comprehensive in what we did.
Okay, so you didn't look at Ms. Davidowski's because of age, correct?
Assuming that's what we're talking about. In
Well, that was your answer, correct?
I don't know what you asked me there, but yes, okay.
As such, correct?
If that's the question you asked me, you just had me read the answer. But yes, okay.
Don't do that. Ask to see the
Give
depth
jurors
again.
a comfort break at this
Very
time.
well, Judge.
So we're in recess for 10 minutes. Please take the jurors out. Thank you.
Comfort break time. It's time for a comfort break. Go back, lay on the sleep cots I have set up for you. Yeah, she really does need to quit saying okay. I mean, he's got her on the ropes.
All right. Is there anything further before we recess?
I've been this
Please be
lawyer
back in 10
before.
minutes.
We got
Thank
a
you.
cop on the ropes. And all right, we should have some bloop bloops because I did a lot of yapping. Bloop 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 bloop. Like Jay says, just use the slider at this point. Bloop, long bloops, bloop. Oh, there we go. Look at that. No comfort break for us. We're gonna plow through.
This man had been in the military, correct?
I'm aware that he was.
Okay. Special forces.
That's what I heard.
Okay. And yet still that didn't trigger anything in your mind as to maybe the dispositional attitude or mindset of Jeremy Townsend to look into, correct?
We did look into him.
Okay. You can't say you looked into this man in depth, did you?
We did look into him, yes, sir.
Ma'am,
We did look into him, yes, sir.
you look into him in depth.
I believe so.
You believe so?
Yes, sir.
You never went through any financial records of Mr. Townsend, did you?
No.
And we just heard your testimony a moment ago that his Facebook data was not looked into because you perceived it as too age old and insufficient to be able to evaluate, correct?
We didn't look at his Facebook data.
Right. Yeah, Ms. Shavers was, correct?
We looked at hers, yes, sir.
Right. Now, let's talk about the fire pit in the house. You are aware that there's a simple distance between the house and that fire pit, correct?
I don't know what you call a considerable distance, but yeah.
From the pit to the house?
We did. I don't know the distance, but yes.
Okay. Did it factor into your mind before you signed that probable cause affidavit that somebody had to get the body to the grave?
Yes.
Did you factor in the physical strength of any and all possible suspects?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the physical abilities of Miss Shaver at that date and time?
Meaning what?
Her physical abilities.
I know her
What?
approximate weight. I know that everyone said she was athletic. She went to the gym. Muscular is how she was described to me.
Did you look at the grave site, evaluate the depth, and think about the height of the individual and anybody that may be standing in there and digging it?
It was, I was told it was about 3 feet deep. I never saw it.
Okay. Did you link that up in your mind possibly with Mr. Townsend versus Miss Shaver?
Yes, and I fully believe Miss Shaver could have drug a body, presumably on a tarp, across grass, that distance to the grave.
Okay.
Yes.
And reaching that conclusion that you just did you ask for any specific analysis on the tarp to see if there was any chlorophyll or any ingrained soil within the tarp that would suggest
Chlorophyll?
movement by Miss Shaver?
Deceased. Why would
Chlorophyll, you
she-
mean from grass?
From grass?
No, sir.
Yes.
No.
Did you do that?
No.
Did you point that out in your probable cause affidavit?
No.
And I believe when we discussed this, it was your position that really this case could be evaluated just based on common sense.
I don't know if those are my words. I don't recall.
Okay. I'll refer you to your deposition.
Okay.
direct you to line 50, bottom, page 5, line 1, I think it is.
Page 50, line 1.
I think it's page 50, I think it's, and carrying on to page 51. So it'll begin on the bottom.
Oh, okay. I think at some point common sense has to come into play.
Yeah, okay. So that was really the factor you relied upon and signing that affidavit, correct?
I mean, again, this is one line in an entire depot. Can we,
Go ahead, read it.
how much of it do you want me to read?
Well, was that a factor that you relied upon in signing that probable cause affidavit?
I mean, yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, because we know there was no digital data in the house. We know there was no DNA in the crime site, correct?
Correct.
There were no forensic. We know there was no ballistics, correct?
Correct.
We know there was no eyewitnesses, correct?
Correct.
So in your conclusion, absent all that evidence, it was your position, just rely on your common sense, correct?
In so many words, I guess so. According to my depot, yes, sir.
Again, I want you to tell me, when was the last date that a call went into Epcot from Michael Shaver's phone?
November 7th, 2015.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge. You also made the decision to charge Laurie Shaver with the accessory after the fact, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's not the problem, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your investigation, did you ever determine who the primary offender was that she was assessing?
I believe it was Laurie.
So Laurie committed the crime and Laurie's assessing herself?
Sidebar, please. Thank you.
Sidebar, sidebar. Everybody hates a sidebar. So many sidebars today. Makes me want to.
What and what accessories do I sell for a living?
Yeah. Hey, Kill. Wow. Man. Feel bad for her. You can see her occasionally glance at the table, prosecutor's table. Like many times, because we didn't really have podiums most of the time when we were crossing. And I'm a moving target when I'm doing cross-examinations. And I would often stand right in front of the witness so that they could not make eye contact with the state.
With the crime of accessory after the fact, would you tell us what the elements of that crime?
Helping essentially clean up the crime or cover up the crime afterwards.
Covering up the crime. Okay. For another individual?
Could be.
Okay. And you're assuming Laurie, is my understanding, was covering up the crime for herself?
Yeah, Taryn, she's
I
got
believe so.
Okay.
aggressively more flustered.
So
What's going on? I didn't necessarily
what was
think
the
that
aid or
in the beginning.
assistance that she was offering herself that you uncovered?
Well, covering up the crime for 2.5 years and disposing of the body.
So you assume that she disposed of the body, you
There you
offered no evidence in support of that, correct?
I believe she did.
Okay. And in all the digital data we received, do we see messages from Laurie Shaver to Laurie Shaver offering to cover up a crime for herself?
No. No,
Do
sir.
we see any communications from Laurie Shaver or presumably Michael Shaver offering any evidence to cover up any crime for anybody?
No.
Thank you.
Well, see if they can rehabilitate her.
Anything further, Mr. Wiggs?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Redirect?
Lieutenant Dale, When you refer to totality of the circumstances, what are you talking about?
Well, the entire case, everything in the probable cause affidavit. In other words, as I pointed out, if you take any one line in the affidavit or any one thing, no, I wouldn't have arrested Laurie for any one thing, for her phone bill, for any one thing. But you have to look at the case as a whole and put all those elements together.
And then when pushing this case together as a whole, is that where the common sense analysis that you were
And that's what I meant by that. You have to look at it globally, not microscopically at one thing. Because even I would agree, no, you wouldn't arrest someone on one thing, on any case.
There was discussions about why you didn't look at this as a self-defense case.
Yes.
And when you are investigating self-defense cases, are you generally dealing with someone that is shot in the back?
In the back of the head, no, sir. No, sir.
Are you dealing with individuals whose body has been hidden for over 2 years?
Never.
When you're dealing with self-defense types of allegations, are they normally reported to law enforcement?
In my experience, they've always been reported.
And so once again, going to the totality of the circumstances and all the evidence from all the various sources that you reviewed, is that why that you excluded self-defense as a potential issue in this case?
Yes, sir.
Now, as it relates to getting records for individuals, the Facebook records and other records obtained in this case, were many of those obtained by search warrant?
Yes.
And when we talk about a search warrant, what has to go into a search warrant?
Probable cause.
Meaning what?
We have to have a reason, a probable cause reason, to look into that person's personal stuff, their Facebook records, their phone records, whatever.
And so there are prohibitions from law enforcement just getting records from anybody that they might want to get records from.
Correct.
Do you have to then, when you're talking about probable cause, does that have to go to a judge and be approved?
Yes, it does.
And all of that was done for the records, the Facebook records in this case.
Correct, yes, sir.
But at the time of the investigation, did you have any probable cause to obtain records for any other individual?
We did not.
And is simply Mr. Wiggs telling you, hey, you need to look into Jeremy Townsend, probable cause in order to get his Facebook records?
No.
Is Mr. Wiggs telling you, hey, you need to look into James Blue, probable cause to get any records from him?
No.
And also, going back to common sense, if they now have a single source as the potential person involved in this, why would he give you two names?
In my honest opinion, a wild goose chase.
Okay. Now, when you are looking at evidence of someone actively covering up a crime, is that evidence that they were involved in the crime itself?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Hi, Mr. Wiggs.
Yes, briefly. Ma'am, when the state, just asking you some questions here, talking about common sense and having to procure warrants and the need to get a judicial order, you told me you looked at sufficiently to Jeremy Townsend, correct?
Yes, sir.
I had advised the state attorney's office and law enforcement some information regarding him, correct?
You gave us his name. Is that what you mean?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Right. And in the investigation that y'all were doing, you did come up with an unknown male contributor at the scene with regards to DNA, correct?
In the house.
Right. So did that trigger your mind? Hey, maybe what Mr. Wicks is saying, we need to look into this guy, Jeremy Townsend?
No, because we know Jeremy was in the house.
Okay. So we get a DNA report indicating Laurie's presence is on the ground and a track, and there's another individual that's a male that we can't account for. Y'all take any effort relying on this common sense principle to see who that was?
Well, first of all, I think the DNA wasn't able to be compared, if I remember. I'd have to look at a report. Second of all, if it turned out to be Jeremy's or anyone's, it would just show they were in the house, which we know he was in the house.
At the location potentially of a conflict, correct?
In the house?
Correct. Or in the rear of the house?
In the house.
Okay. You don't know where any conflict occurred, correct?
No, but it would show he was in the house.
Okay. But you don't know what's going on in the house, correct?
Okay, well, you're telling me we have her DNA in the house, so that doesn't mean she did it.
Forward providing information to the state, correct?
Which I'm finding out months after I arrest her.
Through the state, correct?
Okay, yes, sir.
Did you ask Jeremy Townsend for a swab?
We had nothing to compare it to.
See if he'd send it off to FDLE and see if they could get a match?
We had nothing to compare it to.
Did you try?
We had nothing to compare it to.
Ma'am, did you try?
We had nothing to compare it to, so no.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. State?
Was there any DNA to compare to the tarp,
No, sir.
the strap,
No, sir.
anything in the grave?
No, sir.
The home, when that DNA swab would have happened, would have been at least 2 years since the fire pit and cement slab was installed.
Yes, sir.
And so we are talking about 2 years worth of people going in and out of that sliding glass door.
That's correct.
And in that house, we know that she had a commitment ceremony to Travis Filmer, so he's been in that house.
Yes.
We know her son Aiden's been in that house since then.
Beyond the scope of cross or redirect, Judge, excuse me.
Correct. You may proceed.
Correct.
We know that she has her son Aiden that's been in there.
Yes.
They're all on Facebook. There are pictures of parties and things like that going on in that house.
Yes, sir.
There's countless people going through that slide glass.
Yes, sir.
So would there be any evidentiary benefit to comparing anything to that DNA?
No, sir.
Even if you got DNA, which there was nothing to compare to on the tarp, would that tell you when that DNA got there?
No, sir.
All right. There's also been an assertion that the arrest was made based upon proximity to the grave, because Laurie was the closest person to where the body was found. When was the body found?
March 9th, 2018.
When was she arrested?
September 17th, 2020.
So there was a lot of other stuff that went into it, more than just proximity.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
And just real briefly, you find the body at what time?
Time of day or date?
What year?
2018.
When did you get the Facebook records?
I think also 2018, I think. Okay.
So you have these records, you have a body. Obviously, the records aren't very much of a telltale sign if you wait 2 more years to arrest Laurie SHAVER, correct?
Well, it wasn't just the records either.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Can the witness be released from her subpoena?
I believe that she may be called in rebuttal, but she can be released today.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're subject to recall. Have a good day. All right, your next witness.
The state calls James Ballou.
Okay.
Wow. All right. So, who in here would like to see what Jeremy Townsend's records, his phone records, look like from November 7th through November 10th? I know I would. I'd like to see him. I mean, you would think in order to clear Townsend after the state finds out, because they can just subpoena his records. They don't necessarily have to get a warrant for his phone records. To get the phone itself, they'd have to get a warrant, but to just get the records, they could subpoena them. But I mean, once Wiggs calls the prosecutor and says, "Hey, you might want to take a look at this Jeremy Townsend guy. It just came to my attention that he's the one who shot Michael," that the state would say, okay, thanks, hang up the phone, write up a subpoena for his carrier, get his phone records. The problem with that is going to be you're going to have to kind of build the breadcrumb trail to establish a relationship between them in order to substantiate that there was a relationship between them that seemed to be sexual in nature. Because ultimately you'd want to be able to get your hands on the actual device itself in order to get data, but you should be able to get GPS data. I mean, you want to see if he was at the house on any of those 3 days and at what time. I'd like to see him. I haven't heard hide nor hair that those are coming, so could be a problem for the state.
All right, so please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
This guy looks like a cracked some skulls. Skullcracker. Skullcracker come to the stand.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
Jimmy Lee Ballou, Jimmy, Lee, Lee, Ballou, Ballew.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Hear that gum?
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
You know Laurie Shaver?
Yes. Yes.
When did you first meet Laurie Shaver?
This is in the summer of 14.
And where did you meet her?
Don Mealy Chevrolet.
And
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
There, Don
Used
Mealy.
car salesman.
What was your position there?
Salesman.
And what was the context of the meeting that you had at the Chevrolet dealership with Laurie Shaver?
They were buying a truck.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
Her and her old man.
You remember his name?
Jimmy.
It's Mr. Shaver.
Michael Shaver?
Michael Shaver, yeah.
And what kind of truck was she looking at?
I think it was Silverado, Chevy.
Did they end up purchasing a vehicle that first time that they went to the dealership?
No.
Did there come a time that she returned to the dealership?
Yes.
And when she returned to the dealership, do you remember how she was dressed?
Short shorts, cowboy boots on.
Okay. And was her husband with her?
No.
And what was the purpose of her coming that second time?
I really don't remember, to be honest with you.
Those short
it was something
shorts.
to do with we owed them something for the truck, I
Did they end
believe.
up purchasing a vehicle?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
After that purchase had been completed, did you end up texting with Laurie Shaver back and forth?
Yeah, about the truck and all.
And at some point, did those text messages move on to something other than just the truck purchase?
Yeah,
Did you end up having a physical relationship with the defendant?
yeah. Me and my girlfriend split up. Yeah.
Sidebar, please.
Woo, Jimmy Ballou. She came in with those short shorts, Mm-hmm. Couldn't help myself. She looked real good in them short shorts and them cowboy boots. Tell you what, boy. Mm-hmm. My name's Jimmy Ballou. I sell cars for a living. You betches. You betches. All right, I think I got some blooping. Let's bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, bloop.
Please
Did you
proceed.
end up having a physical relationship with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, after me and my old lady split up. Yeah.
And
I love it.
You had mentioned something about split up. You were still married at that time.
No, we wasn't married at that time. No,
What was the relationship status?
we've been together for, well, me and my wife has been together since 2001.
Okay.
So yeah,
At the time you started the physical relationship with Laurie Shaver, what was your relationship?
it was girlfriend and boyfriend, I reckon.
I'm sorry, what was your relationship with your wife?
It was girlfriend and boyfriend, I reckon you'd say,
Okay.
before you get married. I mean,
Now, the relationship that you had with Miss Shaver, How long did that last?
Not long at all. Not long at all.
And who ended it?
I did.
Did she want more out of the relationship than you did?
Yeah.
Mr. Robbins. Excuse me.
Sidebar, please. Come on up.
Sidebar. Any more sidebars gonna kill me? Oh, the sidebars. Can barely lift my finger to the shot button. It's terrible. So many. So many. Where is it? Where is he? Can't find the shots. Oh. Cannot not nod my head with the shots. It's crazy. It's crazy. Jimmy Ballou. What a guy. What a guy. Jimmy Ballou. Oh boy. I love him.
Yes, you say we were boyfriend, girlfriend, I reckon. That's what you call it. Give me them girlfriends right there. I like
Did
the
she
way
want
you
more out
talk.
of this relationship than you?
Yeah.
And where would the physical acts between you and Laurie Shaver occur?
At her house.
And what time of day would they occur?
Oh, I don't know. It's just been years, man.
Do you remember she was working in an office or remotely at that time?
She wasn't working in no office. She's working at home.
And when was the last time that you had any contact with either Laurie Shaver or Michael Shaver?
It was before the summer was up, so it was. I only was probably a month and a half. Probably I'd say June, July. I guess July or August would have been in 2014 was the last contact.
After the relationship between you and Laurie Shaver ended in 2014, was there a time frame that Michael Shaver actually reached out to you to ask for help with something?
Probably about a month later, if not right close to it, he called me and said, Laurie's trying to kill herself or she's trying to do something like that. And I said,
All right. Sustained.
Without getting into anything.
Okay.
He reached out and asked for help.
Yeah, and I told him that's between y'all. And
Any contact with either of them after that?
No.
Have you ever gone back over to the Shaver residence after that?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs.
Judge, will you approach, please?
Sidebar, please. Come on up.
Good God. Sidebar. Everybody hates a sidebar. Yeah. All right, let's go. Wow. All right. Jimmy Ballou. We all love Jimmy Ballou. You don't think he's OG Florida, Tammy? What gives it away? I mean, there's some country folks down in Florida. Don't let that be the indicator. Like that northern part of Florida, pretty country. Look at him. What a guy. Jimmy Ballou. I'll never forget when he said she came in with some short shorts and some cowboy boots on. That was it. Short shorts. Oh, Laurie and her wily, feminine ways. Get a incoming picture of the.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court would instruct the jurors to disregard any testimony dealing with violence as testified to by Mr. Ballou. All right, is that satisfactory to the parties?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
I'd already said no further.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wiggs?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you, Judge.
All right, may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Can we approach?
Yes, sir, come on up.
Good old Jimmy Blue. So, Brandy she said that Jimmy Blue is here, had an affair with Laurie, sold them the truck. His wife filed for a restraining order against Laurie. Interesting. I don't know. He doesn't give me that much of a Pryor vibe. Like, Pryor had that annoying thing that he'd say okay during cross after every question answered. I'm not gonna lie, this guy doesn't annoy me that much. It's probably because I just envision him, when I'm not looking at him, just that it's Hank Hill up at the podium asking questions.
Bobby, let me ask you a question. Do you really want to be a clown?
Well, that was Hank's point. He's like, wait, she's an accessory? Accessory to who? Who else did you charge? You're saying that she accessorized herself? Which makes no sense. I mean, they obviously put that in the event that they can't meet their burden on the murder. So they could charge her with something, get her on something. The two charges do not go hand in hand. Yeah, but accessory means that you're helping someone, that there's someone else involved. A lot of times you'll see accessory after the fact when somebody allows somebody that's on the lam to hole up in their house or help dispose of a body. I think that's what Jay Wiles was charged with and Adnan Syed. Oh, I bet. Look at that fancy jewelry there, huh? Yeah, I mean, I could do a Hank Hill. I can do voices. It's definitely in my wheelhouse. Please end it for the day. Sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to conclude for the day at this point. And I would advise you again to please do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Should you see the attorneys out and about, please do not speak with them. If they ignore you, they are following the law and doing as they are instructed. Please do not research the case. Please do not view any media or read any articles about the case. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at Jury Assembly Room. Have a nice night. Thank you.
Well, they really start at 8:30. All right, so we're going to start at 7:30. I'm not doing it at 7 o'clock. Crazy shit again. Phew! I'm real proud. We're going to make it to See, it's all right. Did you hear that cross-examination I did there? Mm-hmm. You're in good hands, ma'am. You are in good hands with Hank Hill. By the way, I've got some propane and propane accessories out in the trunk.
Bobby?
All right, the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything further before we adjourn for the day?
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you, everyone. See you at 8:30 in the morning.
All right. 9 a 9-hour live. There you go. Nine times. All right. I was planning on doing a Delphi tonight, but there is a 0.0% chance that I'm doing that. It has been long and exhausting. Believe it or not, it is tiring to sit on the side of that. I'm so thankful for this amazing chat, though. Without y'all, whew, forget about it. Brandy, there's Brandy. Yeah, it was a long day. It was a long day. Yeah, Josh's having a live. Jay's having a live. I heard somebody say Jay has a live, which, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna bounce y'all right over there. I'm gonna stick that right in the old pipe so y'all can smoke it. Let me get over here for a second. So, what are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking? Hey, reminder, I'm still at 23,577, the exact same as yesterday. If you haven't, please subscribe, please share, and please like. Get us on the algo. To not gain one sub all day is bizarre to me. Almost seems impossible because we definitely had to have some lurkers in here, right? Been stuck on that for a couple days. Surprising to me. So you guys help me get the show out there. All right, let me see. Go in here real quick. Go in here real quick. Go in here real quick. Go down here real quick. Let's see what we got. Boop, 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 boo. Oh, I don't see Jay. I don't see Josh either. What the hell going on? Is Jay going live tonight? Is Jay going live? Do you guys know? Oh, he does not have a schedule live. All right. I'm gonna have Josh. He's gonna add me to his thing so that I can add him. I'm gonna tell him. So, all right, I got to go actually record with Josh right now. So I will let him know. I'm not sending y'all anywhere. You guys are free. You're free. You're free. No portaling tonight. So you guys have been amazing mods. You guys, amaze balls. Just amaze balls. To all the love, Stephanie, Sinead, Wolfie, all our new members, Sinead, Kai, Mia, gifting 5, Meg, always giver, Lisa, new member, Tom's mom, 7-month member, Shelly Beans with the $2 holla, Sinead came back, another super, and then Natalie. So thank you guys for your support. I really, really appreciate it. Shows me that you love me and appreciate the work that I do. Big time. Makes me all warm and fuzzy inside. You guys, I love you. Mods, thank you from the moon and back. And to all you guys who I love so very, very much. Thank you. Because without you all, you know what I'd be. You know it. I say it every day. All right, you guys repeat it with me. I'd just be an old man talking about a lot of cases. Talking to you tomorrow. Ciao.